Good morning.
Good morning,
everyone.
Where's my coffee?
I know. We were going to do like a little joke, like we were still sitting here sleeping, but we decided against that. Good morning. My name's Marcy Allen.
Nikki Robb.
Nikki Robb here with me, and we're with the Missoula Community Foundation. Welcome to day 2, or a whole day, total in hours, but day 2 for us of Missoula Gives. We have had such an amazing turnout yesterday. I mean, we, at the end of the night, were so grateful for just everybody's donations and the contributions. And this morning, we are sitting at $381,000. Missoulians and Bitterrooters, that is 1,700 donations from people that are caring about their neighbors and their friends and their coworkers. That's just amazing. And I think it's a testament to the type of community that we live in. And we are here today really to create connection. We want to celebrate our community in this time, and we want to connect people to great things that are happening in our community and creativity. And we have spent the last week and a half or so kind of curating content for these days, and we just have had an incredible response. Yesterday we had some great folks on. We just asked people to play or do comedy or things along that line, and we had this amazing, we didn't ask them to plug any nonprofits or say anything, but everybody had like a list of things they care about, and it was so wonderful to hear that A, their list was long, and B, that they even took the time before doing their performance that they did for free.
It just goes to show how everyone in our community has been touched by at least one, probably several of our local nonprofits.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are, the heart and soul of our community. There's so many of them, and they bring so many great services that it's easy for people to say, oh yeah, I know this one and this one and this one. Even Wells yesterday, little Wells, while he was baking bread, was telling us about his favorite local nonprofits.
And I think he's 7.
7. So of course it's easy to find nonprofits that are participating that have touched your life as well.
Yeah, so there's 138 nonprofits on the Missoula Gives page. We suggest that you go and check them out. They all have little stories on there. Some of them have videos. We encourage people to be informed philanthropists. So even if you give $5, you're a philanthropist. So please go and check them out. We'll have a lot of different videos today to learn more about some of the work that they are doing in the community. We also, let's see, what else did I want to say?
We want to thank our sponsors.
Yes.
We definitely want to thank Clearwater Credit Union. They've been with us since the beginning, and they are great supporters of our event, so we're really lucky to have them on our side. And I think we mentioned that Jack Lawson, CEO of Clearwater, will be here later for an interview, so that'll be exciting.
Yeah. I can't wait.
Yeah, so lots going on today. Marcy and I will keep you informed about all the fun things we have lined up, but make sure to check the website and look at the live stream schedule because it is jam-packed full of exciting stuff today. We've got interviews, we've got a kids hour in the middle of the afternoon from about 12:45 to 2, so make sure to check into that. And
I think that's 1:45 to 3.
That is correct. 1:45 to 3.
Yes. And we are this morning going to do a little yoga with Red Willow. We're excited to have them and get you moving for the day. These guys are doing amazing work at the jails. They go in and do yoga classes and meditation, and that is what they are raising money for today. And you can learn more about their work on their Missoula Gives page. But we're really excited to have them here. We have, what else do we have? Oh, we have John Engen and Josh Slotnick and Susan Hay-Patrick coming in to talk about the role and collaborative efforts of both the government and nonprofit community in addressing the challenges we face in this time.
I did hear that Polly the Pollinator, our Missoula Gives mascot, is going to stop by later this afternoon. I don't know when. I kind of hope she comes during the bug show.
Me too. That would be really appropriate.
It would be very appropriate.
Yeah.
And we know that she loves her bug friends. So hopefully she pops in. So kids, stay tuned. I'm really hoping that Polly the Pollinator will swoop on in for a good afternoon hello. So check out that Kids Hour.
Yeah, it was kind of weird when we called her. She was really upset that we weren't doing all these live events because she really loves running around on First Friday and saying hi to everyone and just pollinating philanthropy across the community.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
But she's busy out there reminding all your donors and reminding our community that Missoula Gives is happening today. We will be online until 7 p.m. So help us get some money into the pockets of these nonprofits so that we can keep them here and keep them alive for our community. And when we get through all this, we'll have all these wonderful nonprofits there to make our lives more exciting. So make sure to get those donations in. Minimum donation of $5. So that's exciting.
Yeah. And we are... Nikki, you want to talk a little bit about why you work for Missoula Community Foundation?
I absolutely do.
Why you're so good at your job?
Well, first off, I love my job, and if you haven't noticed that, it's pretty apparent, so watch me for a few more minutes. And I actually got my job because I was on the volunteer planning committee for Missoula Gives, I think in its second year. So this is actually our 7th year, so I missed the first year, but I got involved on the second year, and I was on the planning committee, and I just fell in love with this event. I love working with nonprofits. I love what they do for our community, and I feel like sometimes they don't get enough help. They're too busy out there fighting their mission and bringing great services and doing those wonderful things. So I continued volunteering, and after my second year, the executive director of the Community Foundation said to me, "Hey, would you like to join us?" And I was overjoyed. I was so excited. This is like my dream job, to be able to be here, connected to my community, learning about all the great nonprofits here, and being able to help them.
Yeah.
It just feels like such a great way to give back to my community and to be involved with my community. I just love it.
Yeah.
So I feel fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, working with Nikki, I find that she's like generous in so many ways, not just in the work that she does, but just in her interaction with the community and other things. So
thank you.
Yeah.
I learned it from my mom. Thanks, Mom.
I think it's really, I've always been into like place-based caring, because I think that as a community, we can build a stronger tomorrow, which has been some of our taglines for this. But I think collectively, if we work together and we're informed and, we can actually build a great community. And Missoula is such a beautifully strong community. And I mean, I think from the time when I was really young, my mom always bought art from local artists. She always, supported local farmers, and and I think she really instilled that in me. And I realized that, like, by contributing to my place and giving, that we build just a stronger community and more resilient. So I'm so excited to be here today and witness all of your greatness. So,
amen. I would like to mention too, we had a goal of 3,000 donors. We're at 1,700 donors. Woo! Way to go, guys. I feel really confident that we're going to surpass our 3,000 donor goal. So congratulations, everybody. If you haven't told your friends and family about Missoula Gives, spread the word. Tell them there's nonprofits that they can support. Come out and give. This is a community celebration of our community, Missoula and Valley counties. So make sure to show your support. We do have some fun signs that you can find on the Missoula Community Foundation Facebook page. These are great. Go ahead and print those off and show your support for your favorite nonprofit and share those with us.
Yeah. Are we ready for some yoga?
Boy, I am. More coffee and yoga.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's tune into, this is yoga presented by Nick. Nick is an instructor with Freedom on the Inside. Yeah. And Freedom on the Inside is a program of the Learning Center at Red Willow. They're an amazing group. If you haven't heard of them, go check out their page. They do a lot of really cool stuff. Check out their website too, because their page this year is specifically their fundraising for the FODI program, which is that Freedom on the Inside. And Freedom on the Inside is a program where yoga instructors and meditation instructors go into the juvenile detention center and the jail and give yoga and meditation to the inmates. And boy, the stories that I have heard that come out of that program will just absolutely touch your heart. I mean, they're just amazing. I think this is such an amazing service. And I hear even like the guards and the atmosphere that this brings to the people is just fantastic. So we're really excited to have Nick from Freedom on the Inside and the Learning Center at Red Willow
So
here to do
get
some
your yoga mat out.
Yeah, get those yoga mats out. It's sort of 2 sessions back to back, so we'll do a warm-up session with Nick, and then we'll kind of come down a little bit and he'll do a cool down for us. So I think we got about a half hour of yoga coming up. Who's ready?
Yes.
All right.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Nick.
Good morning everyone, my name is Nick and welcome to Yoga with Nick Chi. Start off here with a 10-minute routine that you can do anytime throughout the day to relieve tension, mind, and body. First off, let's start on our backs. Settle in here. We'll be connecting breath with movement. On your next inhale, let's bring our knees up towards our chest. And here we can wrap our elbows around our knees, grabbing onto fingertips or maybe our wrists. And we'll just slowly start breathing. You can tuck your chin in towards your chest. Nice deep inhales. Using the exhales, take the navel towards the spine and squeeze those knees in a little bit further. Let's take a couple more big breaths here. Inhale. Exhale, squeeze those knees. Let's take one more big inhale. And on the exhale, we'll release our arms out to a T, keeping the knees above our chest. Let's press our palms and forearms into the mat. Then take a nice deep inhale. And on the exhale, we'll lower our knees to the right, 2 inches above the floor. Using an inhale, we'll bring the knees back up. Then on the exhale, we'll lower our knees to the left, 2 inches above the floor. Nice and easy. Inhale back up. And then exhale, gently release the knees to the right, 2 inches above the floor. Inhale back up. Exhale to the left. Let's do one more here. Inhale back up. Exhale to the right, 2 inches above the floor. And then we'll inhale back up. Exhale to the left, 2 inches above the floor. And then inhale back up. And let's wrap our elbows around our knees. Give ourselves a little hug again. And then on your next exhale, let's release the left leg straight out in front of us. Left toes are curled back towards the left knee. Then go ahead and interlace your fingers 2 inches below your right knee or on the inside of the right thigh. You just gently bring the knee out to the right to avoid the rib cage. Then bring it back above the chest. Take a nice deep inhale. And then exhale, squeeze that knee in towards the armpit. Shoulder blades are on the mat. Hip bones are touching the floor. Nice deep inhales. Exhale, squeeze that knee in. Remember to keep those left toes curled back towards the left knee. Trying to get that left leg active. A few more big breaths. Take one more big inhale. And on the exhale, we'll release our right hand. Left hand will guide that knee over to our left, stacking the right hip on top of the left. Open that right arm out to the side, and now we'll take our gaze to the right. Inhale, exhale, slowly slipping into this twist. Bring your attention to your spine. It's almost like a dish rag, squeezing it out. Nice deep inhales. And then on the exhales, that right shoulder, right ear become closer to the mat. Let's take one more big inhale here. And then on the exhale, we'll gently unwind. Maybe squeeze that knee in towards one more time. And then gently release the right leg straight out in front of you. And then we'll inhale our left knee towards our chest. Interlace the fingers below the knee or on the inside of the thigh. Bring that knee out to the left and then squeeze it in towards the left armpit above the chest. Nice deep inhale. And then exhale, squeeze. Remember to curl those right toes back towards the right knee, trying to get that right leg active. A few more big breaths here. Navel towards the spine, squeezing that knee in. One more big inhale. And then on the exhale, release that left hand with the right hand. Guide that knee over to the right, stacking the left hip on top of the right. Open that left arm out to the side. Take your gaze to the left. Once again, bring the attention back to the spine. You're slowly twisting this towel. Inhale. Exhale. Just more big. Let's take one more big inhale. And then on that exhale, let's gently unwind. Squeeze that knee in one more time. Exhale, gently release. And then on the inhale, we'll bring the knees back up towards our chest. Wrap our elbows around our knees. Give ourselves a couple more hugs here. Maybe throw in a little side to side sway. And then we'll bring our hands to our knees and we can rock and roll back like we're going to sit up. Nice and easy, we'll make our way up into a seated position. Sitting up nice and tall. If that's uncomfortable for you, you can always just roll on your seated position. While you bring your hands, palms facing our neck. We'll take our chin towards our left shoulder. And our chin towards our right shoulder. Just go back and forth between two. Moving with your breath. And you can start adding, moving the head up and down. So take our chin towards our chest, back of the head to the top of the shoulders. Nice and easy. A few more breaths here. Maybe throwing in a couple more side to sides. And then the next time the chin is at the chest, let's go ahead and leave it there. We'll do a couple neck rotations. Take my chin towards my right shoulder, then sweep it across the sky, and then down to my left shoulder to my chest again. Let's do one more to the right, chin to the right shoulder, sweep it across the sky, down to my left shoulder, to my chest. Let's do two to the left. Chin towards the left shoulder, sweep it across the sky, down to the right, to my chest. One more here. Shoulder, across the sky, down to the right shoulder, to your chest. Beautiful. Take a couple breaths here. Maybe we'll roll the shoulders back a couple times. Roll the shoulders forward a couple times. And then nice and easy, we'll make our way into a tabletop. So that means palms underneath the shoulders, knees underneath the hips. I'll face towards you guys here. So the first thing we'll do is we'll warm up our wrist. Fingers facing towards the front of our mat. We'll turn them outward. Fingers towards the knees, inside of the elbows towards the front of your mat. And then here you can put a slight bend into the elbows and lean back here. Just warming up the wrists, nice and easy. This is a good one to do if you find yourself on a computer throughout the day. A few more breaths here. The other option I have for you is turn the hands over completely, all 5 fingers pressing down, fingers still pointing towards the knees, and then once again leaning into this one. Most of my weight's in my knees and my feet, a little bit of pressure in the wrists. A few more breaths here. And then we'll make our way back into our tabletop. Next up is our toes. We'll curl our toes, sit back on our heels, and lift our knees. And this is something you kind of got to find on your own, just moving side to side here. Make sure to get those pinky toes. They like to escape. Moving back and forth. Nice and easy. A few more breaths here. And then after the toes, we'll bring our knees to the mat, knees together, uncurl the toes, sit on our heels. And next up, we're going to warm up the ankles. So sit up nice and tall here. Maybe this is as far as you like to go. Or you can bring your hands behind you, fingers facing towards your feet. And then nice and easy, lift up the knees here. Getting a deep stretch in the ankles. If you engage the top of the feet, press them into the mat, you'll get even deeper of a stretch. A few more breaths here. And our next exhale, we'll come back to our knees, walk our hands forward, coming back to our tabletop. Palms under the shoulders, knees under the hips. And now we'll work on our shoulders. Taking our gaze towards our right thumb. On our next inhale, we'll take that right arm up towards the sky. And then on an exhale, we'll guide that right arm underneath the left Come down on the right side of the shoulder, right side of the head, right palm is facing up. Here you can walk that left hand forward to the top left corner of the mat. Coming back to the breath, nice deep inhales. And then on the exhales, press that left hand and right shoulder into the mat to stretch out that right shoulder. A few more big breaths. Inhale. And then exhale, press down. A few more breaths. One more big inhale. And on the exhale, walk that left palm back underneath the left shoulder. Press it into the mat. Inhale that right arm up towards the sky. And then exhale to release. Palms under the shoulders, knees under the hips. Let's do the other side, taking our gaze towards our left thumb. On an inhale, we'll take the left arm up towards the sky. And then exhale, thread that left arm underneath the right. Come down on the left side of the shoulder, left side of the head, left palm facing up. Walk that right hand to the top right corner of the mat. Inhale, and then exhale, press that left shoulder, right palm into the mat. A couple more breaths here. Inhale, exhale, press down. Take one more big inhale. And then on the exhale, walk that right palm, press it underneath the shoulder. Once again, inhale the left arm up. And then exhale to release. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and go through a couple cat-cows here. So palms under the shoulders, knees under the hips. Look back at your knees. You should be able to see your calves and your feet. That's when you know you're at hip distance. And then nice and easy. On an inhale, we'll lower the chest, stomach, gaze forward. And then on an exhale, curl the spine up towards the sky. Light pressure in the palms, gazing at the thighs. Inhale, chest down. Gaze forward. Exhale, curl the spine. Light pressure in the palms, lifting the shoulders, gazing at the thighs. Inhale. Exhale. You can also start adding in the hips here, get the body swaying through the cat-cows, nice and easy. Also add in some wag the dog. That means gazing over one shoulder, hips in the opposite direction. Maybe you want to hold here for a few breaths. This one feels pretty nice. Then you can take your gaze over the left shoulder, hips to the right. A couple breaths here. Coming back, do a couple more cat-cows. Breathing. And we'll come back to our tabletop. And then from tabletop, we'll make our way into extended child's pose. So let's bring our knees out as wide as the mat, heels and toes touch behind us. Sit back under the heels, sit up nice and tall. Take a nice deep inhale, and then on the exhale, we'll slowly walk the hands forward, eventually releasing the forehead to the mat. And here you want to get the whole body involved. So on an inhale, you stretch forward, reaching your hands forward. And then on the exhale, slide those hips back towards the heel. A few more big breaths here. Inhale, reach forward. Exhale, slide those hips back. And on our next inhale, we'll walk our hands over to the left, adjusting our hips towards our right heel. Same thing. Inhale the hands forward. Exhale, pull the hips back towards the heel. Now you're stretching out the right side of the body, the right rib cage, right hip, right armpit, shoulders. Sticking with the breath. Inhale, hands forward. Exhale, pull those hips back. A few more breaths on this side. And using an inhale, let's walk our hands back to the middle. We'll take a few breaths here in the middle. And using our next inhale, let's walk our hands over to the right, adjusting our hips towards our left heel. Inhale the hands forward. Exhale, pull those hips back towards the left heel. Now you're feeling the stretch on the left side of the body. Left rib cage, armpits, shoulders, hips. Stay with that breath. Inhale, reach the hands forward. Exhale, pull those hips back towards the left heel. Couple more breaths here on this side. Using an inhale, let's walk our hands back to the middle. We'll take a few more breaths here in the middle. Using our next inhale, we'll gently press ourselves up into a tabletop. And then from the tabletop, we'll make ourselves into a seated position. Sit easy style, crossing the legs, sit up nice and tall. And then we'll take one last restorative breath together. On an inhale, we'll sweep the arms up towards the sky, stretching out that spine one last time. And using an exhale, let's bring the palms together in front of our chest. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you all have a great day. Namaste. Hello, my name is Nick, and welcome to Yoga with Nick G. This is a quick 10-minute routine that I'd like to do anytime throughout the day to relieve tension, mind, and body. First up, let's release our left leg straight out in front of us. We'll bring that right foot into the left thigh. The two of them are pressing against each other. Left toes curled back towards the left knee. Then we'll inhale our arms up towards the sky, turn the torso over the left leg, and then on the exhale, we'll forward fold. Nice and easy here, just focusing on the breath. Taking nice deep inhales, tucking that stomach in here, and on the exhales, you forward fold. The goal here is to try to get your forehead to your knee. Always plenty of room here to adjust. Is that right foot and left thigh still pressing against each other? Are the toes curled back towards the knee? Is the foot flat out in front of you as if you're stepping on it? And are you breathing? Inhale. Exhale, folding further. Inhale. Navel towards the spine, folding forward. Let's take a couple more big breaths here. One more big inhale. And then on that exhale, we'll slowly unwind. Let's bring our head up last. And then nice and easy, let's switch to the other side. Right leg straight out. Let's bring that left foot into the right thigh. Once again, the two of them are pressing against each other. Right toes curled back. We'll inhale the arms up towards the sky. Turn the torso over the right leg. And then exhale, forward fold. Connecting with the breath. Inhales, exhales, forward fold. Remember, left foot, right thigh pressing against each other, engaged. Right toes curled back towards the right knee. Right foot flat in front of you. Inhale, exhale, fold. Couple more big breaths here. Let's take one more big inhale. And then use that exhale to gently unwind. Bring the head up last. Let's bring our right foot in to meet our left for bound angle. Remembering, the closer the heels are to the bum, the harder the stretch. So maybe you need to walk the feet out a little bit. And you can bring your elbows to your knees, press down on your knees, hands to your feet, and then opening your feet up like a book. Sit up nice and tall here, spine straight. Maybe close your eyes. Connect with the breath. Couple more big breaths here. Take one more big inhale. And on the exhale, let's slowly release the legs out in front of us. Maybe shake it out here. And then we'll bring our legs straight out in front of us. Let's open the legs up to the distance of the mat. Toes curled back towards the knee. Once again, let's use the breath. Inhale, sit up straight, nice and tall. Arms out, palms facing up. And then on the exhale, let's slowly lower ourselves down onto our mat. Nice and easy. Arms over the head. Reach for the wall behind you. Point your toes towards the wall in front of you. Full body stretch. Nice big inhale, the spine curls off the floor. And then with the exhale, release the spine onto the floor. And let's bring our feet to the mat, knees up towards the sky, arms down by our side. Chuck your chin in towards your chest. Brush the back of the heels with your fingertips to get the proper alignment. And then we'll cross that right ankle over the left knee. And then from here, we're going to do one-legged bridge. We'll press our forearms and palms into the mat, chin to chest. Our next inhale will engage the left foot, pressing it into the mat. Lift those hips up towards the sky. Each inhale, lift those hips up. Each exhale, you hold. Forearms and palms are pressing firmly into the mat. All four corners of that left foot are pressing into the mat. Inhale to lift. Exhale to hold. Let's take one more big inhale here. And on the exhale, we'll slowly release our spine back onto the mat. Beautiful. From here, we'll thread the needle. We'll take our right arm, thread it through our legs, interlace our fingers behind our left knee. And then here, we'll squeeze that left knee in towards the left shoulder while pressing the right elbow into the right thigh up towards the sky. Right toes curled back towards the right knee. And then once again, just focus on the breath. Inhales, exhale, squeeze the knee. Focusing on the breath. Releasing that tension we have in the hips. A few more big breaths here. Squeeze that knee in with each exhale. Let's take one more big inhale. And on the exhale, gently release that left foot back onto the floor. We'll uncross the ankle, bring that right foot back to the floor. Let's open the feet up a little bit wider and bring the knees together. And you can do some windshield wipers back and forth. And bringing our feet back to the mat, knees up towards the sky. Let's brush the back of the heels again with the fingertips. Chin's tucked into your chest. Let's cross that left ankle over the right knee. Here, we're pressing our forearms and palms into the mat. All four corners of the right foot are pressed into the mat. Chin tucked into your chest. Then on your next inhale, let's lift the hips up towards the sky. Each inhale you lift, each exhale you hold. At the same time, you're pressing those forearms and palms into the mat. Right foot's pressing into the mat. Inhale to lift, exhale to hold. Let's take one more big inhale. Exhale, gently release the spine onto the floor. And we'll take that left arm, thread it through our legs, interlace our fingers behind our right knee. And then coming back to the breath, take a nice deep inhale. And on that exhale, squeeze that right knee into the right shoulder. The left toes are curled back towards the left knee. You can press that left elbow into the left thigh up towards the sky. To come into this stretch even deeper. Breathe. A few more big breaths here. Releasing all that tension we carry in our hips. Focusing on the breath. Take one more big inhale. On the exhale, you can gently release that right foot back to the floor, uncross the left. Walk them out to the distance of the mat, let the knees fall into each other. Arms out to a T, and let's do a few more windshield wipers. Knees right, knees left. And then the next time the knees are to the right, let's go ahead and leave them there. And then we can take our gaze towards the left. Back into a little spine twist here, breathing. If you want to come into this a little bit deeper, you can bring that right foot, place it on top of the left knee, nice and easy. Adding a little weight to that left knee. You can also press that foot into the knee to come into the stretch a little bit deeper, stretching the outside of the left hip. A few more breaths. Nice and easy, just release that foot if you put it on top of the knee. And then we'll inhale the knees back up. Let's do a couple more windshield wipers. Knees left, knees right, and then knees to the left. Take our gaze to the right. Staying here, breathing. If you want to come into this a little bit deeper, you can take that left foot, place it on top of the right knee, nice and easy. Maybe a little pressure into that knee to stretch out the hip even deeper. Couple more big breaths here. Nice and easy here, release that top foot. On an inhale, bring those knees back up. Let's do a couple more windshield wipers. Knees right, knees left. Then we can bring our arms down by our side and we can inhale the feet up towards the sky. Come into a little inversion. Just staying right here. Maybe you want to make a diamond with your hands and you can bring that underneath the hips to help with the balance. Or if you have a block, you could always put it underneath. And let's take a few more big breaths here. Pressing the soles of the feet up towards the sky. Breathing. Take one more big inhale here. And then on the exhale, we'll bend the knees. We're keeping the soles of the feet up towards the sky. You can grab the outsides of your feet. Squeeze the knees in towards the armpits for a happy baby. Maybe you want to throw in a little side to side sway here. Few more big breaths. And when you're ready to release, stick with the breath. We'll take one more big inhale. And then engage the core and slowly lower the feet down onto the mat. Nice and easy. When the heels hit the floor, the feet can fall open. Arms down by your sides, palms facing up if you like some receiving. Or if you need a little bit of grounding, you can bring a palm to your heart and to your stomach. You can gently close your eyes if you like. Nice and easy, you can let go of your breath. And then here you can settle in for Shavasana. Taking a minute or two, or even longer if you like. And nice and gentle when you're ready to wake yourself up. You can wiggle your toes and your fingers. Using an inhale, you can gently roll to a side. Take a couple breaths here. And once again, using an inhale, press yourself back up into a seated position. Once again, sitting up nice and tall. We'll take one last restorative breath together. On an inhale, we'll reach those hands up towards the sky. And then on an exhale, we'll bring the palms together in front of our chest. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hope you all have a great day. Namaste.
Coffee. Oh, hi, we're live.
How's that coffee? It is early, and clearly my coffee hasn't set in yet. How about you?
Yeah, I'm getting there. getting there. I'm getting there. That was great. I hope some of you got to join Nick. And go check out their page. They're doing great work, and not just in their yoga and meditation in jails, but other work that they're doing for the well-being and mental health of our community, which is really important right now.
Yeah, they do a lot for veterans, which is another whole kind of arm of things that they do. So definitely go check out the Learning Center at Red Willow. Kathy Mangan's amazing, and they do some really great stuff over there. So go check them out. And big shout out to Nick. Thank you so much for providing us with our morning yoga. I feel energized a little bit.
Yeah. You guys, we're $2,000 away from $400,000.
Woo!
Woo!
So exciting.
I know.
I am just blown away by the support of our community. I mean, I knew our community had it in them, but this is just nearly bringing me to tears. Yes. Yeah, and we're also at 17, almost 1,800 donors, so we're halfway to our donor goal, which is really exciting. And currently, there's 133 organizations who have raised at least some money for the Giving Day, and we have 138 participating, so there's only 5 that haven't made any donations yet. So if you guys are trying to figure out who to donate to and you don't know, go to the leaderboards and go all the way down and see who hasn't gotten any donations yet. They could really use your support.
They could. What else do we have?
Boy, we have a really fun set coming up next. We have local DJ Mark Myriad. Mark is going to be spinning some jazz and soul records for us this morning. Nothing too loud and abrasive, nice and free-flowing for the morning. I'm looking forward to that. And then you've got lots of fun interviews today. Do you want to touch on those a little bit?
Yeah, so I am going to be talking with Jack Lawson at Clearwater Credit Union regarding value-based banking and sort of how that flows into drive both strategy and culture for organizations. And I'm really excited to learn more about that because I think that's part of, it's not just the nonprofit community alone that creates generosity and caring in our community. It's a collaboration between the business community and the nonprofit community and just the people that live in our community. So I'm excited to have a conversation with Jack. And then we will be talking with Mayor John Engen, Commissioner Josh Schlotnick, and Susan Hay-Patrick from United Way, and talking about how the nonprofit community and government have collaborated to respond to this crisis. There's been some really amazing work done on all sides. Everybody has been really busy, and the county has done a really great job. The county city Office of Emergency Management has done a really great job in managing all those parts and pieces. So we'll hear about that. And then we have a really great artist reveal from Open Air, and Open Air is one of our fiscally sponsored entities, and they are an artist in residence program, and they place artists in locations. I think last year they had people at the Flathead Lake Biological Station.
Yep. The Rattlesnake Dam.
The Rattlesnake Dam, the Homestead.
Yeah, the Moon Randolph Homestead. Yep. The Historical Museum out at Fort Missoula. Home Resource.
Home Resource.
And there's one down the Bitterroot, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and I can't remember what that was. But anyways, they do like place-based art. And so these artists live and work in these environments. And like, for instance, the Flathead Biological Station one, she did a lot of art around micro, what do I want to say?
I don't know, I actually didn't get to see that one.
Yeah. But really, just really amazing work. And then the Home Resource one, the art was incredible. So they are launching their summer Artist in Residence program. And so we'll hear from the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula, which is hosting one of the artists and some of the artists that are going to be there. So that will be exciting. And then we will hear from the Great Burn. And they are going to do this great video giving us a little tour of the Great Burn proposed wilderness area. And then we'll have a trivia quiz. So if you want your kids to listen and learn about the Great Burn, which is a cool area, really beautiful, they can join us at, what time is that at?
The trivia show is happening at 11:30.
11:30. Yes, and then I will have another chat with Cindy Weiss from the YWCA, Aaron Brock, and Rosie Ayers from Project Tomorrow. So I'm really excited to talk to them and hear about their experiences on the front line. So
great interviews coming up. That's going to be wonderful.
Yep.
And then I just like to remind people too, for all of us ladies and men too, who've been stuck here in quarantine, our friends from Canvas Studios are going to be joining us at 12:45 for 3 educational videos about how to trim those bangs. And Marcy and I have kind of a fun idea. Why don't you tell them about it?
Yeah. So we think that if people are willing and able and want to attempt to cut their own bangs, I mean, we've been probably without hairdressers for a little over a month now. I imagine some of you need a bang cut. If you do a before and after picture to show us your handiwork, we will donate $20. The Community Foundation will donate $20 to the nonprofit that's participating in Missoula Gives of your choice.
Yes.
But you do need to post it on Instagram or Facebook and tag us.
You need to tag the Missoula Community Foundation and use hashtag Missoula Gives. And if we see those, we will give $20 to the organization of your choice. So get your scissors out.
And maybe we should also create another hashtag, like bangs at home or
bangs at home. I like that.
Bangs in the time of COVID. I don't know.
Get creative with it. We'd love to see what you come up with.
So,
so that's
challenge is out there. You would need to post those videos by 7 o'clock tonight. So,
and that's going to happen at 12:45. So, ladies, grab your lunch and get those scissors ready. We'll learn how to trim these bangs at 12:45. And then I do like to keep reminding folks we will have a kids hour this afternoon. That'll be from 1:45 till 3, and it is jam-packed with some really fun stuff. We got some exercises, we have some art activities, we got some music, so stay tuned for that. Grab your kids, get them to join you for our live stream at 1:45. Sound good?
We'll have some live music. What else do we have coming up this afternoon? We have an interview with the Montana Natural History Center to learn about, I mean, they do so much work around bringing science and education into our classrooms around the state. And so obviously they've had to pivot and figure out how to deliver things digitally. And so Thurston will be joining us and talking about how and what they're doing.
Yep, that'll be great. And then I'm really excited to hear from JRPC, the Jeanette Rankin Peace Center later. They will be honoring their 2020 Peacemaker of the Year, which they usually have a really big event for, but they ended up having to cancel that this year. So they are going to be honoring their 27th Peacemaker.
Yeah, right? Should we just say who it is? Because they already announced it.
Yeah, I think we should, because I think one of the nice things about this is their Peacemaker of the Year has been a huge supporter of our local nonprofit community. So many of our participating nonprofits have been touched or benefited by knowing this wonderful person in our community. So do you want to announce who the JRPC Peacemaker of the Year is?
Yes. So the 2020 Peacemaker is Katie Dickinson from Portico Real Estate. And so many of you probably know her face or have seen her. And she really, I got to listen to the interview that Betsy from the Jeanette Rankin Peace Center did with her, and she really embodies what the Missoula community is all about, which is this generosity. And I always say the Missoula community was made by all of us. Like, the reason we live in this great community is because somebody had an idea and another person said, "Oh, I got you. I see your vision. Like, I'll support you." And all of these wonderful things, whether we're talking about the Wave downtown or the open space on Mount Jumbo,
the carousel. There's so many great things that have come out of these wonderful ideas.
Yeah, there's some amazing things, and really, Katie has been a big part of many great things that have happened in this community, and is always a champion. And so the Jeanette Rankin Peace Center, in all of their generosity, have asked that Missoulians give at Missoula Gives to any nonprofit, not just the Jeanette Rankin Peace Center, in Katie's name. And you can really easily do that Just go, when you make your donation, there's some boxes down below. You can check in memory in honor of, and just check in honor of, and add Katie's name in there.
Very
I
easy.
hope that some people will choose to do that and honor Katie's legacy of work that she's done for our community. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll learn more about Katie Dickinson and the Peacemaker at 3:15 this afternoon, but make those gifts in honor of Katie. She's amazing. We're all appreciative to have her in our community. But I think at this time, it's time for some music. I'm ready to do a little jazz and soul dance.
Pour that second cup of coffee. Maybe you have some work to do, but you could listen and work at the same time.
Yeah, let's welcome local DJ spinning us some fresh records, Mark Myriad.
Yes.
Thanks, Mark. Take it
Thanks,
away.
Mark.
Hip-hop, hip pedra, é o fim do caminho. É o resto de toco, é um pouco sozinho. É um caco de vidro, é a vida, é o sol. É a noite, é a morte, é o laço, é o anzol. É peroba do campo,
é o nó da madeira,
canga-candê.
é o matita pereira,
É madeira de vento,
da ribanceira,
é um mistério profundo.
é o queira ou não queira,
É o vento ventando, é o fim da ladeira. É a viga, é o vão, festa da comida.
é a chuva chovendo, é conversa ribeira das águas de março, é o fim da canseira,
É o pé, é o chão,
é a mastradeira,
passarinho na mão.
pedra de atiradeira,
É uma ave no céu,
é uma ave no chão,
é um regato, é uma fonte.
é um pedaço de pão,
É o fundo do poço, é o fim do caminho. No rosto desgosto, é um pouco sozinho. É um escrepe,
é um prego,
é uma ponta,
é um ponto,
é um pino,
pingando,
é uma conta,
é um conto,
é um peixe, é um gesto.
é uma prata brilhando,
É a luz da manhã,
é o tijolo chegando,
é a lenha, é o dia, é o fim da picada. É a garrafa de cana, o estilhaço na estrada.
é o projeto da casa, é o corpo na cama, é o carro enguiçado, é a lama, é a lama,
É um passo,
é uma ponte,
é um sapo,
é uma rã
é um resto
de mato
na luz.
da manhã.
São as águas de março fechando o verão. É a promessa de vida no teu coração. É uma cobra, é um pau,
É João,
é José
é um espinho,
na mão,
é um corte,
no pé.
são as águas de março fechando o verão, é a promessa de vida no teu coração. É pau,
É pedra,
é o fim,
do caminho,
é um resto,
de toco,
é um pouco,
sozinho. É um passo, é uma ponte,
é um sapo, é uma rã,
é um belo horizonte.
é uma febre terçã.
São as águas de março fechando o verão. É a promessa de vida no teu coração. Pau,
Pedra,
inho,
inho,
peixe,
coco,
oco,
inho,
agro,
hidro,
ida,
ol,
oite,
horte,
aço.
sol.
São as águas de março fechando o verão. É a promessa de vida no teu coração. Badaba, baziza, zazaziza, azanamenya, anandede, banandede, banandede, anandade, andanada, andanadede, anandede, andanada, ué.
ديوان الزغش بقالب شندادين تنرد أدب شندادين تنرد أدب مقاتل يوسيها آدم مريدنا تن منك دا آدم مريدنا تن منك دا آدم لي وديان بددنا هابا دا قرار سهر دادا دا قرار سهر دادا
There's so many politicians trying hard to find the way. And peace is not so far. And yet, it seems that nobody can see that. Love is oh what you have to do. Yeah. Is really the answer. Why waste time with the war? There's so many conversations, meeting parties, and cocktails to preserve peace on earth. But they never find the way. You know why? You know why? You know why? Because love is really the answer. This you have to agree. It will be celebration when all people be free. And if you keep doing things like that, peace is gonna be far, deep, and over. So many politicians trying hard to find the way to preserve peace on earth, but they never found the way. Never found the way. Know why? Do you know why? Love is all what you need. Love is all what you have to do, yeah, yeah. Love is really the answer. Why waste time with the war? There's so many people trying, man, to preserve peace on earth. So that nobody can see that, and yet it's not so difficult to see, man. It's fundamental, necessary, and love in your life. All the people living together. It's gonna be like 4th of July. Let's have a ball tonight. It's fundamental, necessary, love in your life. All the people living together, yeah. It's gonna be like 4th of July. Let's have a ball. Fundamental, necessary, and love in your life. All the people living together, yeah. It's gonna be like 4th of July. Let's have a ball tonight. baby. So in love with you. This is real how I feel. At last alone, the natural smells of love is strong. Fingers all in your hair, fruit to bear, much to share. Need your loving, baby. Do 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 do. Give me a little bit. Ah, so we can get a little bit. Can I take a little bit? Let me shake a little bit. Woo, ooh, ooh, I'm of trembling knees. Is this love you see? I want you so bad, and I need you so greedily. Blow your mind out strong. Can't wait till we get home. Need your loving, baby. Do 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 do. Give me a little bit, so we can get a little bit. Now let me take a little bit, and we can shake a little bit. Ah, ah, can rise above everything. You're my sunshine girl. You warm up this cold, cold world. You add light.
It looks like we had some technical difficulties where Mark froze on us there. That was amazing. I could have sat around and certainly drank my coffee. And
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but I was over there dancing a little bit. Thank you, Mark. We loved it. Sorry
Yes.
about the technical difficulties, but it was really fun. So thank you for giving us some good vibes to get the morning going.
yeah, and luckily we have some.
We have lots of videos from nonprofits.
Yeah,
So
but we want to say that we are at 400 and what are we at, Nikki?
Wow, we are at the most we have ever raised.
427,000, and it's still drinking coffee time.
Woo! I'm so impressed
Yeah.
right now. I don't even know what to think. This is just amazing.
Yeah.
We're also at 1,800 donors, which means we're really close to that $3,000 or 3,000 individual donor goal. So if you haven't made a donation, please make sure to get on there and donate. And tell your friends. Ooh, we just hit 1,900 donors. Woo! It's working.
It's working.
It's working, it's working. I did want to make a quick announcement about our prizes. If you go to the menu bar on the Missoula Gives website, you can see some of the prizes that we have for our nonprofits this year. And if you want to help a nonprofit win a prize, look at those prizes and make sure to make a donation around the time frames that you want that nonprofit to win. Because all our prizes this year are random, so if you want to help them win a prize, make sure to donate during those time frames under the prize. It's really easy when you go there, you'll understand what I'm talking about. So support your nonprofits in that fun way too.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else do we have? We do have some interviews coming up here pretty soon. Ooh, and it looks like we have 134 organizations that have raised money, so we only have a few more that
have not raised any money yet. I think we could also do, we don't have, do we have any of the business breaks loaded?
We do.
You do?
All right, we are going to do Garden City Harvest.
Oh, okay, yeah, so Garden City Harvest put together a great video for us on some of their community gardens and what they're doing to prep their garden beds. So get out your notepads. It's nice out there. You might want to go out and get some gardening done.
The gardening season is upon us, folks.
You know, Garden City Harvest not only does these community gardens and provides a lot of education around gardening, but they also grow a lot of food for our local food banks, and for other things. And so we're really grateful for them and their focus on local foods. And so I think we have Emily is joining us, and Emily is the director of their community garden program. So here is Emily.
Hi everyone, my name is Emily Kern-Swaffer and I am the Community Gardens Manager. Today we are at the Providence Hospital Garden, which is behind me. And I'm going to give you a little tour about this to show you this garden. And we're also going to plant some things and prepare a planting bed today and show you how to do that. This garden is a collaboration with Garden City Harvest and the St. Pat's Providence Hospitals. It's built on Providence Hospital land. So we're over here off of North Orange Street and Ryman Street. And this hospital, or this garden, is made to be completely ADA accessible. So as you see when we'll walk in here, we have decomposed granite pathways, which are good for wheelchairs. We have beds that are at sitting height, and we have beds where people can work while standing. So, and then we also have ground level beds with a bunch of different perennial flowers and herbs as well. So follow me back. We're going to kind of cut in through here. This is like the back gate. We've brought in a bunch of soil and compost that we're using to put in our raised beds, and the compost we're also going to be adding to all of the beds. So right now we just started gardening here. It might look a little bit rough, but it's going to get better and better each day and each week. So you'll have to check back with us or drive by the garden if you're in the neighborhood and check it out. This way. Also, we never have a lock on this garden, so you're always welcome to come in and stroll through the gardens, snack on a cherry tomato or so. Obviously, we don't want you to take all of our harvest because we grow vegetables here for the food bank, but you're welcome to come in and enjoy the space. So here we are. You can see we have a bunch of starts from our greenhouses that are ready to go into the ground. We have Lauren O'Laughlin over here. She's our Community Gardens coordinator, and she's going to be demonstrating the bed prep today.
Hi, we're working through our technical difficulties, but we have Mark back, and we were really enjoying that. And to just try to stay on track for our day and our schedule, we will be playing the Garden City Harvest video later on this afternoon. But welcome back, Mark. So glad to have you again. Let's go.
Get those jazzy vibes back. Bring it on, Mark.
racing against time, trying my best to find my way. Take the world in just one day. Going crazy all up my nose, getting in and out my clothes, fooling round with midnight goals. But that chapter of life closed. From the day you're born to the day you're in the prime. I've been racing against time, trying my best to find my way. Take the world in just one day. Going crazy all up my nose, getting in and out my clothes, fooling round with midnight goals. But that chapter of life closed. From the day you're born to the day you're in the prime. I've been racing against time, trying my best to find my way. Take the world in just one day. Going crazy all up my nose, getting in and out my clothes, fooling round with midnight goals. But that chapter of life closed. From the day you're born to the day you're
Thanks, Mark. That was amazing. I really, really enjoyed that. I'm hoping that maybe I could pick you up somewhere tomorrow morning while I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I think morning DJ sets are a really good idea for you, Mark. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah. So we, you know, Nikki and I talked about sort of how we threw all this together, and really it was a collective, creativity from our community. And one of the things that we have been talking about a lot is the fact that the small business community is also suffering right now, and they are also always been such an amazing supporter of the nonprofit community. And so we wanted to recognize the challenges that they're facing at this time and shine a light on some of those businesses to recognize their commitment to the nonprofit community and their generosity. And so we partnered with Blackstone Launchpad to talk to some of their clients and learn about how they're pivoting and what the impact of this has been. And so we have Inspired Classroom, which is really cool. They deliver content to classes all over the country. And so let's learn a little bit more about what they're doing and how they're working.
Inspired Classroom virtually connects organizations that have rich educational content centered around a specific subject with educators who seek authentic learning experiences. And then came COVID.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Hi everybody that's watching.
Because of Inspired Classroom, Montana organizations are continuing to offer education outreach. Shout out to the Clark Fork Coalition, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, the Missoula Art Museum, Big Sky Documentary Film Festival, and the MPG Ranch. We've even had some fun along the way, supporting teachers and parents across the country with resources, virtual check-ins, and fun events. And we're still driving kids crazy during this time as they build cognitive sweat with authentic learning experiences. Thank you to the Missoula community and Blackstone Launchpad.
That was great. Hi, Jack. Oh, okay. Sorry. We are now going to speak with Jack Lawson at the Clearwater Credit Union. And I'm really excited to talk to Jack this morning. These guys have been so generous and so supportive of Missoula Gives and really have made it possible to be where we are today. So, Jack.
Hi.
Hi.
You see me?
Okay? I do see you. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Thanks for having me on. How's the day going? How's the event going?
It's going great. We're really amazed and thrilled. I keep my phone here so I can look at numbers. We're at 438,000, which is more money than we have ever raised.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And we haven't. What time this evening are we charging toward?
7 o'clock is when we shut the doors. Yep. And so it's really amazing.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's great.
Yeah. We're so thankful for our generous community, and it's been really amazing, just all the contributions to this and all the content and all the generosity from performers and entertainers and everything. So have you gotten
right on. Mark was great. I jumped on just a couple minutes early to make sure the camera and mic was working, and he was dynamite.
Yeah, he was great. I could have listened to that a little while longer with some more coffee. Yeah. Well, so we invited you here today because Clearwater has just been such a great organization, but I'm also just really intrigued with some of the work that Clearwater is doing. And so in the last year, you guys have made some pretty big changes. You've changed your name from Missoula Federal Credit Union to Clearwater, and you've also expanded your service area. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. I think probably we have your hundreds of thousands or millions of viewers here probably do by now recognize us as Clearwater. This is about a year ago in June that we announced that we would be making a name change from Missoula Federal Credit Union to Clearwater Credit Union. We're in Missoula ever since 1956, when 8 policemen got organized together, started pooling savings and making loans to one another to start the credit union. And the name has served us incredibly well for those 63 years. We've grown and done across the decades, and actually really loved the name. We didn't leave the name because we were unhappy with it in any way, shape, or form. We weren't. Few people have had that question, which is a perfectly appropriate question when names change. But in our case, it was just growth, really, geographic expansion and growth that drove the consideration of a name change and a name change. So, when we were first organized in 1956, we served a few policemen, grew to some other city and then county employees, added in railroad workers, then became kind of a geographic charter to serve all of Missoula, and slowly but surely added geography. And so now we serve 7 western Montana counties: Missoula, Lake, Ravalli, Deer Lodge, Beaver Head, Granite, and Silverbow. And come to find out, the name Missoula, as great it has been for us, it doesn't play quite as well in Butte, in Hamilton, in Pablo, in Polson as it does in Missoula. So we finally made the hard decision to make a name change, and we took the decision in June and actually implemented in September, October of 2019. So we are now Clearwater Credit Union, but the same old credit union, same people, same strategy.
I'm good. So let's run
through this. So you mentioned a little bit of the origins of your start. Can you talk a little bit about what the difference between a bank and a credit union is?
Jerk, and they don't really want you to share that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Marcy, I should tell you, I hear voices over the top of us.
It's not going to work
the
way it originally anticipated. So what you have to do is
do you guys hear any voices?
That we send?
Hard to know if anybody else does. It could be just me in the background.
And put that onto.
He said he's hearing voices over us. I'm checking with my tech people.
I think they may have heard us because they've just gone silent. Okay, so at least on my end, it's all quiet now.
Okay.
I think you asked me about.
Oh, Nikki's mic was still on.
Hey, Nikki. I think you asked me about the differences between banks and credit unions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question, and we're often to be honest, we're often referred to as a bank or our bank or the bank or bankers, and many people don't know the difference. Banks and credit unions basically do the same thing. I mean, there are lots of different types of banks, but in our market, we're mostly served by really good community and regional banks, and we all do pretty similar things, right? We mobilize savings. We have a range of deposit accounts that people can feel comfortable and safe leaving their money in, primarily because we all enjoy a level of deposit insurance that is just about the same whether you're a bank or a credit union. We then mobilize, after mobilizing savings, we kind of transform savings into loans, right? So we sort of borrow from households and small businesses and nonprofits in the community, help them to manage their money, and then we turn that money back into loans into the community. That might be consumer loans, credit cards, cars, emergency consumption loans in crisis times, home loans, mortgages, small business loans, all types of lending back into the local economy. That's kind of the second function we have. And then the third is that we help people manage spend. And we do that by kind of marrying technology and accounting services. When you think about online banking, mobile banking, your checking account, your debit card, those are just ways that we sort of bring together our technology and accounting services and help you and all of our members manage spend day to day. All of the banks and credit unions in our community basically do those same things. We do so a little bit differently, and the difference comes in the kind of corporate structure of the organization. Banks are profit maximizing businesses whose investors tend to be outside shareholders, not necessarily the users of the products and services, but people who are sort of managing wealth, whether that be an individual family or smaller investors playing in the stock market and buying shares of Citibank or others. And they're looking for a financial return on their investment, right? Perfectly normal part of our capitalist economy. Credit unions are organized as not-for-profit corporations, right? And so we are owned exclusively by the people who use our products and services. So we have 51,000 members in Western Montana. They are our owners, right? They're the same people who kind of save with us, borrow from us, use our products and services. They're not exactly looking for a financial return on their investment of equity. They're looking for responsible, ethical treatment, fair pricing, and great personal service. So it's really just it's the ownership structure, outside versus inside shareholders that differentiates banks and credit unions.
Yeah. So that really leads me to the next question, right? Which is what I'm really interested in is sort of this idea and concept of value-based banking. And so I'm curious how I feel like there's always been an emphasis there when you were Missoula Federal Credit Union, but I think even more now as you've made this transition. Can you tell me what value-based banking is?
Yeah. No, I'm glad you recognize that there's always been an emphasis. In a sense, this is something that this credit union has been doing for a very long time, and that is, I apologize, Skype call's coming in. Let me shut that off. The credit union for many years has been recognized as a really good corporate citizen, right? In its volunteer efforts, in its philanthropy, in its treatment of people in the communities that it serves. So that's been with us for a long time, culturally and strategically. A couple of years ago, we embarked on kind of what I'll just call taking this deeper or to another level, and embarked on a strategy that we call values-based banking. And what that means for us is that we've got really clear about some core principles, organizational principles, that we sort of build our project work around, all of our internal metrics around, all of our strategic planning around. And we try to go deeper on each of these principles. They are one, that we are member-centered, member-owned. Right? That means that we are here first and foremost to serve our member owners, to build long-term relationships with them, to not seek short-term transactional profit victories, and to design products and services that really actually meet and help them solve their problems and take advantage of opportunities in their lives. That's one. Two is long-term sustainability. We recognize that our financial well-being is an incredibly important part of our commitment to members. We're here for the long term. We can't always protect against outside shocks. I mean, here we are in a public health crisis that has turned into an economic crisis and a very deep recession. And we have all along the way been understanding that these kinds of events can happen, and we need to build financial strength for the long haul. We want to be here for another, 75 plus years, not shorter than that. Third is a commitment to local economy. We work very hard to mobilize deposits, our funding streams from local people, local businesses, local nonprofits, and to return on the other side of our balance sheet, our asset side, that money back into the local economy. And we kind of measure both sides of the balance sheet in terms of our priorities being the households, the individuals, the small businesses, the nonprofits that make up our communities and our membership. Some of those things will sound pretty normal for most community banks. The next two are a little more radical, a little more out there. One is that this is sort of our fourth principle of values-based banking, is a commitment to social and environmental impact. We know we have to be even though we're a not-for-profit, we have to generate surplus. We have to be a profitably run business in order to be around for the long term. But generating profits isn't our sole priority. It is also ensuring that the resources, the balance sheet of the credit union is being put to work to make environmental, economic, and kind of community-wide social impacts, positive impacts. We know that all of our products and services don't do those things, but we're committed to measuring how much of it does and trying to increase that proportion of the resources and balance sheet every year. And then finally, fifth principle is transparency. We're trying to develop really open, really honest relationships with our coworkers and our members and the communities we serve. And so we go well beyond the kind of traditional or required regulatory reporting when it comes to talking about the work that we do, the impacts that we're having in the world. So those five principles are what make up kind of values-based banking for us.
Yeah. So how did your membership, you said you had these two sort of more radical things. How did your membership respond, and how do you sort of like convey that to your membership, and how do you convey that to your staff?
Yeah, and so another cool thing about credit unions is that we are governed by a board of directors that is elected by the membership and from within the membership. And in our case, they're all volunteers as well. Volunteers who, I have to say, carry a pretty heavy load in terms of fiduciary responsibility, time commitment, et cetera. But they are direct representatives of the membership, each elected into office for about 3 years, and then can renew after that. But essentially, as representatives of the membership, they help us to engage in strategic planning processes, which helped us to arrive at clarity around what this strategy of values-based banking means to us, how we're going to measure it, how we share the progress back with our membership. We have had, on the whole, overwhelming support for where we're headed, how we're growing, what we're doing as an organization. Some of our members will argue we're not going fast enough, far enough, making enough positive change in the world, too big for our britches, too traditional. And then we have a handful of members who will also argue, stick to the basics, right? Price, convenience. And we get that. Those are really, really important things to our membership. So we do need to strike a balance. On the whole, we have had great success in terms of growing, putting in a good, strong financial performance, and most importantly, I think starting to deliver the kinds of impacts that we want to deliver. In terms of internally, this is a great motivator for coworkers. We are only as good as the talent that we recruit and that we retain. And it won't come as any surprise to you that really good, really smart, really hardworking people like working in organizations that have some social purpose, right? And so that's been a real win for us. I think we've got an unbelievably talented team that is also unbelievably motivated to live the strategy, live the values.
Yeah, and so talk to me. I mean, so you guys also, I know, do a matching program for your, because this is Missoula Gives, and we're talking about philanthropy and generosity,
Yeah.
and Missoulians have been so generous, and I know Clearwater has made some choices to, give throughout this day based on some of your values, but you also encourage your staff to do that. And can you talk a little bit about how you set up that system?
Yeah, I mean, so the credit union's been a small scale community philanthropist for a long time. We're a financial institution first and foremost, not a foundation, but we do a reasonable amount of local giving. Our target as an organization is 5% of net income on a given year. And we've been able to hit that for a bunch of years running, and I'm sure we will again this year. A part of that is things like today, Missoula Gives. We have the way we organize it is we have sort of kind of three levels throughout the organization. There is a team of coworkers that takes requests continually through kind of a website portal. And those are the smaller end requests. I'll call them everything under $500 that come from not-for-profit organizations all over our field of membership. And they decision those every single week. And so every single week they're making some commitments in kind of those dollar value ranges. Larger requests tend to come through management channels, not-for-profit executive directors to me or others in an executive team or to our board of directors, which we put into a decision-making process. And then we also, as you were referring to, do employee matching. So we encourage quite a bit of volunteer work among our employees. Our employees are they're paid 3 days per year to go and do volunteer services, and we run a bunch of tracking and internal recognition and some internal competition around volunteer work. But we also match employee giving up to certain levels, including right into our board of directors. So we do all of those things, and all of that sums toward, I will say in the last couple of years, we've hovered right around $300,000 a year in annual giving, which is about 5% of our net income. And we really target kind of three buckets. One is protecting environment, 2 is empowering people, and 3 is building inclusive economies. When we're giving or doing volunteer work, we think about it in those 3 buckets of impact.
Yeah, it's been really great to see that, and I think that employees that are engaged in their community or provide better services in general to their community, and so it's great to have that knowledge there and have them curious about what's going on. Do you have anything else? We do need to wrap up.
Okay.
We have a little short video from Climate Smart coming up, but do you have anything you want to add or
Yeah, I mean, I'll just close quickly by saying thank you to you, Nikki, and everybody working on the event. Early congratulations. I know you're not done, but those numbers are really awesome. Huge thanks, I think, to the entire not-for-profit community here in Missoula and beyond. Good times and bad times. These organizations help define quality of life here in our communities, and they just do an amazing job. So thank you for all the work you're doing, and right on through the entire network.
Well, I am just being what do you call it when you I'm an amplifier for all the work that they're doing out in the community. So I feel lucky to be in this spot, and thank your staff has been amazing. We've gotten to do some really great things with them and engage them in this process, and they've really helped a lot with Missoula Gives. So thank you for your donations and your staff time and just your commitment to the community.
Yep, keep up the good work, and thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Jack.
Bye.
The staff at Climate Smart Missoula is making a little film for Missoula Gives.
I'm Caroline Lauer with Climate Smart Missoula, and I work on climate change because when I was a kid studying history, I was captivated by how normal people could come together and be a part of something bigger than themselves. I didn't know what it would look like when I grew up, but I knew I wanted to be part of something. And at Climate Smart, that's what we do. We bring people together and provide them a pathway to advocate and create big structural change. And now, more than ever, when people are fighting to breathe because of coronavirus, it's important that we come together and make sure we have healthy air and a healthy planet so we can breathe easy now and into the future.
My name is Abby Huseth, and I'm the Outreach Director with Climate Smart Missoula, and I feel a calling to work on climate change, and I enjoy working with Climate Smart Missoula because what we do is really get our community engaged. And now more than ever, we're seeing how thinking about inclusive climate solutions at the community level are really what are going to drive big changes we need to see forward. And I'm really excited to think about how we can do that creatively in this time when we're dealing with another crisis, and thinking about how to come together as a community and continue to support one another and continue to make the changes we need to see for the future of our planet.
That's excellent, Abby. And Abby, what else do you do to shrink your carbon footprint?
Oh, well, one exciting thing we did last year was we went solar, and so I highly recommend, if that's an option for you, checking it out. We've got lots of resources on our website about how to reduce your carbon footprint, but particularly about going solar, and that's a great solution that works really well in Missoula and in Montana.
That's awesome. So Abby's been super great at inspiring a lot of people to shrink their carbon footprint and build a more resilient Missoula.
Thanks, Amy.
Hi, I'm Allie Kane. I serve as an Energy Corps member with Climate Smart Missoula, implementing local climate solutions. In the global fight against climate change, local, sustainable climate solutions that are based on our own vulnerabilities are so important.
I'm Amy Solenberg, and I'm the director at Climate Smart Missoula. And we started Climate Smart about 5 years ago. And our mission is just to act on climate, to find climate solutions. Never did we think that we would be in a place where there's another crisis, actually bigger than the climate crisis right now. But both matter. We know in these times of COVID, it is a crisis that's helping to illuminate just how unequal our world is, and our communities and our states and our country. And that health of our world is so important right now. We are all trying to figure out how we're a part of that, how we build community, how we help people get through this time of significant health crisis. The climate crisis is right there, intersecting with that. A lot of what keeps me up at night right now is thinking about COVID, respiratory illness, and the potential that we could have hot and smoky summers again from wildfires like we had a few years ago. How can we think about keeping people healthy in these crazy times and then add climate to that? Makes me really worry about our future, and especially how we're going to even get through the summer. But then I look around and I see all these great people who I can't really see very close. I can't hug them, I can't touch them, but I know that I have these great coworkers, and I know there's this really strong community out there that's helping to figure out how we do this and how we do this well. The outpouring of community, individuals in our community trying to make things better for people at this time is just so incredible. It's amazing what we can do together, and we are all in this together. So Climate Smart's role, yes, we are going to figure out how to have people get more solar and get off fossil fuels and drive our cars around a whole lot less and do all the things we need to do to bend the curve of downward emissions, to actually get to zero carbon emissions over time, and we are still completely committed to that. We know around the world we're seeing cleaner skies. Our job is going to be to work with our community and our state and our country and the world to figure out how we grow from that and take that opportunity to build a healthier world. But right now we're thinking in the summer, what can we do? What is most urgent for our community that Climate Smart can play a unique role given who we are and what we've started. And we have some ideas on this Missoula Gives Day that we hope folks out there have the means to be willing to help support.
So Amy.
Yes, Abby.
I have a question for you. As you've mentioned, what are some ways that these two challenges intersect, and how is the coronavirus impacting how we're thinking about our work going forward? And what does that look like, and how can people get involved?
Right, that's a good question, Abby. So we know and we have learned, we got through the challenges of 2017 with really extreme wildfire smoke, which is, as we're learning over these last few years, is even more harmful to our health than we understood at that time, right?
Yeah.
So what we started to do is figure out how could we get HEPA portable air cleaners to people that are most vulnerable so they could have clean indoor air. That is going to become so important this year if we get wildfire smoke. So we have to prepare now.
Yep.
So because we can't actually tell people, hey, go to the movie theater where they have air conditioning and clean air, or even go to the public library, because, well, maybe we can, but maybe we can't. We don't know what we're going to be able to do with those spaces, those public spaces.
Yeah.
But the more homes that are weatherized, or the more homes that just have clean indoor air, let's stick to that for in this short time that we have, they could get one of these HEPA air filters. So if we get a lot of donations to Climate Smart, we're going to put some of that in a cache so we can build that. We have some right now, but we could use more so that we can give them to people that need them. We can help people out in our community understand what they could get for themselves if they have the means. So funding for Climate Smart on Missoula Gives will support that program and our abilities to get HEPA air filters out to folks that need it. And we have something else this summer we're going to try. We've been working with a retired engineer, Tom Jabbins, who's doing all these tests to say, well, these are nice if you got about $120 or so.
Right.
And,
not everybody does. Yeah.
Not everybody does. And what if we could take a box fan? So, think about this as a box fan, because we didn't have props here today, but let's pretend this is a window box fan, right? And what if you connected a filter to that? So you gotta just grab something like this, and you put it with a fan, and you put them together, and you turn the fan on, and the air blows through the filter, and you just put it in your house. So people have been doing this, and it's just like it's just a filter and a fan, not like this.
DIY portable air cleaner.
Do DIY, and the cool thing is we've been afraid to tell people to do it, because what if by putting a filter in front of the fan, you actually overheat the fan, and it could be a safety risk? And what if they don't really work that well? Well, our friend Tom has been studying this, and he actually did a bunch of tests in his basement, super detailed. He's an engineer. He went to the tilt, like engineers can do, and collected a lot of data. And sure enough, finding that they are safe. New fans don't overheat. We can put filters in front of them, and they work. Cool. So what if we had, funding from folks? Maybe you're out there could donate $40 to Missoula. We could have a filter and a fan combo, and we could have it ready to go, and we could give it to people that need it.
That seems like a good deal.
That seems like it could be really good, right? So that's our charge. We need to get people together now in May to figure out how can we serve the most people with clean indoor air, given wildfire smoke, the potential for it this summer, and given COVID.
Yeah.
And there are lots of other ways that we can work with public spaces, assisted living centers, places where a lot of people live, to make sure they have the best air they can. It seems like a really narrow niche, but it's where we started. It's at the foundation of Climate Smart. We started thinking, how can we be smarter in summer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Given climate change, where we know that it's going to get hotter and we have a higher risk of wildfires and wildfire smoke. So it has been our niche. It's part of our whole Climate Ready Missoula action plan that we've been developing. So Climate Ready Missoula with Missoula County and the city of Missoula and a whole lot of input from our community. We've developed this plan. It's final, it's done. It's going to be finally adopted in about 2 weeks here, and with the Board of County Commissioners and City Council. And some of the really high priority strategies right there are dealing with wildfire smoke in summer. So we're going to put all those things together, and I think that's really important for Climate Smart Missoula to continue to be part of that. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that it's just one example of how to be creative and use the resources, the people power, and what we have right here in our community to help figure out how to solve some of these challenges. And climate change looks so different in different places, and that's one of the cool things we get to do is say what do we have right here in Missoula, what are our challenges, and how are the ways that we can solve those. So this is just one example of that. The Climate Ready Missoula has so many more examples of that kind of community creative thinking and offering real solutions that will make a difference to the lives of a lot of people.
Yeah. What if we took this, but we're here today to tell you about a little Climate Smart Missoula. Hopefully you knew all of that. You can go to missoulaclimate.org to learn more. But I think that's a great segue into this really short animated film that was put together about Climate Ready Missoula. Because if you're climate ready, you're improving people's health, it means we're better able to deal with other crises like COVID and do it together.
We talk a lot about resiliency, but it's sometimes hard to picture what that means, and I think this little film does a great job of showing that.
I agree.
Our climate is changing. Our summers are getting hotter, drier, and smokier. Our winters warmer. We're facing longer wildfire seasons and more flooding in the future. And with greater variability, the typical year may be a thing of the past. It's time to prepare. Climate Ready Missoula, an effort led by Climate Smart Missoula, Missoula County, and the city, aims to do just that. Our goal is a resilient Missoula, one that's prepared for change and can bounce back from disruption. And that's a more equitable place where no one is left behind. That means considering where and how we build, shifting development away from high wildfire and flood risk, and making sure our buildings are efficient and provide cool, clean air during hot, smoky summers. Climate considerations will affect most decisions, like how we grow and distribute food, diversify our tourism industry, build roads, and manage stormwater. Our open lands and natural ecosystems will need to be protected, connected, and managed for resiliency. Climate change is daunting and it will affect everyone differently. But if we work together and look out for each other, we can create a more resilient Missoula for all. Learn more at climatereadymissoula.org.
Thanks for supporting us during Missoula Gives 2020. And support a lot of local organizations during this day of giving. Yay, Missoula! Yay, Missoula!
Hello. Uh-oh.
Hey. Hello.
How is everyone this morning?
Fine.
I have somebody who's giving me feedback.
Well, I'm not sure I can talk and mute at the same time, but maybe that's the way to go.
I'm secure in the bunker, so.
I don't know what that is. Is it me? Maybe not.
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. Can you guys maybe turn your volumes down a little bit?
Mine's at less than half. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Susan.
Okay.
Josh, are you there?
Yep. How's that work?
Yep. We're live.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know you guys are so busy, so I really appreciate your time. So one of the things that has been amazing to me in the past month is really the coordination that's happened between government, both city and county, but also the nonprofit community in response to the crisis that we're in right now. And so I was hoping that we could talk about that a little bit today. Josh, would you mind sharing with us? Maybe I should introduce you all in case people don't know your beautiful faces. So I have with me Susan Haypatrick from the United Way, and I have Mayor John Engen and County Commissioner Josh Slotnick. We're really happy to have them here today, but we're going to talk a little bit about sort of the collaboration between the nonprofit community and government that's been happening in response to this crisis. So, Josh, could you talk to me a little bit about the Office of Emergency Management and
Sure.
Its role?
Yeah, so from the county side, the Office of Emergency Management is central to our entire response to this pandemic. The folks at OEM are the people who are getting after procuring PPE or creating a centralized hub for communication, coordinating a response throughout the community, working with our hospitals, interacting with state and federal partners. And in terms of nonprofits, the Office of Emergency Management holds underneath it the COAD, which is Community Organizations Active in Disaster. So there's a set of nonprofits divided into specific task forces like childcare or economic recovery or food security. And those nonprofits are really the boots on the ground. And through them, we get to understand what are the needs are and how we best can attend to those needs. So the Office of Emergency Management is like the hub that reaches out, spokes in a wheel, they're the hub of that wheel.
Yeah. It's really amazing because I guess I mean, there's been small disasters that I've been in, like probably living in Missoula for, but I can think of like the chlorine gas spill or wildfires. But yesterday or last week, I was reading on the website, the county's website, that most of the disasters and emergencies that have occurred in Missoula County are either floods, fires, or hazardous materials. And so we really haven't experienced anything like this before. And so it's, I imagine, a very different response. John, can you talk a little bit about how this is different from other responses, and can you specifically talk about some of the roles that the nonprofits may have had to step up to in this case?
Sure. Thanks, Marcy, and good morning. So in my experience, this is, we hear the words, we hear the term unprecedented a lot, and this is unprecedented. And the level of collaboration and cooperation and the degree to which it happened incredibly quickly, the capacity for community leaders to push egos out of the way, step outside of turf, hop out of silos, all of those cliches has been remarkable. We've been meeting first twice a day, and then almost daily as a community leadership team, comparing notes, solving problems, etc. And the nonprofit community has been at the table all along, really from day one. Susan taking the lead at United Way and her many relationships there. United Way is, has always been a catalyst for positive change in the community, and I think under these circumstances, once again demonstrated its ability to convene and galvanize, as well as provide inspiration and operational capacity to get stuff done. This is when we do the post-mortem on this, I think there are a lot of lessons that will be learned. But I'm surprised at the number of silver linings associated with this crisis as well. And one of them is clearly the capacity for nonprofits in abnormal times to do extraordinary work.
Yeah, I've been on the general sort of reporting calls weekly with the COAD team, and it's really amazing, the coordination that's happening on the government side and pulling all those people together, and just the individual committees and the work they're doing. So, Susan, your organization has been busy, to say the least.
We have. I don't know how I ever found time to actually go to the office, because I think I've been busier in isolation than.
I know. Well, maybe that's the whole. It was like a 2-for-1, right? You got, they were like, okay, we need to isolate everybody so they can actually get this work done. I have been so impressed with United Way. You guys have distributed over $300,000, collected and distributed to gig workers, nonprofits, to help them survive this crisis, and those people that have lost their jobs. And I think, do you have another round going out right now?
We just reopened our application fund this morning for a third round of distribution. We have about $100,000 available for service and gig economy workers. We work with Human Resource Council and the 211 information and referral line. So there you could go to MissoulaUnitedWay.org and click on our COVID-19 emergency assistance application. It's a short, low barrier application for folks to provide some documentation that their employment status has been affected by COVID-19, and one-time grants of up to $400 per person, with most people getting the full $400.
That's great. But you've also taken on some unusual roles, like mask collector.
We have distributed hundreds of handmade masks, and I think the demand, as Missoula gradually reopens, the demand is going to increase. But home seamstresses and seamsters, I don't know what they're supposed to be called, sewers. You spell sewer, you spell it the same as sewer, so I'm looking for the right terminology. But people have donated, and we have distributed hundreds of masks. And Habitat for Humanity, another great local nonprofit, built us a secure bin because masks are kind of a valuable commodity. And,
interesting.
There's a secure bin on our front porch at 412 West Alder. And I've lost track, but my colleague Eric has been distributing masks. We have them laundered for free at Missoula Textiles. That's and amazing. Then we give them out to frontline organizations, Missoula County Public Schools for their food service workers, nursing homes, hospitals, anybody, line drivers. So if you're out there and you have the talent to sew masks, which is not a talent I possess, by the way, please make them and donate them. We will get them where they're most needed.
I was going to make some comment that we were probably making, since I don't really sew either, ours out of like our undergarments.
Right. Yeah. I've seen some YouTube videos about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the mayor's code book that you don't actually wear underwear as personal protective devices.
So Susan, the other thing that you guys have been doing, which is a really interesting thing in this time of social distancing, is you guys manage Volunteer Missoula. And so there's a lot of needs out there, but also a lot of complexity in delivering those volunteers.
Yeah, so volunteermissoula.org links organizations that have volunteer needs with people who want to volunteer, whether it's during a crisis or during normal times. And it's part of our Missoula Nonprofit Center, which is a membership organization of about 100 very diverse Missoula area nonprofits that are linked together for training and networking and information sharing opportunities. So we have, through Volunteer Missoula, people who are able to volunteer. For example, at Missoula Aging Services, a lot of their drivers are elderly themselves and therefore at high risk for coronavirus. So they lost a lot of their volunteers, and a lot of people stepped up through Volunteer Missoula who are younger and healthier and to become Meals on Wheels drivers. There have been some other wonderful matches that have been made through that site. I would say well over 50, and probably a lot more since I last checked, but it's a great community resource in good times and bad.
Yeah, so, and then the one thing that I thought was unique about this situation that I imagine isn't a part of other crises like wildfires or floods, or is sort of the involvement of the childcare industry.
Right, that is, of all the things John talked about when we do the postmortem, the things that we knew were problems and inequities in our community have come into much sharper relief during this period. And childcare is one of those things. Healthcare and frontline workers need to go to work. We don't want them to not go to work because they lack childcare, but childcare facilities have to be safe and open, and parents are incurring increased expenses because they're paying to save a space for their child in a closed child care facility while also paying during the pandemic, and some of them are paying for childcare for their school-age kids because school's not in session. So it's, as you know, I think Grace Decker, who coordinates our 0 to 5 Missoula collaboration, is chairing the emergency childcare task force. It's kind of a work in progress.
Grace and I got to jointly present to the Kiwanis Club the other day. Oh, I presented on we didn't jointly present anything. I presented my stuff, she did her stuff, but she's just amazing.
You were together.
Yeah, we were together and presenting. So, you know, one of the things that I am really, Nikki's scrolling my questions for you. I needed to go, Nikki, yeah. So as I think about this, like this is sort of unprecedented collaboration. I mean, we have the childcare industry. I mean, other people that have been on the COAD calls, Susan, you talked about aging services and, their needs. We also have a ton of mental health needs. Rosie Ayers is talking with us later, along with Aaron Brock and Cindy Weiss from the YWCA. But, there's this, I guess in some ways it's this amazing opportunity for us to it's brought these things into sharp focus for us, and this amazing opportunity for us to figure out how we move forward. And so maybe Josh, as we reemerge from isolation, how do you see because recovery is one of the roles of the Office of Emergency Management and that COAD team, what do you think that looks like for us?
Well, I think there's a parallel here between people and organizations. And, if you go through a fairly intense thing with a person afterwards, you're closer, right? And I think we're going to see that same paradigm happen with a whole bunch of organizations that otherwise are just sort of aware of each other, but that's it. We're going to see a whole lot more cooperation and collaboration because we just went through this thing together, and we've seen such good results from behaving in kind of a new way. So that's what I'm expecting that.
Yeah. John, what are your thoughts?
John, talk about your COVID-19 recovery or reopening task force.
You're asking me to do that? Yes, thanks. Okay, so out of our...
I'm scripting Josh, Marcy. Nikki's scripting you, I'm scripting Josh.
Are you scripting me or the mayor?
No, both of you.
I'm happy to talk about it. So we have a group of organizations and people from government that are actively right now meeting multiple times a week on reopening and what does that look like? And we're really focused in a couple directions. One of them is creating the protocols so that businesses know what to do when they open and organizations know what to do when they open. It's one thing to say, okay, you're open now. A whole other thing to open in this new world and do it in such a way that allows people to feel safer when they're going to those places. And this group's actively meeting a couple times a week. Donna Gockler and Linda McCarthy are chairing this organization or this conglomeration of people. And I feel like we've made some good headway towards coming up with those protocols and working on how do we instill a sense of confidence in the populace out there when they go to these places that are legally open.
Yeah,
so this is actively happening right now.
Missoula Economic Partnership had the presentation from The Economist, and one of the most intriguing things that sort of I hadn't really thought about was sort of the idea of risk and how does the population view risk, and even if we reopen, will they go, right? And so I think that's great that you guys are working on all that and ensuring that the businesses have the information they need to be safe and create confidence in our community.
Yeah, you're hitting on risk is exactly the right word. I mean, we're going to create a situation where businesses and organizations can demonstrate that they are doing all that they can to mitigate risk.
Yeah. Nikki, can you plug into the feed the top 10 into the chat? Oh, these guys have to do it actually. Will you plug the leaderboard into the chat, the top 10?
Hey, Marcy.
Yeah.
Can I just say one more thing? I'm on a statewide task force for the Montana Nonprofit Association, sort of distilling experiences from nonprofits all over the state and then making recommendations to DPHHS and other policymaker departments. And no other county is collaborating the way that Missoula County is. There's not a single comparative effort in any other county in our state. And it really, we had strong collaborations in the good times, so we're even stronger in the tough times, but it really, we are so fortunate to live in Missoula and have leaders, elected leaders, reach out to all sectors to help us get through things like this. So I'm the envy of those task force calls every week.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been really impressed with Missoula as a whole and our collective community. And part of the reason that we chose to move forward is, that we believe that our community wants to support their neighbors and friends as we move forward. And I think we are seeing that today with Missoula Gives. We are at, we have surpassed our goal that we've ever raised. I'm going to check on my phone here.
That's so exciting.
Is it
Where are we at?
Marcy?
We're at $475,000 raised.
Wow.
The most we've ever raised is 420, and we still are going to be, our doors are open till 7, so people can go to MissoulaGives.org and give $5, $500, $1,000. There's 138 nonprofits that are participating. We've had over 2,000 individual donors give to this campaign. That's really amazing. And so I was sort of hoping, I just want to say thank you guys for all the work that you're doing right now in our community, because it's, collectively, it's what builds the vibrancy and resiliency of our community. But I was kind of hoping that John could end our call, because we also have a leaderboard that, so these are the top fundraisers. And I don't know, can you see your chat, John?
I can, yeah, thank you.
Okay, and so I think they've done it in reverse. You can see the numbers there, but maybe you could do a little, in your best auctioneer voice, countdown from number 10 to number 1.
Well, sure. So in terms of fundraising today, as of this very moment, according to this brand new technology to me, At number 10 for fundraising is the Missoula YWCA, a fantastic organization providing great service to our community. At number 9, Boys and Girls Club, also a great organization. At number 8, Youth Homes, or as they say in Butte, Ute Homes. At number 7, Partners Home Foundation. Number 6, Home Resource. Number 5, MCT, Missoula Children's Theater.
Wow.
At number 4, Missoula Butterfly House. At number 3, MTB Missoula. At number 2, the Pavarello Center, providing fantastic service to our community. And at number 1, our friends at the Missoula Food Bank, and again, an essential service. Nice work, and thank you all for your generosity. One thing that I will add is that as a function of this community experience, one of the lessons we've learned, and one that I hope to perpetuate, is what I call acceleration. We have made decisions at the City of Missoula in terms of our operations. We've made community decisions around the way we engage. We've done stuff that would take us 5 years of thinking, processing, and hand-wringing in a matter of weeks. And I think one of our expectations moving forward is that we can move more quickly to address some of these seemingly intractable challenges in our community, and we've demonstrated that we can do that. So I hope that we can sort of keep and maintain that momentum.
Amen.
Yes.
I'm going to amen to that too. Well, absolutely.
Yes, I agree. I think that we've seen that from the nonprofit. I mean, 2 weeks ago, this was just a dream. And we've put together streaming and entertainment, and nonprofits have delivered videos and stories about the work they're doing. And it's really been like just inspiring, an inspiring thing to see that these people all can do this work, and they're sharing their stories and sharing it out there with the community and creating connections. So
Thanks for making it happen. You and Nikki have
well done.
slept it all, but thank you.
Yeah. Well, I think we're having fun. This is our first time as TV host.
You're doing a great job.
But yeah,
you look a little like between two succulents. That's what
well,
you
it
got
was
going.
between two
and
ferns.
you look like you're in a tiki bar too, with that screen in the background.
Yeah,
we might have.
It looks
We
like
might
somebody
have some.
might go back there and change their clothes.
We might have some psychedelic background later on in the day, maybe at like after 5. So stay tuned.
Well, Marcy, we appreciate you taking time out of
Yeah.
your vacation in Bali to
You're welcome.
Enjoy the
Anytime.
cattle puppets this evening on the beach.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for all your work, and I hope you all stay healthy, and make sure you're sharing Missoula Gives streaming live and Missoula Gives page, and give to your favorite nonprofits.
Yeah. Well done, Marcy.
All right. Thank you guys. Bye.
All right.
Hi, I'm Lizzie with Turning the Wheel Missoula, and I'm going to offer you a single song dance party today. I woke up feeling really sad and kind of hopeless, and so I'm going to play a song, and hopefully it will help me move out of this place, and hopefully it'll give you all something beautiful experience as well. So stand up as I put the music on. And let's just start by finding a place where we can ground into our feet. Just feeling our connection with the ground. Swaying back and forth for a few moments, just to plug ourselves deep into the earth. No matter what is going on in our lives, the earth and our connection to it is always here. And I'm going to just circle a little bit, playing with the balance of my 2 feet. I'm on my toes, coming way to the front of my feet and coming to the back, and playing with being off balance. And now just swaying back and forth a little bit in my hips, in my spine. Nice and slow, kind of gradually waking my body up. Letting my shoulders roll back a little bit. And rolling forward. Letting my neck stretch. Making big circles with my head. Big circles with my hips. And the other way. Circling my wrists. And the other way. Bringing my arms up and down as I breathe out. Breathing in. time. Just playing with how fluidly our bodies can move. We're 96% water, I think, or fluid. I feel a little better, and I hope the same for you. Whatever feelings we have, just keep them moving through our bodies and knowing that they'll pass. And then the next feeling will come. Be well.
Hey y'all, welcome. We've made it to Missoula Gives. Hoorah! I'm welcoming you from the beautiful Montana. Just kidding. I'm at the beach right now, but I wish I was in the mountains because that's really where I call home. Thanks to a little time travel, I am now at the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula. My name is Stony Samso. I'm the Director of Western Montana Creative Initiatives and our program, Open Air. Now, let's head on over to the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula and have a little chat with our artists who are going to be in residence there during the summer of 2020. Welcome. Hi guys, welcome.
Great to be here.
Nice to see you all. Courtney, is your mic on? I just want to make sure.
Yes, I think so. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Excellent. Okay. Thanks for joining on this beautiful day today. So we're here with the artist in residence for the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula in 2020, as well as the curator of collections, Ted Hughes. I'll have Ted start us off and share a little bit about the history of the fort, and we'll start there.
Okay, well, Fort Missoula's had a pretty interesting history considering we're kind of out here in the Northern Rockies. It was established in the 1870s during the wars that were going on with the Native American peoples. But there was also a sort of economic development aspect to it, that the local town fathers knew that a fort would bring some economic stability to the area. Stony, I don't want to go into too much detail about it and keep things moving along.
That sounds great.
So there was all that stuff in the 1870s, and when that started settling down, one of the cool things that happened was we had the 25th Infantry stationed here, and starting in the late 1880s and the 1890s, and they were a Buffalo Soldier brigade, and they formed what was called the Bicycle Corps, where these poor guys had to experiment with using bicycles to go around everywhere rather than horses. And that was pretty tough. Didn't work out. They decided to stick with horses, but and then they were mobilized for the Spanish-American War, and they marched out of Missoula, and we never saw them again. And then the fort kind of looked around for a mission. In 1908, Congress apportioned all this money to kind of spruce up military bases around the country. So we call that the $1 Million Fort era. And if you go out there now, there's these beautiful Spanish-style officers' quarters and the post hospital, and et cetera. They were all built during that time. In World War I, they became a training center and a recruitment center, and then just more training in the 20s, and then the Depression hit, and they became the regional headquarters for the Civilian Conservation Corps during the WPA era. And then World War II hit, and then it became the alien detention centers. So immediately after Pearl Harbor, the FBI started rounding up Japanese nationals that had been living in the country since the turn of the century but weren't allowed by law to become citizens. But the FBI had all these lists of sort of Japanese leaders within the community, arrested them, brought them to Fort Missoula, which was called the Alien Detention Center. It was run by the Border Patrol. And they had loyalty hearings there. In the courtroom in T1, where your guys' studios will be, building T1, it's the old admin building. We had the courtroom restored a few years ago. So about 1,000 of these Japanese men were brought through the camp. They had the loyalty hearings, and then most of them were sent on to be with their families who were being held at the War Relocation Authority camps. Or some were shipped back to Japan. They found some guys that had actually snuck into the country. It's a long story, complex story. But there's also about 1,200 Italians held here too, who were captured in American ports. They were working on ships or cruise ships, or they were working at the World's Fair in New York. And it was before we entered the war, but the Americans locked down their ships in the ports. And then when their visas expired, they said, hey, your visa's expired, you're under arrest. And to keep them out of the war that was going on with the British at the time before we entered. So we had about 1,200 of those guys brought here too. And they were held here pretty much until Italy threw in the towel and they were released. And then we were a correctional facility starting in 1945 and 46 for these really sort of shady, bad Army characters that couldn't behave, so they were brought here. And they were not very nice guys. And then the fort was decommissioned in 47, and we mostly had like National Guard and reservists out here. Then in 1975, it became the historical museum at Fort Missoula, which we have today. So that's the brief rundown.
Impressive. Thanks, Ted. That's wonderful. And maybe briefly, would you share a bit about your role there at the museum?
So I'm the curator of collections. So I put together exhibits. We have 3 rotating exhibit spaces, and I help keep an eye on the outbuildings and make sure they're being taken care of. And then I'm also sort of the registrar too at the same time. So I process incoming donations of artifacts, and we collect artifacts that have to do with the Missoula County's history. We have about 45,000 of them now. Everything you can imagine, because it's history.
Yeah.
So we've got railroad spikes all the way up to one of the original trolleys that used to run in Missoula, and clothing, quilts, just everything you can imagine.
Awesome.
Which you guys will love.
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Ted. And so maybe actually we'll use that as a chance to jump in and hear from Courtney, Carrie, and Kathy. Courtney, do you want to start us off? Maybe introduce yourself, share a little bit about the work that you do, and what you might be interested in getting into at the fort.
Okay. Hi, I'm Courtney Blazon, and I'm an artist and illustrator in Missoula. And I am interested in the historical museum because most of my work is pretty researched and based on real people or real events. And I'd like I haven't done anything specifically about Missoula, but I've been here for about 15 years, so I'd like to do something related to the town that I've sort of fallen in love with. And a lot of my work is based around themes of women's lives and in historically what their lives have been like. And I'm interested in exploring the brothels that were in Missoula in the early 1900s. And I found out about this particular street in Missoula that was called the Badlands, which was a row of brothels run by a woman named Mary Geim. And so I was hoping that I could find out more about her life, or at least, if not her in particular, maybe what it would have been like for her. I'm assuming it was quite a rough trade to be in, but there's something powerful about the idea that she ran all these brothels that I'd like to explore. Should I share some of my images, or?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, so here we go, share screen. Okay, so share. Okay, can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so piece about Sylvia Plath, and I use biographical details about her life plus her actual work to create kind of a surreal sort of fantasy world that embodies sort of what I kind of take from her, and as it's filtered through my own interests. This is a piece about Mary McLean, who's another not super well-known Montanan, but she was a Butte writer who wrote a memoir in 1902 called I Await the Devil's Coming. So I was thinking something along these lines of creating a biographical body of work about this sort of street in Missoula called the Badlands, to me would be really cool. This is the piece about the, what?
I just think that's so cool.
This is a piece that I did about the Donner Party. So if you see the elephant in the bottom right corner, I used that, and you can see the tie on it. It traces the entire journey of the Donner Party to their eventual home in the top right that was in California. So I traced their journey. I like that kind of taking a journey, a historical journey, but like using the people's objects and pretty traditional, really focusing on the historical details to tell a sort of fantastical story that's also real. So something like this is another kind of what I call a geographical portrait that traces an event that happened in India and then it goes across the world to America. And the following piece, which is not that one. Oh, that one. Okay, sorry. Sorry. This one starts in America on the left and goes back to India. So I'm hoping that I can do something that combines my love of surrealism with actual events and sort of recreating this idea of this Badlands in Missoula. So that's sort of what I'm interested in figuring out, and maybe it'll take me somewhere else, but I'm open to that as well.
Great.
So.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Courtney.
Sure.
Carrie, maybe would you share about your work and interests at the fort?
Sure. I'm Carrie Richet, and I'm fairly new to Missoula. I moved here about a little less than 2 years ago. And I was living in Jackson, Wyoming previously, and loved the West and a lot of places and outside exteriors play a big part in my work. I'm a dancer and a filmmaker, and I like to explore like kind of the surreal world, sort of like Courtney was talking about. And similarly to Courtney as well, I always try to anchor myself in a story or a piece of writing or history it must be my anthropology background, but I am really psyched to go into the archives and maybe find some still images or photography, and to maybe play with recreating those and recreating the sites that they're on, and then maybe having them sort of come alive. I work pretty improvisationally with a bunch of different dancers and non-dancers. I do have sort of a crew in Wyoming that could come out if they fit the right bill, but I also would be really interested in working with some Missoulan people. Since I'm new to town, part of the thing that really drew me to this project is just to soak up and learn more about its history and what happened here. So that is, I think, the main attraction. And then I do have a little clip of something I played with and shot at Moon Randolph last year. So you can kind of see it's sort of modern dancey, contemporary, surreal. I like to use color and a lot of whimsy, and all of my little tiny short films usually follow a character or a story. And I will just play you a little clip here. Maybe I'll stop it there just to, you can, if you want to look at more of my work, you can go to holedancefilms.com, HOLE dance films. And I guess another thing I should say is that that piece is sort of, I jumped off the whole idea of how bees move their hives, and they take one hive and the queen bee sort of leaves that and goes and uses all her sensory to sort of find the new hive for her group of bees. And I do like to joke that I'm this kind of surreal artsy dance filmmaker, but my day job is running the Wildlife Film Festival here for the Roxy, and I think that it, like, the wildlife film seeps into me. So that's a good example of that, and I'm just really excited. I'm really open and I'm really new, and so I'm just excited to get to know Missoula better.
Great. Thank you, Carrie. Thanks for sharing. And then how about you, Kathy? Would you like to share a bit about yourself and your work and interest?
Sure. Well, yeah, I've been, I don't know, for the past 5 or so, maybe 6 years, I've been doing a series of, I always work in series of things, and they go on for kind of a while till I get bored of them. And so I've been doing these paintings of things I put on stage, sort of curtain paintings. And that show was at the Jackson Hole Center for the Arts, and then at the MAM, and it's going to be going to the Holter, Paris Gibson Square, and the great, what's the other one? Oh, Bozeman, the Emerson. And that tour starts in September of this year, hopefully. Anyway, so on these curtains, they tend to be things that are going on, you know, in the world, and kind of how I choose to interpret them. And oftentimes I end up with sort of this subset of things, sort of an assignment of things that interest me, like Bears ears and decommissioning some of the national parks and carving out areas for oil and gas and commercial use. And so one of those groups that's a subset of the screen paintings was on Bears Ears and a Grand Staircase Escalante, and some of the a couple of other national park or national monuments that were decommissioned. The reason I'm interested in the fort is because of I guess everything that's going on with Trump, and not the virus, but immigration and stuff like that. And with the fort being used for the Italians and the internment and the Japanese internment camps, I thought that I would try and do a sort of subgroup of these curtain paintings that sort of celebrated cultural gifts from other cultures. And I thought the museum would be a great place to look at those and explore that sort of thing. I also sort of want to include I want to include the Japanese, the Italians, and Native Americans in the stuff I'm thinking about for this group. So it'll be an interesting place to explore all the stuff that's going on there, Ted.
Well, Ted, I'm curious, after hearing all of the artists speak, any kind of thoughts or reflections that come to your mind, as well as, what was your experience having artists there last year as well?
Well, we had Mary Beth Wilhelm in the spring, and she's a painter, and she was inspired by the buildings and the light, sort of a visual exploration of the buildings, and she was disciplined. She was out there every day working really hard, and we gave a presentation. These 3 Vietnam vets gave a presentation, and Mary Beth showed up at it, and she sketched each of the 3 guys and then did a painting, a portrait of each of the guys too. It was really, really cool. Then she gave them their portraits.
Wow.
And then Gaku, who came, she's like a multimedia artist, video, drawing, painting, performance, and she kind of had an idea of what she wanted to do, but she was very responsive to the environment. So she did a story about the Issei men that were held there. It was, I don't know if you guys have seen her video that she put together. It's really cool. But her sort of like responsiveness to the environment as she went along, she produced some really amazing work. And I think you guys will be inspired by the environment too, and being in the environment. And I have all sorts of resources and materials to help you with. And like Gaku, she wanted some wood, and she's walking around the grounds, and there's happens to be a sawmill that the forestry guys run, a steam sawmill that cuts up all this wood, and has a lot of character. So she's like, "Can I have some of that?" And they're like, "Sure, how much do you want? Do you need me to cut it down?" So this big forester guy comes over with a chainsaw about 8 feet long, goes, just saws it up. But it was that sort of spontaneity that really led to some really amazing work. So,
Great.
So I think the variety here of artists and the different approaches, you guys will all be in the same building, so there'll be some cross-pollination maybe. I just need to get in there and sweep and dust and vacuum before you show up.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes before Zoom kicks us out. Is there anything that you guys would like to share, or anything else that comes to mind before we close out of our conversation here?
Well, I mean, we've kind of joked about this and talked about this, but when I did live in Jackson Hole, I ran a gallery at the Center for the Arts where both Kathy and Courtney showed their work, and I know their work really, really well because of that.
Yeah.
And I just think like it's just one of those cool things where we kind of got thrown together, and I can already see little pieces of Courtney's process and her surreal way of weaving in history and all these little facts with like really heavy symbology. And I think that that's something that Kathy works with really heavily in her work. And then like just like when you're a dancer, like you put curtains up and we just get really excited. And so I think that the presentation and just like the color and symbology and like that there's a lot of relationships between our work, and I know that we're all kind of working on individual pieces, but I'm really excited just to see all the interaction. I'm for sure an interdisciplinary artist, so just seeing all of that seep in, like I guarantee you guys are gonna like seep into my brain. It'll be cool to see what comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a really cool part of that. When I think Kathy just posted on a Instagram thing. She was like, "Did you know that we're all in this, doing this together?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's so wild." Because our work does have threads that really they're super different, and then they also really go beautifully together. So I'm definitely, I have like a general idea of what I want, but I'm also open to, I want to let it also sort of, I don't want to be too strict with how I approach this. I also want to let things sort of come to me. So
yeah, there's something to be said for having kind of a plan of action, but also being willing to go into something with beginner's mind, and and especially if everyone's has kind of connection to symbolism. Ted, how many objects did you say you have in the collection?
45,000.
Oh boy.
Infinite possibilities.
We have Mary Glime's music box.
You do?
That she had in the parlor where the Johns would wait.
Oh my gosh. See, it's already starting. I'm so excited.
It's deluxe. It's made by it weighs about 150 pounds. It plays 12 different airs. It's made by this really she Swiss watch company in the 1860s.
Oh my gosh. See?
Wow.
It
does it still work, Ted?
It runs, but it doesn't sound very good. It definitely needs a tune-up.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Can we go on a tour together? If that's
Yes.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bet.
Sweet.
Cool.
Yeah, I've never worked with other people.
I'm so
it would be
excited.
fun. And I can't picture any other people that would be more fun than you guys to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I know I'm certainly looking forward to it, and it's going to be an exciting year. So thank you all for sharing some time with us today and sharing more about your practice. We're really looking forward to what this summer has to offer.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Stoney.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
Ted.
Yeah.
Oh, you bet. I look forward to it.
Guys.
Hey, y'all. Just want to remind you, this is part of Missoula Gives. Please hop on and support us by clicking on the link below. You can visit our webpage at openairmt.org or visit us on Facebook at openAirMT. Otherwise, you can jump on to missoulagives.org and search for us at Open Air. And while you're there, take a look at all the other many wonderful nonprofits doing great work, including Fort Missoula, Missoula, Montana. Thanks, guys. Your donation today goes to supporting creativity, community, and connection in Western Montana.
Welcome back. That was great. I loved Ted's history of the fort, and I've heard the history before, but there was stuff that I hadn't. I learned something today from the fort, the historical museum, and they do have a page today you can give to them. Open Air is also raising money today, so if you enjoyed listening to the work that they're doing, please consider a gift. We now have the Great Burn Conservation Alliance, and they are going to give us a guided tour of the Great Burn area. And the Great Burn is just this amazing area that is to our west, and it encompasses a lot of what was in the 1910 fires. There's some really lovely hikes, especially great short kid hikes, but maybe I shouldn't tell anybody because it's always beautiful and not a lot of people. But I love Heart Lake, and that area is just really beautiful. It sits on the Montana-Idaho border. We're going to give you a tour, and then you'll actually have an opportunity to take a trivia quiz. So if your kids need a break from their regular schoolwork, they could watch this guided tour of the Great Burn and then take the quiz. And the quiz is, we tried to get it up on here and we're having difficulties, but you can access the quiz at MissoulaGives.org and look for the Great Burn page, and it's on their page. So there's a great quiz. Enjoy. The photography in here is amazing. And it is, from a local cinematographer. And so this is really great. It just shows, again, the collective talent here in Missoula, Montana. So here is, we're going to have a few commercials from some of our nonprofits, and then we'll play the Great Burn Show. Enjoy.
Water connects us all, silently linking us, fish, wildlife, people. The Bitterroot Water Forum brings the community together to protect, enhance, and restore our water. Through on-the-ground restoration, we improve water quality and wildlife habitat. Through watershed education, we inform adults and educate youth about the importance of clean water. During this time of social distance, let's come together for our waters. Please support the Bitterroot Water Forum during Missoula and Bitterroot Gives.
When I step into this country, this roadless, life-rich mountain landscape called the Great Burn, I'm at once settled, grounded. I breathe in rested rhythms. I think expansively. And even when I am alone, I feel I'm at home. The Great Burn is defined by a humble beauty. Stories nestle into its folds. From its open ridges, you can look out onto a wet, breathing forest and know that you will never know everything there. On a cool morning threatening rain in July of 2016, my friend Nick and I set out to cross the breadth of the burn on foot, running and walking, soaking in sun and rain and fog through one very long day. We would traverse 52 miles of the Bitterroot Crest, traveling the high country of the burn along the Montana-Idaho state line. Our purpose was to immerse into the wild character, the rugged temperament of the place, and bring it back to share with others. We wanted to pull in a new tide of advocates and stewards, a loud chorus of voices to help push towards wilderness designation.
There really isn't anything else like the Great Burn in the Northern Rockies. It's the largest unprotected wild area left in this part of the country that hasn't been designated as wilderness. And in fact, it's among the very largest places in the whole country that the federal government has said should be designated by Congress as a wilderness area someday in the future. And that's not a new thing. They've been recommending that since the late 1970s.
Wilderness for me are pockets in this world that are expressing themselves in honest ways. And if we lose the wild places, then we lose a bit of our planet's honesty and our own honesty. And I'm afraid that if the more we lose that honesty in external environments, the more we internally become dishonest and disassociated with that kind of sincerity.
I think positive experiences in the backcountry are so important, not just because they're personally and spiritually rewarding, but also because if you can share that positive experience with others, you're more likely to create a generation of people who care about wildlands just as deeply as you do. And that kind of community is really important for protecting land that I think we need to protect for a long time.
We didn't really have an idea of how long it was going to take. We set out to be there all day, and it took all day. And our goal was not to cross in a certain amount of time. We weren't going for a fastest time across the burn. We were just going to record it and bring it back with us and share it with others. And I feel like all day, sort of the place, this place, the Great Burn, really sustained me. The Great Burn, as we see it today, is a landscape created by fire. On August 20th, 1910, a gale rose out of the west, merging fires into a tsunami of flame that swept across Montana and Idaho at up to 100 miles per hour. Towns burned down. 87 people died. An area the size of Connecticut was seared down to soil. The Big Burn of 1910 was a tragedy, a wake-up call to a violent force of nature. It has shaped how we respond to fire, how we fear fire. But fire can also preserve and restore. The trees in the burn were not big enough to be cut down during the timber boom. Roads were not dug into the mountains. For a century, this 250,000 acres has seen only footsteps. The forest has returned. When I thought about running across the burn, I immediately thought about running it with Nick Triolo. We've shared hours upon hours together on foot. It's special to be able to pass these miles with a close friend, to talk about the place and share the silence together. We decided to run across the burn because we wanted to move in the lightest way we know how. When you run across wild terrain like this, you become attentive to how temporary you are in the landscape. Life thrives on without you here. As the very language of the Wilderness Act proclaims, you are a visitor who does not remain. You leave only imprints on the trail.
Hey everyone, this is Taylor, CEO of Charmed. In case you hadn't heard, modern dating isn't easy. Never knowing what to say, constantly struggling with loneliness. We're fixing this by bringing your friends into the equation. Charmed is changing the way people date online by making it more like real life. Here at Charmed, we've settled into a rhythm of working from home with tons of team bonding baked in. For the last 3 months, we've been in Boulder, Colorado, grinding our way through Techstars, the worldwide accelerator that helps founders succeed. This Thursday, which may be today, depending when you're watching it, is our demo day. I encourage you to tune in to the free stream by Googling Techstars Boulder Demo Day. We're gearing up for the launch of our public beta in May and have started introductory conversations with Tinder. We're proud to announce that we've built a waitlist of over 1,000 people in a little over a month. You can check it out at www.charm.app. We're also working on a top secret product I can't wait to share with the world soon. A special thanks to Paul Gladen, Missoula Gives, and the rest of the Missoula community for supporting us on this journey. Stay safe out there and see you soon.
Hi, welcome back. That was so great. I love that great burn and I cannot wait for the summer. I'm so glad summer is coming and spring is coming and the hills are green. So thanks, Great Burn. And again, if you want to take the quiz associated with that Great Burn video, you can go to Missoula Gives and go to the Great Burns page. So up on the top, you can plug in Great Burn, and they have a link to a quiz that you can take about the information that you heard in that great tour. And then the other thing is that we just did one of our little business breaks. Due to these challenging times, so many of our local businesses are also facing hardships, and Missoula Gives just wants to shine a light on some of those businesses and recognize them for their many years of contribution to our community. So we are so grateful for the Blackstone Launchpad for helping us coordinate that and get these little short videos that we're sharing with you. I have coming up here, we are going to talk to some of the people that are on the front lines in today's crisis. And I'm really excited to have this conversation. These guys are working incredibly hard, and there's a lot of stuff going on. And we'll get to learn a little bit about what they have going on and how they've had to pivot in this time. So I want to welcome Aaron Brock from the Missoula Food Bank, who is crushing it at Missoula Gives. And I have Cindy Weiss from the YWCA. Hi, Cindy. And then we have Rosie Ayers, who, I forget your alter ego's name.
Lulinda, yeah.
Lulinda, that's right. Who joined us yesterday for the Comedy Hour, but she also does some serious work here, and she's with Project Tomorrow. Welcome, you guys.
Thanks. Great to see you.
It's good to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. So you guys are all working kind of on the front lines of this, and how are you all doing? Maybe you want to start, Aaron.
Well, Missoula Gives is making us feel really good right now. What an incredible community response. I think overall, we feel like we've responded in a way that's really nimble. We've got some good, smart folks on our team who've helped us think, the way that we're trying to meet our community's needs during this crisis has shifted a few times in the first few weeks. And I think we sort of have a system in place right now that's working. That said, we're very different from the organization that we were a couple of months ago.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that. Cindy, how are you guys doing over at the Y?
Well, I think it's a mixed bag. It's stressful operating in an environment of ever-changing information and opportunities and challenges. At the same time, I feel just immense gratitude for the incredible support that we've had from the community, as well as my incredible staff.
Hold on one second, you guys. I think we have somebody mic'd. No? It's off? Okay.
Being chased by a big white spider.
Oh. Maybe it's somebody at one of your houses. I heard something about a spider. No? Okay.
My kids are here. So far, they're being good.
Sorry, Cindy. Rosie, how are you guys doing? I imagine that.
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, that you guys have dealt with a lot of phone calls and are trying to figure out how to connect in this time of social isolation.
Yeah, absolutely. United Way is an extremely busy organization that is collaborating with so many different nonprofits around our community, as well as collaborating with community leaders, county and city leaders, as well, officials. So we are using every coping skill we've got, and we're very lucky that on our team with Susan Haypatrick and Bob Homer, Bob shows us his fluffy puppies that he had every single day. We get lots of those pictures, and Susan Haypatrick always lifts up her resistant cats for every one of our staff meetings.
I was talking to somebody at the library the other day, and they said that their team meetings have a lot of cats on keyboards, which I thought was really funny. So I imagine each of you have had to really shift the way that you guys operate and think about how you keep your clients safe and how you keep your staff safe. Brock, Aaron, can you talk a little bit about that?
You bet. So the first thing that we've done is we've gone away from a customer choice model. And now we've got grab and go packages for families walking through our doors. So carts are just ready to go based on family size. A family of 5 takes a cart with more food in it than a single individual does. But the reality is that someone who's getting groceries at the food bank is in our facility for maybe 30 seconds. So that's the first thing that we've done. The other thing that's been a big change for us is shifting our volunteer model. In normal times, we just have this incredible army of so many good Missoulians who want to help out, and we might literally have more than 500 volunteers, each of whom is giving a few hours every single week. And we just can't do that right now. And so we have a very lean, small team. We've done a few temporary hiring positions. We have a few full-time volunteers who are working alongside our staff. And so it's a small team that's working hard. About half of our staff is also working from home, and that's partly because we have some jobs that folks can effectively do from their homes, but partly it's also to have some redundancy built in so that if we do get sick, there's a staff team that's ready to step in and there's no disruption to service. Our ancillary programs are still going. Our Missoula Gives effort is to raise money for our Kids in Power Pack program. So a lot of our basic programs are still churning along, but the way that we're operating them has shifted a lot in the past 6 weeks.
Yeah. Cindy, can you talk a little bit? Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just going to add, Cindy said this earlier, but we are, as we're figuring out what it looks like to operate right now, one of the things we have not had to worry about is funding. Our donors, this community has stepped forward in this incredible way. We're buying more food than ever before. We've made some temporary hires. And the reality is we just have the money to do that stuff. We are so grateful. We're seeing it right now in the Missoula Gives campaign. What a wonderful place our community is.
I agree. I am just like, I'm hoping that while we're on this call, that we will hit our $500,000 mark for Missoula Gives. We are, the most we've ever raised was $420,000. And we're at, hold on, I'll tell you one sec. Wasn't pulled up. We are at $498,000.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
We have $1,500 left to go to hit. That was our goal for this thing. And the generosity in all of this Missoula Gives has just, the generosity in the people that are performing and giving us time, the generosity in the nonprofits and the work they've done to tell their stories, and our community are just amazing. We have 2,100 donors that have given to the campaign. Yeah, it's really cool. So Cindy, can you talk a little bit about what you guys are experiencing over there?
Well, your news makes me very hopeful because, we've been operating with the loss of our most significant funding source, our thrift stores, and reduced staff because we needed to lay off and without any volunteers. So it's been stressful, as we've all mentioned. The community stepped forward to help us during this time. Our staff have been providing crucial services for domestic violence survivors and homeless families nonstop since the crisis hit. That hasn't changed our services that much, other than we've had to do things like de-identify our shelter so that we can maintain that physical distancing to keep everyone healthy at the shelter, our staff healthy in our main office and in our facilities offsite. So we've been busy, but have great support from everyone around us, and feel like we've been able to provide uninterrupted.
Yeah, and so where is your staff all working from? Do you have a combination of people in-house?
We do. So we have our frontline staff who are working fairly on-site, other than if they have children. Have some of them working at home part-time. We have some working exclusively remotely if their positions, allow them. And then we have a lot who are doing a combo of remote work and on-site work.
Yeah. I imagine that's all hard, like figuring out how to piece together all of those bits and also deal with an increased demand for services.
It's been a challenge, but I feel like especially our staff are great and
we're gonna try to, we have some audio issues going on. We're gonna try to fix those, and we're gonna bring you all out and back in. I hear like kids. What? Okay.
We're sure none of the other mics around here are live, right? Right, that handheld from last night's off.
Where's Nikki's mic?
Nikki's mic's
Oh.
not even turned on.
Okay.
I think that's embarrassing. Wow.
You do?
We're almost at 500.
I know. Let's bring him back in.
Can you reach your pack?
Yep. Okay. Okay. That's a little better. A little loud. Okay.
I also banished my children to the other part of the house. They tell me they were being quiet, but that could have come from my area, so I apologize.
Well, we are all super tech savvy here at the Missoula Community Foundation. So we actually have this wonderful team that has made all of this possible. And so they've been working really hard. And, it's hard to figure out how to do all this. And if you got to see Rosie's performance last night, you would know that she has some tips for this kind of stuff. So
luckily, I've been working in live theater for a long time, so
Yeah.
we're used to glitches that are happening.
Yeah.
They just make things more rich and more human, for sure.
Yeah. Rosie, can you talk a little bit about sort of what you're seeing in your work?
Absolutely. So I am the coordinator for Project Tomorrow Montana, which is a subset of United Way Missoula, United Way for the county of Missoula. And I'm new to this job. I only started April 1st, but part of our mission is to work to reduce the number of suicides and suicide attempts in our community through collaborative efforts. And we work with so many different organizations to promote and support and increase awareness and prevention, intervention, and recovery. So I've been lucky enough that I have been working with the COAD task force under the Mental Health and Behavioral Health Division, specifically with Heather Harp and Nancy Hobbins. And so we have been working with amazing organizations all over town to really up the efforts of making sure that our behavioral health and mental health in Missoula is being cared for as well, because during this crisis we desperately need to make sure that we're banding together. And of course, Missoula's superpower has always been community and community collaboration. So the Western Montana Health Center, they have their worm line that's open 24/7, and they created a behavioral urgent care clinic as soon as this happened at 1201 Wyoming. One of the buildings the recovery center had to close down for safety, and they were able to inhabit there, which is pretty phenomenal. And we are just feeling so fortunate that at each turn, telehealth has been available. Our suicide lifeline, which is 1-800-273-TALK or 8255. That national center, I've been communicating with some of the national guys, and that is really being utilized in the United States right now. We're so lucky about that. And of course, the crisis text line, 741-741. You can just text Montana or help or home to that, and those guys show up in seconds. And so we have a lot of amazing resources.
Do you get a phone call? Is that when you text, do you get a phone call?
You get a text back immediately. That's one of the crisis text line that you can just text back and forth. You don't even have to be able to utilize your phone. You can do that on the computer. You can do that on your phone. It's just one of the ways that they have expanded the services in the United States recently and all over the world to be able to text to get help, which is pretty phenomenal. And of course, a lot of our programs have been going online. Tamarack Grief Counseling Center and Resource, Center. They have so many other groups online now. You can just go to tamarackgriefresourcescenter.org, and you can see all the different groups. You can schedule appointments online, and we have been putting together a great list of all of these resources, all the places that are available, all of the providers and the different kinds of health insurance that they take. And so at any point, if you need any more connection to these resources, you can go to covid19.missoula.co, and that county website has a behavioral and mental health tab on it, and you can find all the resources that you need in Missoula to get connected or that someone in your life needs.
Yeah. So do you think there's some brightness in our crisis now, and that we're learning how to deliver virtually services and deliver them more quickly?
Absolutely, yeah. I've been impressed with how quick people have used these resources for good, used all of that, even the Facebook connections, the ability to get on FaceTime with your friends and family, do house party with your neighbors, to be able to connect in this time and not be disconnected. How lucky are we to be in this technology age and to be able to see the silver linings all over this stuff? And I think that we're going to have a lot of, even with all of the difficulties that we're experiencing now and the aftermath that's going to hit with grief and survivor guilt and the physical distancing that we know people are really suffering from right now. I think in the long run, we're also going to see the ability to connect and some of the agility and flexibility that we have shown mentally and emotionally and spiritually right now is going to survive. It's going to continue to bleed into the rest of our lives, even when we're able to rejoin into our communities physically in a different way.
Yeah, and I guess my other question is like, wow, your staff must be just experiencing obviously a lot of amazing, all of you I'm talking to, just some amazing kindness and generosity, and they get to see that side, but it also, I imagine, is also sad and hard. And so how is your staff holding up, and how are you guys holding each other up? Do one of you want to take that?
I
think our staff is. Go ahead, Cindy.
Aaron. I can say that the YWCA staff, personally, like all of us, have personal stresses at home. We have a lot of parents who are homeschooling and trying to balance work and life like they have before. But I also think that they have kept the eye on the ball as far as dedication to our mission and have really put themselves out there, especially our frontline workers, put their own health at risk. We operate a congregate shelter for domestic violence victims, and so our staff are in there. It's not always possible to maintain 6 feet of distance between our residents and the staff, between residents and residents, and they just haven't hesitated to come to work and continue providing those services, to go out, in the middle of the night and meet someone who needs intake into the shelter. And so I just feel like as a collective, the YWCA staff, and I'm sure Aaron and Rosie will say the same thing, have just risen to the occasion with such grace and fortitude.
Yeah. Aaron.
Yeah, I would certainly echo everything that Cindy said. We've got 17 people on our staff, and so there are frankly 17 different ways that people are dealing with this and processing it and trying to stay healthy and find balance and all the things that we hold up. I think something that we see is that we do a lot of work that's arm in arm. Our team likes to work together. We've got friendships that extend well outside of our building. And so there are some team members that I haven't seen in 6 weeks, and I miss them. And so, the weekly Zoom calls are great, but we're a team that likes to high five and that likes to do stuff that matters together, and we certainly miss that stuff. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, in a normal week, there's about 500 volunteers that come and help out at the food bank, and that's just a part of our food bank family, and we miss those folks too. And I think it'll be a lot longer to bring that team back compared to getting our staff team back together. I suspect our staff will be back at the food bank in the next few months. I don't know exactly what that looks like, changing information all the time, but it may be a long time until we're able to bring back large numbers of volunteers again.
Yeah, I was shocked because, obviously Nikki and I have been planning this whole thing, and we Zoom with each other every morning and do a check-in. And but when I got here and saw her, I was like, "Hi, you in person." So yeah, I certainly miss those times. And Rosie, your world is all about connection, right? It's connecting with people and giving people connection. So
yeah.
Yeah.
And phenomenally enough, I started this job April 1st. So I started it in the middle of the pandemic. So I haven't actually been to the office since I started my job.
Yeah.
And the United Way community is incredibly loving and supporting and phenomenal. And, that's exactly what's been happening since I walked in the door. They've been gentle and kind and been right there to support me in every way. We've been, social distance delivering cupcakes for each other's birthdays and having online Zoom parties and, encouraging each other to call each other, to call your mentor, to get outside and walk, to take a break, to make sure that you put your own oxygen mask on first so that you can care for others, because really that makes us wildly more effective. And I live in a house full of 4 boys. So I lose my mind on a regular basis. Somebody's breaking down in this household almost every day. So we're using all of those coping skills that we're trying to impart onto other people, ourselves. I've got the oil diffuser going. I've got the happy lamp on. We're eating our vitamin D and all those wonderful things. And this is another push for we here in Missoula do QPR training for free, which is question, persuade, and refer. It's one of the best ways that you can support people in your community, especially in this time where numbers for suicide and suicide attempts are up. And we have a free training May 7th at 5:30 and another one May 15th at noon. And those are all on Zoom now. Nancy Hobbs has helped us to get going in that way. And you can click on our Project Tomorrow Facebook to find that and get registered for the event. It's just a quick hour. Anybody, no matter what your training is, no matter how much work you're doing in the mental health or behavioral health field, it doesn't matter. If you have friends and family, if you're a part of this community, you can be a part of that training and be a part of the solution.
That's great. I was going to say, how can we as friends and family of other people make sure that our neighbors and other people are feeling safe and are connected and, showing care in this time?
My first thing is always just ask.
Yeah.
That's sometimes the biggest, boldest action that you do each day is just check on people, ask how people are doing, ask if they need anything. And then when they say, no, I'm good, offer things anyway.
Yeah.
That's how a lot of people have continued to pull me back in when, I've been in a dark spot. I'm lucky enough that the community sometimes gets you before you get it.
Yeah. So we have about 6 minutes left, but I wanted to ask sort of what you guys think it looks like on the other side of this. 6 months down the road from now, what do you think it looks like for your organizations? Maybe start with Aaron.
What a good question, and we're asking that internally kind of all the time. I don't know exactly what our ops is going to look like. We do value a customer choice model, and so returning to that and adding back in our child programming, our kitchen classes, we'd like to do that. I don't know if 6 months is the timeline or not, but we do aspire to go back to those things.
Mm-hmm.
I think societally, my hope is, and I know there's a lot of people saying this, but my hope is that we don't go back to the way things were. It's really interesting right now. There's so much support and so much attention paid to folks who might be living in the margins and making sure that everyone has their basics needs met. And yet, those basic needs continue outside of this crisis. And certainly we hope that there's a community conversation or maybe a national conversation or a worldwide conversation that can remember that we're all in this together. And when someone next door to me is sick or doesn't have enough to eat, that affects my life too. And we should all be taking care of one another. I think so many of us have. I think Missoula is this culture that does that really well. But there's a room for us to do it a lot better too. And so that might be very aspirational. But I hope that we're having those conversations 6 months from now, 6 years from now.
Yeah, I hope, I talked with John Engen and Josh Slotnick and Susan earlier about sort of government and nonprofit collaborations. And I mean, they also sort of repeated that. But another thing that they pointed out was that that we've built some really strong relationships that weren't there before. People understand better what people are doing and what they're working on. And we hope that maybe we talked about hoping that maybe those strong relationships are going to be able to help us be better problem solvers and serve the people in need in our community better and lift them up. That's what I hope, I guess, lift them up. Cindy, how about you?
Well, I definitely think that we've built some collaborations during this crisis that will stay with us moving forward, and hopefully we can switch from doing problem solving around a crisis to doing some real strategic thinking about changing the landscape for, as Aaron said, especially marginalized people in our community. For us, we are very dependent on government grants, and so 6 months from now, we're looking at what happens when the federal government may not have the ability to provide funding for crucial federal programs that we depend on, or even local and state government funding. Resources I think will be reallocated and redirected in other areas. And so we're trying to plan for that. We have our girls leadership program, GUTS, and that's been significantly impacted in the short term by this. We have summer camps and we have school-based programming. We've canceled our summer camps this year, hope to bring them back in 2021. But also just wondering what it's going to be like in the fall. What our class is going to be like, or some of those group activities going to be able to happen. And so it's just so uncertain right now, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to retain kind of the silver linings in this crisis moving forward, and that we kind of can shore up and be prepared for anything that's unexpected in our future.
Well, thank you. Rosie, I'm not going to put you on the spot because you've only been at your job for 30 days.
Well, what I can say is that
have you made your 6-month plan yet?
Absolutely, yeah. I just want to say that we've never known the future, so there's that. And on top of that, what we do know is that no matter what comes down the pike, that we will be putting humanity and our efforts to care for each other first, and that has never changed, and it's not going to change in the near future. We're just feeling even more connected and anchored to that principle than ever, especially at United Way and Project Tomorrow Montana. And getting to be in these collaborations, getting thrown into this fire with county and city officials and all these phenomenal nonprofits, what I've watched is that these people are hardy. This community is phenomenal, and they care for it. It makes me teary. I was wiping tears just a little earlier when Cindy and Aaron were talking, because it's true, and I'm so delighted to be connected now to the policymakers, to the people who have a large voice in our community, to be able to speak for the voiceless, and especially to give voice that this is not just a physical health crisis, that we need to continue to put our mental and behavioral health at the forefront as well. We need to be able to take care of that the same way that we're taking care of our physical health.
Yeah, thank you. So I need to wrap up, and we have another group coming up, but I did want to give you guys a moment, maybe you could just share with people how they reach the resources at your organizations quickly. And we'll go in a circle again. Aaron?
Sure. MissoulaFoodBank.org is our website. 549-0543 is our phone number. I think I sound old when I say this, but our Facebook page is actually the place where the most up-to-date information is. We use that all the time. And so if you want to follow us on Facebook, that's a great way to do this. As I sign off, I want to say thanks so much, Marcy, for your leadership with Missoula Gives, and what a pleasure to be on with cool people in Rosie and Cindy, who I admire. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Cindy?
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you to the Food Bank for all the work that you've done over these past 6 weeks. Quickly, for us, our website, ydbcaofmissoula.org, is a great place to learn about the organization. And also, our crisis line is crucial for those who are struggling with domestic and sexual violence, and that number is 542-1944. And we're available 24/7 and can bring people in immediately.
Great, thanks. Rosie?
Grand. Yeah, thanks again for having us on. Great to see you guys, and thanks for all the work you guys have been doing. COVID19.missoula.co is a great place that you can find all of these resources and even connect to the other organizations that were talked about today. Of course, Project Tomorrow, Montana.org, and Missoula or United Way Missoula.org as well are both easy places to find all the resources that you can connect to, because we believe that your tomorrow matters.
Thank you guys so much. And I just want to announce, while you guys are still on here, we hit $500,000. We're at $503,000. Missoula is amazing. 2,200 donors. I am just so moved by the work that you guys are doing and our donors here. So thank you guys, and stay healthy. Well, that was great and really informative, and I just feel so moved by the work those guys are doing, and collectively the work that our neighbors and friends are doing in those organizations. Up next, we have Montana Natural History Center. They are a statewide organization, and they provide great educational and science-based materials for our youth. They have a great facility over by the ballpark that obviously isn't open right now, but they've done some really great pivoting, and I think we are going to have Jennifer and Thurston join us to talk about how they've pivoted and what the future holds for them. So I would like to ask them to join in. Yeah, please. Hi, guys.
Hi, Marcy.
Hey.
Hey.
How are you?
How's it going?
Wonderful,
I'm
thank
good.
you.
Very well.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys just heard, but we hit $500,000 for Missoula Gives, which was our goal, and we're at noon. That's amazing.
It is truly amazing. This is a just wonderful community.
Yeah, well, I am so excited to hear from you guys and hear what you're working on, and I love all of the science that you offer our school systems, and I am on the board of the Butterfly House and Insectarium, which is housed right now at your facility, and so I always find something new and cool to look at when I'm over there. So I can't wait to hear what you have going on. I'm gonna leave you guys to your conversation, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Sounds great. Okay, greetings, everyone. My name is Jennifer Robinson, and I am the program director for the Montana Natural History Center in Missoula, Montana. We are here today as a participating member in the annual Missoula Gives event, and we'd like to extend a big thank you to the Missoula Community Foundation for this opportunity to stream live and visit with all of you today. Thank you to the greater Missoula community for your engagement and support. Here with me today is Thurston Elfstrom, Executive Director for the Montana Natural History Center. Thurston has been working at the center for 5 years and previously spent 20 years developing digital experiences for the Montana Office of Tourism prior to joining the team at the Montana Natural History Center. Thurston grew up in western Montana and spent his early years exploring area streams, ponds, and trails, as well as collecting geological specimens. He earned a degree in anthropology from Montana State University in 1993. After college, Thurston taught archaeological field school at First Peoples Buffalo Jump and worked in cultural resource management archaeology before coming to work at the state of Montana. Returning to Missoula in 2008, he coincidentally uncovered his passion for the community, philanthropy, and fundraising. These days, Thurston and his wife, Suzanne, like to go for runs and walks in their neighborhood where they observe the eagles, falcons, harriers, and great blue herons that hang out in and above the fields surrounding the area. We are excited to talk with you all today about the Montana Natural History Center. Before we get going, if you're interested in supporting us, please visit MissoulaGives.org and search for the Montana Natural History Center. Today, for Missoula Gives, a longtime generous supporter, along with the Montana Natural History Center board members, are offering a matching challenge with us. Your gift will have double the impact today, as it will be matched 1-to-1 up to $2,500. I'm going to now turn it over to Thurston to share an overview of the Montana Natural History Center.
Thank you, Jennifer. The mission of the Montana Natural History Center is to promote and cultivate the appreciation, understanding, and stewardship of nature through education. This means that using science and art, we teach people of all ages about nature with the intent of forging a link to the amazing natural world that surrounds us here in Western Montana. Founded in 1991, the Montana Natural History Center was the brainchild of a group of educators who were involved in various efforts to bring education to both kids and adults about nature. Our founders decided to unite those efforts into one environmental education organization. Since then, the Montana Natural History Center has provided nature education programming like Thursday Mini Naturalists, summer camps, Saturday family activities, visiting naturalists in the schools, which serves 1,700 fourth and fifth graders every school year. We also offer great adult programming like Montana Master Naturalist certification courses and field days. We have evening lectures in our museum, naturalist trivia, and don't forget our long-running Field Notes program, our great collaboration with Montana Public Radio. Finally, of course, we have a museum with a variety of exhibits that focus on the flora, fauna, geology, and ecology of our beautiful state. So right now, let's hear about the Montana Natural History Center and the impact that we have in the community through the voices of some of our most involved and important audience members. Nikki, if you would please cue the Kids and Nature video.
Hey there, I'm Jenna and I'm a naturalist at the Montana Natural History Center. This is my mini naturalist, Sam. We are so excited because it's officially spring in Montana. And even though it's kind of cold and not very green out, there are still a lot of signs of spring around. So today, we're on the Kim Williams Trail in Missoula, and we're gonna do something that you and your family can do too, a Signs of Spring scavenger hunt. On our list, wildflowers, frog eggs, birds singing, tree buds, insects, bird nests, worms, turtles, woodpeckers drumming, and puddles. Come for a walk with us and see how many signs of spring we can find. Let's go. Okay. We found a sign of spring, tree buds. This is a cottonwood tree, and their buds are really special because inside is a sticky red goo called resin, and it smells really sweet. You smell that? And yummy. Sam says, and yummy. Let's see if we can find more buds. We found another sign of spring, birds singing. We're about to enter the Clark Fork Native Prairie. Let's see what we find. Sam, what kind of flower is this? Buttercup. This is Buttercup, and Sam says that its genus name is Ranunculus. Buttercups are yellow and glossy, and sometimes have 5 petals, sometimes more, but they have many stamens and many pistils. They get their name because the glossy yellow kind of looks like butter, and the scientific genus name Ranunculus actually means little frog in Latin. We found another wildflower. Next to all of these buttercups and ponderosa pine cones is this little tiny flower that hasn't even opened yet. When it does, it'll be a yellow bell, which look kind of exactly how they sound. A little yellow flower shaped like a bell. And they don't last very long, but when they age, they turn a cool reddish color. As you can see, there's not too much going on in the prairie right now, but that'll change really soon. This entire place will be covered in wildflowers. Things like arrowleaf balsam root, lupine, bitterroot, so many beautiful flowers. We're looking for insects. Sometimes you can find insects under rocks or in trees. Let's go take a look. Look at these box elder bugs, Sam. We don't want to touch them, but you could put your finger on the bark by them. Yeah. That. So if you hear a funny call that kind of sounds like a monkey, that's a flicker, which is a type of woodpecker, and I bet we'll hear it drumming soon. I heard drumming. We get to mark it off on our scavenger hunt. What do woodpeckers say? Tap, tap, tap. Found more tree buds. And even cooler, in this tree is a giant nest made out of sticks, which I think was made by a magpie. What's really cool about spring right now before the leaves bloom is that you can see old nests from last year still in the tree, which we wouldn't be able to see if this tree was full of leaves. We found 6 things on our scavenger hunt. Here are the things we didn't see: turtles, frog eggs, worms, and puddles. So right now it's a little early for frog eggs and turtles, but look for them on a warm day near a pond. And if you want to see puddles and worms, look for them right after it rains. Thanks for connecting with nature with us. Go on your own spring scavenger hunt and tell us how many signs of spring you find. Don't forget to check out montananaturalist.org for more videos and educational resources. See you soon, friends.
So Sam is definitely one of our most important audience members, and his mom, Jenna, is one of our teaching naturalists. And that's just a wonderful video. I really love it. I do want to announce that we just got news that we are over $5,000. Our match has been met. So yay, it's super exciting. So I think right now what I'd love to do is share some additional thoughts about the importance of the Montana Natural History Center, kind of through the lens of living in this historic and definitely crazy time. So connection to nature is good for mental and physical health. Humans have long known that we need to stay connected to the natural world. I think that's why I love to go on hikes, that I love angling so very much, taking in the eagles and raptors in my neighborhood. It just really is a nice way to disconnect. And there's an ever-growing body of work from universities and NGOs that demonstrates the very real benefit to body and mind of breaking out of our homes and offices and getting outside into non-artificial environments. Nature soothes and restores us. Right now, when we're all having to spend a lot more time on screens, working and learning, a dose of nature goes further than ever. Also, instilling a strong sense of stewardship in the natural world is a key step in preserving our environment for generations to come. As a result of the reduction in usage of fossil fuels during the pandemic, climate researchers are predicting an amazing 8% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions this year. And that's really wonderful, but we need to love and cherish our nature now to create impetus to keep stewarding all of the amazing environments that surround us into the future, regardless of the times in which we find ourselves. Finally, it's always a great time to connect with nature as a family. You'll always win sharing wildflower discoveries, rejoicing in the songs of meadowlarks and chickadees, finding a beautiful 700 million year old belt rock, along the Clark Fork, or discovering a patch of morels. So to help us keep providing important nature-based education, fostering a strong connection to nature, would you please consider a donation right now by going to MissoulaGives.org and searching for Montana Natural History Center. For those of you who are just tuning in, we have a matching challenge through Missoula Gives. An awesome and amazing anonymous donor, longtime supporter of ours, as well as our board of directors, offered that match. And so every dollar that you give, up to $2,500 that we have now hit, will be matched. So thank you. Please continue to give, because that allows us to do that much more. So thank you, Missoula community and beyond. You're amazing. I'd like to transition just a little bit here. So, and talk about the kind of ways that being in the pandemic has presented the Montana Natural History Center a very real opportunity to reimagine our in-person work, hands-on science and nature education, and even reach more audience. As with everyone, in the middle of March, we had to close down. We began to cancel and reschedule programming, but we also pivoted to virtual learning so that we could continue to serve the Missoula community where they were and largely remain in their homes. With schools in Montana and throughout the nation closed, we listened to teachers, to families and parents, and then we answered by delivering high quality science and nature education to students at home. I'd like to now kick the conversation back over to Montana Natural History Center Program Director Jennifer Robinson to tell you a little bit more about what we're doing.
Thank you so much, Thurston. I'd love to share more about what we're doing now and the changes we're making to our programming during this time. So the Montana Natural History Center has some great new virtual programming available now to our community. And we have even more that's planned, that's coming up as well. We're releasing new content on a weekly basis, and I'd love to share some of the cool things that we're doing for you and our Missoula and broader communities. So to start, we've got this great new webinar series called Nature Webs. Nature Webs are free nature webinars for children in grades 1st through 5th to participate in with their families. These webinars are live on Tuesdays at 10:30 a.m. and feature one of our instructors facilitating a science and nature lesson. We stream these live both through the Zoom platform and also to Facebook Live. They're interactive, hands-on, and each lesson involves a project or active component for children and their families to do together. Participants can also ask questions live to our teaching naturalists and instructors running those webinars. All of our nature webs are recorded and available on our Montana Natural History Center YouTube channel for later viewing as well. So if folks miss the live showing, they can still watch them later and participate in the activities for as long as they'd like to. So far, we've done one on the science of flight and different bird wings. We've done one on bats. We've done one on biomimicry, topographic maps, and even backyard birds. We have many more to come in the next weeks here and encourage all of you to tune in and check them out. We're getting great feedback about our Nature Webs webinars too. Here's a quote from one of our weekly listeners. My 7-year-old son is loving the webinars you all do on Tuesdays. He came running into the kitchen last week to tell me that since I eat so much chocolate, I should really thank the bats for that. There was a discussion of bats as pollinators during that particular webinar that they saw. Thanks for all that the Montana Natural History Center is doing for Mizzou families and students right now. This quote came from Caitlin Gill from Education Partnership. She's the Education Partnership Coordinator with Ecology Project International. Thank you so much, Caitlin, for sharing that great feedback with us, and we hope you're still tuning into our webinars. Another webinar series we've got in the works is called The Age of the Coronapocene. This is another free webinar series that is aired Fridays at 3 p.m., and we actually have one of our last episodes happening today. This series is all about the science behind the coronavirus and features a panel of expert scientists and professors in partnership with the University of Montana. Listeners get to ask their questions regarding the virus and the pandemic. They get to do this live and have them answered by our expert team and panel of professors. Today's theme is Fighting the Infodemic, and will feature misinformation circulating about the virus and dispel some common myths. Recordings of these webinars are also available for later viewing on our Montana Natural History Center YouTube channel. Next, we're working on some great online family programs to include online homeschool programs and a new family-based science and nature program at home called Getting to Know Flowers, a 3-part series. Family participants will engage in 3 lessons with one of our teaching naturalists and learn all about flowers in their local area, and will even receive a kit of materials to use in their explorations about flowers. Another family program we're offering is called Family Field Studies. This one's really exciting. It's about milkweed, monarchs, and mysteries of those butterflies. In this program, families will engage in multiple lessons as well and interact directly with a scientist from MPG Ranch and the Bitterroot Monarch Monitoring Project, who studies monarch butterflies. Pretty exciting, right? We're also currently offering an online version of our Field Notes class. Thurston mentioned Field Notes earlier with our great collaboration with Montana Public Radio. We're now going to be offering an online class in a 6-part series, a writing workshop. Participants will also receive a hard copy of the Field Notes book and engage in a series of lessons to write their own field note in preparation for the opportunity to have it aired on Montana Public Radio. We're also offering our ID Naturalist subscription as a free donation-based program for the time being. These are a series of videos and full-length lesson plans geared towards 4th grade for teachers. We're doing everything we can to help out teachers in schools, and we know that this is a hard time with school not being in regular session. To help educators of all grade levels, we've compiled an incredible resource page on our website with free content and links to many online science and nature opportunities. Here's another quote from an educator who has taken advantage of these resources. I have been blown away by the willingness of the Montana Natural History Center naturalists and staff to help adapt lessons and programs for my students during the COVID-19 school closures. They've reached out to see what they can do to help, and it's been wonderful. Every request has been fulfilled speedily, and my students are so excited to be able to continue learning about nature and our surrounding areas. This quote came from Marissa C., a 5th grade teacher in Arlee, Montana. In the works now are a totally online Master Naturalist Certificate course. We've also got some videos in the works for virtual center tours and special perks of behind-the-scenes look at some of our specimens that the public doesn't normally get to see, especially for our members. We encourage everyone to become a member of the Montana Natural History Center and take advantage of some of those benefits and the cool new content we're creating for those to experience the center virtually. So we've got all this great programming, and we've also got some great feedback from the community about what the Montana Natural History Center is able to provide. We'd like to share one more video with you about some of the great things the public is saying about the connections the center has made in their lives. Nikki, would you mind playing our second video, Kids in Nature?
So, is there a limit on how many butterflies you catch? There's no limit. Good luck. When I think of Montana, I think of the plants and all the animals, and I like porcupines too. I think of Montana as these mountains and the incredible creatures.
I think of nature, I think of animals like up in the mountains.
To me, nature means peace and quiet.
Natural history is the study of what's around us. And if you delve inside it, it's just like reading a book.
Down to 10 with 2 connected yellow patches. A
central spot juts out above orange and black.
And I also got to go exploring out in the wild. You could see snakes, birds, squirrels, some elk, moose, raccoons, because that's where the party starts. Really fun. And we get to go on a bunch of field trips.
And you could hear and see all these things happening. You could see a fawn and her mother. You could see owls.
And I caught the first moth. Wow! That is awesome! Because there's different habitats you see thriving with life. And once you see something a lot more, it gets stuck in your head. Catch it! Catch it! I got a real fish! Let me see. It's a minnow!
So why are some trees older and taller and stronger than others? Or how did animals adapt? It's just like piecing a puzzle together. You have a hypothesis. You question about one thing and you put the piece down. Then as you go along the scientific method, you put different pieces of the puzzle together. So food, water, shelter.
Those combined together makes a habitat.
History and nature, it's like a whole different world.
Basically, when it comes to nature, I think of like this place where I am. Or I think of like the Montana Natural History Center, which is pretty cool too.
Oh, I love that video so much. Those children's faces just fill me with so much joy every time I see that. So even though we're not currently facilitating those programs in person with children and families and students, we're providing and creating lots of content for families to be able to do this on their own and for children to be able to do this at home. And our goal is to try and create more of these connections between people, children, and nature as best we can during this time. A lot of the different activities that those children are doing in the video are things they can still be going outside and doing right now with their families or even in their own backyards. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Thurston to share more about the importance of these connections to nature and spending time outside. I believe you're muted. Hey Thurston, I think your audio is still on mute.
Technology. My old MacBook is a little bit challenged by streaming live video. So I was just commenting, what observations have you made, and what has brought you joy? What does the singing of birds, finding a beautiful yellow bell wildflower bring you joy? Does it help you de-stress? Connecting families with nature has really never been more important than right now. I'm fairly certain that this is an all-time record for Montana Natural History Center fundraising on Missoula Gives. So thank you amazing Missoula community. Thank you to all our supporters. You are awesome. The Missoula Community Foundation, Nikki and Marcy, you're just doing a bang up job with all of this. So thank you. Thank you so very much. I want to kind of end things and leave you all with the words of the really awesome Senegalese forester and conservationist Baba Diome. Baba was kind of a father, especially in Africa, of conservation and ecology. And he brought these words 52 years ago to the International Union for the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. And I love this quote so much. It goes like this: in the end, we will conserve only what we love, we will love only what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught. Thank you very, very much. Jennifer, thanks for playing co-host with me. Marcy and Nikki, you can...
Thank you, Kirsten.
Yeah, you can come back on screen.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Creekmore. I'm a family nurse practitioner here in Missoula, and I have a small holistic but Western medicine family practice in downtown Missoula. We're at the corner of Spruce and Orange. Our space itself has adapted. There's different businesses that have adapted in various ways that reside also alongside me. We've also included a visiting graduate student from NYU who's there doing painting, and we've been working on the garden beds, and we get fresh flowers all the time there. So we've had a really fun, coming back alive time more recently. Financially, of course, my private practice has taken a hit. I mean, there's no way to not do that when a lot of the wellness primary care visits that I see have not occurred at all. I had just opened my business, so I had just been at business a couple of months. So right away, I got thrown into the fire with the pandemic issues. So in a creative way, something that's really pushed me to do is bump directly to telemedicine and call visits for acute care, and also provide more of a concierge service 24/7 from home, which once the face-to-face visits resume, this is definitely a progressive area of medicine that is something that just sort of got infused into my practice immediately that really truly works well. So I'm going to continue that. I've also started working for another national group called Amwell, doing telemedicine primary care visits. And so it sort of added another small job to what I do. I'll be looking forward to getting back to face-to-face, which we won't do in May. We're going to kind of slowly, even though I'm doing the telemedicine visits, we're going to slowly transition back to face-to-face visits in June. With precautions like space between patients, minimal patients per day, hand washing, masks if needed. We're also kind of scheduling so that all of the practitioners in the space don't have things going on at the same time. So that's a little bit of additional management of the space that I'm doing. One of the best ways someone can help my personal practice or any of the practices in the building is to send people our way. I'm a holistic but Western medicine practitioner, and that is very rare in Missoula. I'd love to have new patients, so that would be super helpful as we get back going again. Creatively, it's been really good for me. I like to be kind of, thrown into the fire, be thrown into making change and coming up with progressive, fast ideas of what to do as a female entrepreneur. So despite some of the challenges financially, it has also been a really creative, exciting time, and lots of great things happening at the clinic as we get reopened. So yeah, hope that was helpful. And good luck to everyone out there.
All right.
Hi.
This has been such a good morning. So much entertaining stuff,
I
learning
know.
from some really cool people. So great to hear from some of our frontline organizations, hear from our mayor. This has just been amazing.
Amazing. So Nikki and I got these really cool hats from Crazy Love Company. And I don't know, I'm gonna walk up and so you can see the,
Yeah, get on in there, Marcy.
there we go. But they shade our face, so we can't wear them.
They're really cool.
They're really cool, and they say love like a local. And man, you guys are loving like a local. We have raised $525,000, you guys.
Woo!
How many donors do we have? Do we know?
Yep, right now we are at 2,281 donors.
Yes. That's amazing. You Missoulians and Bitterrooters are just crushing it right now.
Yeah, the love, the
yeah.
giving love, it's just exuding from our communities in the Bitterroot Valley, the Missoula Valley. This is just amazing, you guys. I hope you guys can all feel that warm, fuzzy feeling at home, just like we can right here.
Yep.
It's just fantastic. Speaking about Ravalli, I would like to chat about them really quick. So
tell us what's going on down in Ravalli County.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So we launched Missoula Gives 7 years ago, and we invited the Ravalli County groups to join us 3 years ago. So this is their third year participating with us. And it's just been a pleasure to have them. You know, I feel like us Missoulians and us Ravalli folks, we really live and play in the same areas. So we're neighbors. So it's great to have them on board with our Giving Day. So our Bitterroot Gives group, we've got about 15 different organizations, and it's really easy to see who those Bitterroot groups are. On the Missoula Gives website, if you just go to the menu, there is a Bitterroot community page. So go check that out. There's 15 great organizations, and on that page, you can find their logo and go directly to their profile page. And I just want to give a couple shout outs. Emma's House, you're doing great. Keep up the good work. Bitterroot Water Forum, love you guys. You're always doing wonderful stuff. It's great to see you guys out there advocating. Keep up the good work. And yeah, we have some other really great groups this year. We've got the Working Dogs for Conservation. That's a new group. You know a little bit about them, don't you?
I don't know enough to really speak intelligently. So.
Well, you're in luck because we've got a video coming up from them a little bit later. So that'll be great.
Yes.
We also have some other groups. The Historic St. Mary's Mission. I'm sure most of you have seen the Historic St. Mary's Mission at one point or another. They're a great group, so make sure to look them out. We have the Daily Mansion Preservation Trust, another pretty famous place down in the Bitterroot. And of course, we've got the Daily Hospital Foundation, Bitterroot Casa, the Bitterroot Celtic Society. We'll be hearing from them a little bit later too. Yeah. So make sure to get out and support your Bitterroot groups.
I really enjoyed the film last night, the TED Talk from Heartism.
Yes, that was really great. Jessica Fitzpatrick from the Heartism group. That was a wonderful TED Talk and really informative. So if you haven't seen that, you can go to her page. That's the Heartism page, and she actually has that TED Talk posted right there. So if you get a minute, go check that out. It's great.
Yeah.
All right, so we also have a couple other things we want to talk about. We have a pretty fun thing coming up later today called the COVID Comedy Round 2.
Yes, COVID Comedy Round 2. And so we will have Colin and Shane Hickey be joining us. But and a few of us have been doing calls out, but we are going to do COVID stories from home. And so I know that some of you have some really great COVID stories. You know, maybe it's like that you started wearing turtlenecks because you realized how wrinkly your neck is on Zoom calls. Or
maybe you did what the COVID girls did last night and they sewed an outfit onto a sleeping bag so that they could be more comfortable in their Zoom meetings.
Or maybe you've had some embarrassing moments, or I don't know. There's lots of stories out there. If you would like to submit your funny story that we can all laugh at,
and it can be anonymous.
Yeah, it can be anonymous. You can go to send it to info@MissoulaCommunityFoundation.org, info@MissoulaCommunityFoundation.org. And we have one other competition going on that we made up last night.
Yeah, so this is in relation to our next group here.
Yes.
It is time for bang trims, folks.
Yes.
So get out those scissors. Get ready. We're going to hear from Andrea Caffrey from Canvas Studios. Andrea's owned Canvas Studios for about a year now. She's great, wonderful. If you haven't met her, please stop in. She's just great. And she's going to show us right now 3 different ways to trim those bangs while we're stuck at home. And Marcy, can you tell us really quickly about that competition?
Yes. So Nikki and I decided that we are going to take some of our money, and if you follow Andrea and choose to cut your own bangs this afternoon, we would like a before and after picture. If you post it on the internet, Instagram.
Facebook or Instagram.
Yep.
Tag the Community Foundation and use hashtag Missoula Gives. Tell us who you would want to donate some money to, and we will make a $20 contribution to that group.
Yes. So all you bang cutters out there, watch closely. All right. Are we ready to go?
We're ready to rock.
All right. Let's see it, Andrea.
Hello. Welcome to the bang tutorial. This is I'm Andrea from Canvas Studios, just going to be walking through some bangs. So before we get started, I just want to let everyone know this tutorial is for people that already have bangs. Teaching you how to create bangs is a little bit more difficult than just maintaining what you already have. So definitely keep watching, you'll learn some things, but if you're trying to just straight out start new bangs, this isn't quite the video for you. I'll just go through a couple products I like to use and how I would trim up some bangs. So hello, we're back. So my lovely model here hasn't had a bang trim in almost 2 weeks. They're in her eyes. She doesn't know what's going on. She really likes those side bangs that can go all the way over, but with a natural look where this can also fall over and just a little bit hanging out in the middle of the forehead there. So basically, one step we've already taken is by pulling all the hair to the side, so that way we're not dealing with any of that or cutting more than we want. So basically, where we're going to start is we're going to go all the way around, and now you don't even have to use a comb to do this, but you're basically just wanting to separate this hair. We're going to separate it into thirds. So this is the first third, so we're taking like 2/3 of that hair away and getting it out of there. We want it so it's a little bit see-through, so that when you are beginning to cut your hair, you can see through your hair. That'll just ensure if you take too much off, we're a-okay. So we'll take our clip, we'll put that in the back, and we'll begin. So a couple of things that we're gonna do is you see how that bounces up? One big deal with bangs is we're not pulling the hair. As soon as you pull that hair and make it really tight and cut it, that is gonna spring up and you're gonna have a different kind of bang that I'm gonna show you a little later on. So we're gonna start with just the beginning perimeter is what we like to call that. I have a little spray bottle here, so I'm gonna go ahead and get her hair just a little bit wet. I did not shield her eyes, but she's okay, I assure you. So we don't want them dripping wet, but just having a little bit of moisture in there so that you can manipulate it if you need to. So with your first cut, we're actually going to go in and do what I like to call freehand. If we put, again, any tension on that, or go in and do any lifting and have this coming out when we cut it, you're going to end up with layers, and that's not what we're going for. We're literally just cutting the design into it. Now, you can already see with her, she's got a bang cut in there. They're just too long. So you can just go through and follow that cut. We're not trying to start anything new. We're just going to follow that cut. So I'm going to back up here. We're going to go in and we're just going to take our shear. Hopefully, if they're kitchen scissors, that's okay. We're in desperate times. So we're going to go in and we're going to start cutting off in that same angle, cutting some of that hair. So this is where you get to start deciding. You are going to want this to come all the way over here and lay over to this side when you have your bangs all done for the day. And so the biggest thing is we don't want to get too short. You can see how that already lifted above her eyes, even though here it's right in her eyes. So again, we're just going to start following that line again. We're going to get to that other side. So I've already done that. And now we're going to go through and get to the end there. So now for this side, we're going to do the same thing. You can kind of see we've got these little pieces we just cut through here, and then this long stuff that's hanging out. So we're going to put a little bit of water in there, comb that out, and we're basically going to take off that corner right there so that everything is at the diagonal. So sometimes you're going to have to come at it from this angle. Sometimes you can actually figure it out to come from this angle. Both angles work, don't worry about that. You just want to get that angle in there. Boom. So again, we're just following those lines. We're not making our own new ones. So we're going to move her back forward. Now at this point is where I like to do just a little bit of product. So I'm going to use the Hair Stories hair balm. I love this stuff. It's awesome. It's just going to create a little bit more control for me without making the hair feel sticky in the least bit. It's very light. It's for effortless air dried hair. So I'm going to go in and I'm just going to put that in, not right at her root, but throughout the hair to start giving it a little weight and seeing if I'm liking how that's going to look when we have the rest of the hair in. You can also end up pushing this stuff over, and I'm going to teach you about this stuff that falls. That's no big deal. We can take that when we get there. So time to take your next third. Again, you just use your finger. You're just getting in there. We're just wanting to you know, where nothing needs to be perfect here, people. So tie that back. We get our water. I always like to start with just a little spritz of water and nothing too wet and nothing too dry. So now we're back to square one. You can see where that hair is at. You can also see now where that underneath hair is at. So that way we have a guideline now. So this is where you can put one finger up inside of there if you want to and do that cutting to follow that line that you've already done. If you are not comfortable with that, then you just do the same thing you did last time and just take that through and cut right to where that whole line is. But again, the idea is we're not lifting, we're letting that just fall naturally. So you can start to see how that is starting to push over to the side. We're going to freehand these little babies in as soon as we're done with the entire bang trim. We don't know what they're going to look like. So because it was such a hard, severe part, there really wasn't much that fell over here at all. If anything, you know, we can just dust those ends, but nothing too crazy. Last bit of your trim as you pull the rest of that down. We're going to let that fall in. I don't like to get my top section wet. I just like to see where it's naturally falling, what it's actually doing, rough that up just a little bit. This is your final cut, so you want to make sure this stuff has a lot of body to it because you know it's going to flip up as soon as you get it clean. So definitely want to make sure we're not getting too crazy in there. So this is the fun part for me. I think this is where you can get a little bit more freehand. We're still following what's going on, but most of the hair is already cut to where you want it. So this is where I like to go a little bit off the head. You know, we're not going to go straight up here because that's insanity. We're going to go nice and low and have our hands still touching our face. So that way you're not getting too crazy with it, but you can see where those short hairs are. Oh, let me move her. Come here. So you can see where these hairs are down here is what we've already cut, and this is the stuff that's just hanging out on top. So I like to just get that angle in there, and now we're going to even angle just a little bit more so you can see where my fingers are at. We're going to go in and we're going to cut that corner off so that when that lays down, we start getting that really nice bang inside of there. Oh, she's just looking fabulous, isn't she? So our last really big bulky spot here. So what we're going to do, I'm going to come from over here, is again, we're going to take this whole section. So we've already cut all of this stuff to where we want it. It's just laying nice over to the side. We're going to, again, take this whole area. We're not going straight up with it. We're going straight out with it, and you will find just a little bit needs to be cut off. So we're just going to go in there and just lightly cut that. Basically, at this point, you can freehand just a little bit. If you see, you know, we've got this shape that's going to the side, but there seems to be a little bit hanging out over here that's kind of bothering me. I'm going to go in without any tension, any comb or pulling it, and just cut that off. That way it just can soften it just a little bit, but you can start seeing where that whole side bang wants to go. So our last section of this is this area right here. So all of this stuff is the fun stuff that needs to feel fun and flirty. I like to lift this up just a little bit more so that way it can really shoot over to the side, and it gives it the illusion of having that really strong side bang. So we're gonna go in there and we're gonna just freehand those pieces inside. So I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna carve out her eye basically and get rid of this hair, let this stuff hang out over here. And you can start seeing, you know, the stuff still is just getting a little heavy. So we're gonna take off that corner like I showed you on the other side. Boom, gorgeous, perfect little side bangs. Last step is just a little extra product. So I'll be using the Undressed from Hair Story, and we're just gonna get in there and toss that right into the bang. We're gonna let her hair down. Hey, and she's ready to hang out. So anyways, there's our cute side bang. I'll be back later with a couple more different bangs. Thank you. Hello. We are on to part 2 of our bang trim. So this one is going to focus on a nice full blunt bang. So you can see she's growing out. This will work for anybody who likes something right to their eyebrows or likes way shorter baby bangs. It's just for that very full look. So if you really like that full look, then this is gonna be your video. So we're gonna start again, just natural bang, just let those babies hang. We're gonna take a little bit of our water and we're gonna give her a spritz. Spritz that down. Nothing too crazy, but just a little bit wet. And then what we're gonna do, similar to our last video, is we're gonna go in and section out. This time we're gonna do it in thirds, but we're doing it straight across. So you can be a little bit more picky about this one than our last one. So you can see, whoop, we've taken one. I'm gonna do that one more time. Kind of hard to do with this angle. Boom, okay, that's not super straight. Let me clean her up for a minute for you. Let's see. And you can do this with your comb or your fingers. I mean, you know, you'll get the idea. We just want something that is straight across and is just going to end up giving you the feeling that that's the very bottom of the perimeter. So we'll put all of that stuff up. At this point, you don't have to pull a ton of hair back, just strictly because you can tell what's bang and what isn't. It's not going to get confusing inside of there. Definitely feel free to tuck, get that out of your face, but not as necessary. So we're going to start again with the perimeter. So we want that to be a little bit see-through where you can kind of see her eyebrow again. We're going to go in there. I'm going to turn her towards me. Maybe I should go back here and then have it. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and put our line inside of there. So I want these to be kind of short, just for the fun of it. They're already, you know, a little bit long. So this is her 2 weeks. Then we're going to move her up like ½ an inch. So we're going to go in, we're going to put that design line in there. No lifting. We're just going to really go right in next to the skin there and just put that in there. So you can see when you take a cut, boom, it shoots it up and you're like, oh my gosh, that's shorter than I wanted. So make sure you're pretty liberal with this side of things. You're going in and you are not lifting a ton or you're going to end up feeling too short, which luckily short bangs are super in, so who even cares? So again, we're going through. I don't really want to push them. If they get pushed while you're cutting, that's not really a good sign. You have too much hair. So if that's starting to happen, you want to just go in and make sure you don't have quite as much hair inside of there. So we're going to go straight on through. Let me turn her. Let's see. Okay. Boom. So you can kind of see where that guideline's going to be at. It's strong, it's inside of there, it's right to where we want it. If we have little areas like that kind of come down, just come on over and you're going to go ahead and cut that off. But again, you're not putting fingers inside of there, you're just letting this hang. So that feels pretty good to me. It looks a little schoolgirly, but you know, that's okay. We're going to turn this into a really sophisticated bang trim. So now we're going to go ahead and drop our next bit down. Remember, we split it into thirds, so just let another one of those thirds come down. What's nice with this, we're going to get this wet a little bit, is you can absolutely see your guideline because of how short we went. So we're going to push those down, give them a comb, and now you can see underneath where those bangs actually are. So now again, you're just following those bangs. We're not doing a lot of lifting or manipulating at all. And it's a small enough section that you can see right through those bangs. So boom, bang, boom. Cut those babies on through. We might end up a little bit longer on this side just from the angle that I'm in, but she looks pretty good for now. She looks happy. So last bit is we're gonna let a lot of this fall naturally. You know, you don't wanna take your part too far back, and it depends on where, if you've got a lot of like face framing layers or some layers just to add some texture. You know, we're not pulling hair all the way from back here up into your bang. So just try and keep it just the bang. So at this point, there shouldn't be a ton that have fallen down because of how we've separated it. You can see one side doesn't have quite as much. That's because we did more of that side bang for our last haircut. So again, I'm going to do just a tiny bit of spritzing, not a ton. Just that little bit. Comb that down. So this is if you wanted to have some weird pieces or some kind of like crazy texture going on and not have it super perfect, this is the layer that you play with. This is the layer you can grab this long hair that's just hanging down, give it a tiny bit of a lift out, just slightly out, and go ahead and cut right down on that. Leaving a couple of pieces long will actually create a lot of really fun texture throughout this front so it doesn't look too perfect. If you're somebody that likes perfect, then you are going to go in and you're going to cut those little bits right off of there. So you can see how it looks when it's nice and clean, where we'll go on this side where we leave a little, we're just going to grab some pieces and kind of lift. We're not lifting a ton out, we're just pinching with our hands. That creates a lot of texture at that bottom, where this side is pretty nice and even. So it just kind of depends on the look you're going for. So we can grab that. You know, she told me she wants to see her eyebrows, so we're going to give it a little bit more of a lift. It's not quite as I want it to be. And so at this point, what you would do is if you to re this, where you can actually see a little bit of the eyebrow, you're going to repin back. You don't want to just start with a big piece of hair again. So we're going to go in, cut it in half this time, maybe instead of thirds, and go in and add that line again where you want it. And this time maybe lift it just a little bit more, depending on where you want it. Crazy messy bangs are super in right now and just give off a really good look. So I don't like to be too perfect with them, you know? I think it just kind of depends on your own personality. So now we put that other half down and you can see there's just a little bit hanging down. This is where I'm going to get a little creative. We're going to go in and we're going to grab these pieces that are just feeling a little long right there. And instead of giving them a perfect cut, we're going to just give them a spin and a cut. Spin it and cut it. And these are only for the pieces that are hanging over where you've already put that perimeter. And then we can start adding that like fun texture that can be put inside of there. This piece looks just a little long. So this is where you don't have to get too perfect with your angles or lifting. We're just putting in that heavy bang. The product that I love to use in bang when it's wet is I like to use a little bit of the Undressed, again from Hair Story. So we'll just sprinkle a little bit of that in there. And then once all of this hair is dry, you can start to see how much texture that adds to everything. I mean, that's adding all kinds of texture to that bang. And then at the very end, what I like to end with, at the end of the service, once bangs are dry, is a little bit of the Do-Over from Kevin Murphy. I love this stuff. The smell is amazing, and basically you can just get in there and create a lot of body. So that way if you want a little bit of lift, that's going to give you a little bit of lift, and it works as a dry shampoo. So there is our fun, kind of chunky but cutie, heavy front bang. All right, we'll see you for the next video. All right, we're back. This is the third and final video. We've switched models up, and for this one, I'm going to show you, how to do a curly curtain bang, because a lot of people are really into the curtain bang. This can work with wavy hair, curly hair, straight hair. You just do a little product and a little curling of your own. Lucky for us, this beauty's got natural curl. So we're gonna go in, first things first, I like to go in and separate any hair that is from the front of the ear back. But I have this whole perimeter out, and you can see it's not perfect. You don't need it to be perfect. You just need whatever naturally falls forward to fall forward. So getting everything else back and out of the way, because this includes the entire sides as well. So we are going to start with getting the hair a little bit wet. Surprise, surprise. So get in there, get a little bit of dampness. We're gonna move back. My next step with hair, when I like to do the fringe bang, is to use some more of the Hair Story hair balm. So this time we're even gonna use this a little bit smaller of an amount, and we're gonna go in there and just do some pinching with our fingers, and I'm basically just gonna refresh all the curl. You know, they've been out all day, just in the sun, staying away from people, and their hair got a little frizzy. So we're just gonna go in there, I'm gonna add just a little bit more. And what I like to do is grab each little individual curl. You can see they bunch together. So we're gonna grab those, they're a little bit damp, which is great. And I just like to go in with my fingers and re-curl some of those and kind of get that curl put back in there. A lot of this hair is from the back, so we'll include that. But we're really just going in and designing each curl to where it actually wants to live instead of letting it all kind of be together. And this should be fairly simple. If you've been getting curly cuts, your hair automatically knows where to start finding itself. So we just go through and encourage where that natural curl is to start really shining off. We go all around the head with that. She's got more of a wave, which is perfect. So I'm going to get her a little bit more damp on those sides. And again, just a tiny bit of that hair balm. And here we go. We're just going to finish out those sides so that they have the curl that they need. This will also help with any shrinking. You know, curly hair shrinks. If you have curly hair, you know this. And so this encourages it to shrink at its max capacity, so that way when we're cutting, you are not having surprises after you wash and dry yourself. So again, we're just gonna grab a couple of these on the side. They look pretty good, but you can see each individual curl. So we're just gonna go in there and make sure that they are really together. That one needs to go. Okay, so you can see all of those little curls are put where they need to be. Now what I like to do is lift out a little bit of that weight, and we're just lifting those curls. So we're not separating them, they should come up together. So this is kind of like where we were parting with the other video. We're actually just going through and removing a little bit of this weight and cutting this down in half for our first initial cuts. So something like that, where you can still see through, and you gotta be a little delicate with this. You don't actually wanna pull on this stuff too much. You'll pull that curl out that we just put in there. We want that to spring back in there. So we're just gonna put that aside. So another mist. I'm just a real mister over here. So what we're gonna do is start with right around the face. So we wanna be able to see. The thing with the curtain bang is they should be able to kind of move to the side, and we get those directly out of our eyes. And so you're not just having a ton of hair right there. And with curly hair, you can already see where that's starting to go. With curly hair, you can manipulate it because it's got a little bit of that texture. So I'm gonna start with our first two curls, these big curls right in the front. The thing with the curly hair is you can see it's got that S pattern or a C shape, either one. A C turns into an S. You do not want to be cutting right into the middle of that. If you cut into the middle, say right here, then you are creating no love for your curls. You are wanting to cut right at that base there where those curls can start going back in. So we're just directing that curl to continue to be curly forever, hopefully. So basically, I don't want to cut anything into the middle. The shortest I could go at this point would probably be around here, or else then we're getting into here, which we don't want those short bangs. We're going for those long bangs. So what we like to do is cut to that C. So whether that means you're coming up and cutting or you're coming down and cutting, either is fine. I like to go up sometimes because I can actually hold on to that curl. So we're not pulling on that curl to where it's straight. We're just holding on to it and cutting that tip off and creating a little C with what we just cut off. So you can see how that creates a little stronger curl right there. And that's really about it. When that sits over here, we just want that to be touching the cheekbone. So you can play with those and move them up a little bit. Some people like the look of having these nice and short with the curtain bang. For this particular one, we're just doing a longer curtain bang. So then you can go in and clean up if there's any little pieces that seem to be bothering you, but this is where you just get to be a little bit more creative. So we're gonna go in with this one as well. So you can see this feels like 2 curls to me. We're gonna go in and break that up, put that curl back in there. So now we can see where that one is versus where that one is. They both curl in 2 different spots, so don't want to take too big of a section. So again, you know, we're using this cheekbone when you pull over as about our guide. So we're going to take off this last little bit of curl right through there. I'm gonna hold that and we're gonna go up and we're gonna cut that curl right out of there. You can go down as well, just to solidify that shape. So now we can start pushing these over to the side. And they're actually gonna wanna stay over there because of how it's cut. If they get cut in the middle of that curl, I promise you, they're going to freak out and they're not gonna know where to go. So definitely just pay attention to that. So now this is where we get to design a lot of fun stuff. We want a piece that carries up right at that cheekbone. So we're gonna do another one here. I don't wanna cut anywhere below here. That's right where that S starts or that C starts. So we wouldn't wanna cut right into the middle. That is not a good spot. So we wanna go up just a little bit and that'll encourage that curl to have a really cute soft place right around that cheekbone. So you can see even when you cut it, you want it to be in that C. You don't want it to be in the middle of that C. So even when you have those little pieces, they should end at that same spot. And now we've created a lot of really fun visual texture to go right to where that cheekbone is. So we're just gonna work our way down. We're just going into this one. Again, you'll get a little C that comes off. That one, a little C that comes off. And we're just going all the way down those sides. These are where you can put them. You can basically put them where you want them. This is what will look good when your hair's up. You have all these little pieces that come down. And so this guy seems a little long for me. If you like to have length in the front, I would leave this. If you like to have a very full bang, then we're gonna get rid of that. This particular model has a ton of hair. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of it. I think it's just gonna add a really nice fringe to the front. So here's my last piece here. I'm just gonna do a really nice diagonal and get that out of there right where that curl begins again. Boom. So now there's this whole side that has some shape to it where this side does not. So we're gonna go in and this side I'm gonna come down just based on being right-handed. And we're gonna grab those pieces and make sure again, you're not cutting in the middle of that curl, and the way you're gonna be able to know is how the hair looks after you cut it. Again, it needs to be in that C when you cut it off, and if it's cut right into that middle there, you can see where the C is. If you cut into the middle, boom, it frizzes, it doesn't know where to go. So that's the only important part, but this is a really fun freehand way to create some really soft, beautiful fringe through this whole front. You can see now where that follows suit. So, boom, kind of where that's at. So that's our first top. So I am again going to use the undressed. I think this works really well on wavy hair. So we're gonna go in just a little bit of a spritz and a little tiny bit of a scrunch. Nothing too crazy. This stuff you can manipulate quite a bit. So say you want these sides to really get out of here. That's where you would just saturate them a little bit with that product and put the bend into them. Push them where you want them and let it dry that way. She's not super damp. It's just has a little bit of tack to it. All right, we're on our last step, which is just going to be pushing the rest of this hair forward that we put up earlier. So we'll grab all of this hair together. I think with curly hair, more is better sometimes. Now let's get this head safely in here. So one more time, we're gonna spritz down, and now we're just following that guide that we just put in. Like I said, the curly hair can be a little funner because you don't actually have to follow many rules besides to not cut into the middle of a curl. So now you can see where this stuff just ends up looking heavy on her, where we want to end up having a lot of openness. So I'm just going to start again from these front pieces. So you can see this was our first piece we put in there, and let's see, it's even less than that. That piece right there that we put in there that wants to end up coming back. So this whole piece that's laying on top now, we need to have that follow suit. So we're just going to go ahead and start carving those pieces in, and we can refresh, you know, put that curl back in there with every little cut that we do. because as you know, every time you touch your hair, you end up getting a little frizzy. So we're just going to toss that in. I'm going to be spraying in my Undressed while we're going. Undressed is like better water for your hair for curls, if you ask me. It smells delicious and it really hydrates those curls back up. So you can start putting those pieces in so you can see how much lighter this side feels than this heavy stuff that's going on and kind of what's going on with this side. So we're going to end up moving a lot of these pieces. These can be part of our layering. So again, don't pull straight. You want to see where that bend is. And you just toss that right in there and create that really nice shape again. This piece feels a little too heavy for me. So I'm going to go ahead and take that out to where it's starting to go around to that S again. Boom. If you see any hard lines in there, just take it at that angle. You don't want to see any of those hard lines. We'll go down with some of that. So we're basically going into putting a little point right at the bottom, but mostly we're showcasing a lot of where that cheekbone is. So we can do that. Now we'll switch to the other side. And here's our piece we put in. Here's some pieces that ended up coming over it. So these are much too heavy. We like where that bottom piece is. So I'm going to separate those into their own little curls. We'll give it a little extra hey. Spritz that in. And now this piece I'm going to take up to at least where that short piece is in that front. I mean, we've already got our line in there. So these pieces are more about body and styling than they are about how it will visually look. Boom. So, and going down is just fine as well. You just want to make sure you're still cutting to that curl. You don't want to be cutting out of that. Sometimes when you go up, I think you have a little bit more control, but if one side you can go up, then the other side you have to go down. That is no biggie. You just want to make sure it's all about visual with the curly hair and shape. So you can kind of see where that's at. I'm feeling like this is a little shorter than over here. So then we can start adjusting and fine tuning where we want things to go. But you can really start to see where that's at. And then the last step that I like to do is with our hair balm. So going again with that hair balm, very similar to the beginning where we're just taking a little bit of that hair balm, rubbing it on our fingertips and creating like little pinchings. And you just start pinching everything. You want this stuff to kind of all start to come back and start getting that feel of it coming up and out away from your face. Also, it looks very good when you have ponytails up so that you don't have a ton of hair sitting where you don't want it. So that is the end of our tutorial, and hopefully you enjoyed these videos. Definitely comment and let us know if there's anything else you want to see. So thank you. Bye.
All right. Andrea, that was so great. I just love learning some tips and tricks on how to trim my bangs because I'm not good at it. So thank you so much, Andrea. Again, that was Andrea from Canvas Studios. Go check her out. And if anybody cut their bangs while they were watching, please post those photos. All right, I just want to do a quick introduction. Again, my name is Nikki Robb. I am program manager at the Missoula Community Foundation, and you have joined us live for the Missoula Gives stream. I'm here with my friend Kendall Baldwin Anderson.
Hello.
And she's here to talk with me a little bit and celebrate the Kids Hour, which is coming up at 2 o'clock. But before then, we do have a few more videos I want to show. So I think right now we're going to go ahead and queue up the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula and their Save the Train project.
Hey everybody, we're out here at the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula's 32-acre historic park that talks about the history of western Montana and all of its many different phases of the past. And it's just enjoying this beautiful spring weather. It's going to be a great day for Missoula Gives, so get on MissoulaGives.org, check out your favorite nonprofit, see what they're up to, see how the leaderboard's going, and definitely check out the Friends of the Historical Museum. We keep history alive. As you can see, We have 32 acres to upkeep, and that's over 20 historic buildings, including old engine number 7, which we're trying to raise some funds for. And we'll have a chat here in a moment with Larry Ingold, the project coordinator for the Save the Train restoration, and all the other things that we do out here. We have about 200 educational events every year for youth and adults, offering it to, oh gosh, I think last year we had over 5,000 youth and 2,000 adults come through our educational programs. So one of the really cool events that happens out here at the Historical Museum includes this old steam-operated sawmill. Forestry Day and 4th of July both have it fired up, and this amazing beast is the 1918 case steam traction locomotive that is used to operate the sawmill. And this is a huge, huge machine. You can kind of see me standing next to it. It is way up there. There's my dog Alva. We're walking around the fort checking it out. It's a great place to hang out with your pooch, especially during these times of social distancing. Get the dogs out because you know they're going stir crazy. So some of the other cool things about the Historical Museum is the many different partnerships we have. Right over here is the Woodsman Team competition grounds where Forestry Day happens. You can hear the geese flying over right now. And then the Society of American Foresters has all of these amazing machines that they keep going and they keep finding to talk about the history of Western Montana and the many different old machines and tools that it took to make Missoula what it is today. Looks like we've got some of the guys working down here. They're out here quite a lot, restoring these old machines and bringing them back to life. This is one of my favorites. I just love the color tone on this old truck. It's an old Anaconda fire truck, pretty cool. So this is number 7, our wonderful Willamette that we are campaigning to save and raise funds for. You can see that it is hooked up out here at the museum to several cars, and that slide jammer would have lifted the logs from a deck or a yard up in the mountains and put them on the train cars here, where number 7 would have then pulled it down to a mill or a secondary loading place. And we're going to talk with Larry Ingold, project coordinator of the Save the Train project. And he spent the past year and a half, 2 years, really doing a lot of great research on number 7 and has unearthed some incredible information about what really makes this one-of-a-kind, oldest steam locomotive in the nation so special. So, Larry, let's chat about number 7.
Hi, I'm Larry Ingold. I retired to the Bitterroot Valley in Hamilton after working my whole career on short-line railroads in California. And I saw this locomotive sitting here at Fort Missoula and decided it's awfully forlorn and really needs somebody to help it. So I came to the museum and I volunteered to help get this project up and running. Number 7 was built by the Willamette Iron and Steel Works in Portland, Oregon, originally for the Western Lumber Company. It was then in 1928 sold to the Anaconda Company in Bonner, Montana. It spent its whole life out there on the Big Blackfoot until about 1948 when it was replaced by trucks. Along 1954 comes Hollywood, and they started filming Timberjack, and the engine was pressed back in service to be used for the movie. After the movie was completed, the locomotive was placed in the park in Bonner. It sat under the trees for a number of years. In 1980s, Champion, who then owned the Anaconda properties, donated it to Fort Missoula, and the locomotive was moved here. So we've been working on it this past summer and basically disassembling the locomotive and inspecting all of its internal components and have found it in reasonably good condition after sitting the number of years it's been sitting out in the weather. We have so far made a few small minor parts for it and do have some more to make, and are planning work parties all next summer to work on this engine, and hopefully at some point we will have it running under its own power to demonstrate how these locomotives worked.
Hey folks, well, we really appreciated chatting with Larry there about engine number 7 and all the work that he's put into it and the history, and just, it's an amazing machine, isn't it? Really a Missoula icon, and we're excited for this Missoula Gives to be able to raise funds to save and restore the one-of-a-kind objects like this that really talks about what Western Montana did in the past and how it got to where it is today. So we're really thankful that we have folks like you out there who want to support keeping our history alive and just, support our community right now. It's going to be one of the most important Missoula Gives this town's ever seen. So please get out there and check out the nonprofits like us and like many others that make this town such an amazing and incredible place to live, work, and play. And thank Larry Engold for tuning in and chatting with us about good old number 7 and what our hopes and dreams are for. So have a great day. Give big, give little, it doesn't matter. Many gifts make a huge impact, and right now, separately we're together, and we are going to really have the opportunity to make a huge impact for our nonprofit community of Missoula and the Bitterroot. So log into MissoulaGives.org and check out your favorite nonprofit, including the Friends of the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula.
Freight train, run so fast. Freight train, run so fast. Please don't say what train I'm on, so they won't know the route I've gone.
Hey folks, this is Rob Rich with Swan Valley Almanac, here today standing in front of a nice little pocket of red osier dogwoods and willows over here to talk about the largest and most impactful rodent on the continent, the North American beaver. Now I know when I say beaver, you might be thinking, oh damn, but guess what? The beaver is a pretty fascinating animal, and they have a lot of benefits that are helping the health of our watersheds. Let's take a look at their handiwork and some of the benefits they bring. Okay folks, if you've heard anything about beavers, it's probably two things. One, that they're busy, and two, that they cut down trees. And both are actually true. This was cut down, don't know how long ago, but it's something I would call beaver archaeology because it's not extremely recent. A lot of times when it is recent, you can see a lot of white on the trees just from being so freshly cut, and this pitch here that would be shorn out would be helping the tree to heal itself from the wound the beaver causes. But this is a really interesting behavior that no other animal really does, other than termites eat a lot of wood, but beavers are the only one that bring down trees both for food and for habitat. Now I happen to have a beaver skull here from a friend of mine's collection, and this can give us a little bit of an insight into why they are able to do what they do. You can see here on their front incisors, they have two large incisors, and on the front of them, they are really orange from enamel, and that's a very hard surface on the front of that. And then on the back of their incisors, it's kind of a white substance called dentine, and it's softer. And so as the front goes against the back, the hard goes against the soft, and it's constantly sharpening. And so those two front incisors, coupled with the ones on the bottom, obviously, that I don't have access to, but they are able to really cut through a lot of hard wood, just like a chisel you would in a wood craftsman or something. You can also look at this skull and tell some other things about the beaver. This big, thick area on the sides where our cheekbones kind of would be, and that's called a zygomatic arch. And that's a really cool feature that you see in some animals that have a lot of power in their bite. And so these zygomatic arch bones are what drives the what they call the masseter muscles, and what help the beaver to do a lot of grinding activity to break down the wood, chew up that cellulose, and somehow get nutrition from it, which is pretty powerful. So we talked about how beavers bring down trees, and they're doing it for two reasons. Food, primarily, but also to build dams. There are two reasons why beavers build a dam. The first one is for safety. The water impounded and stored behind a dam makes beavers feel safe because they are really awkward on land. I have two casts here of beaver feet, and this is their front foot, about the size of a deck of cards normally, about 3 inches or so. And you can see that it's very dexterous and small, has long nails for digging, and it can manipulate all sorts of branches and tree parts and whatnot. But their hind foot is like a flipper. It is totally webbed, nearly double the size, and walking with these large, powerful hind feet on land is very awkward. And in the Swan Valley, with lots of wolves and bears and mountain lions all around, that is quite dangerous. So storing water behind a dam and allowing yourself to swim them out in your element, so to speak, is a very safe way to go. Also, when the water is stored behind a dam, the beaver has a lot more access to food because the water floods out new territory. It helps willows to rebound and to grow on the land, and beavers have access to that they might not otherwise without overland travel. Now we are at a beaver lodge, and I'm whispering kind of because I don't want to make too much noise. Not all beavers live in lodges. They can sometimes live in a bank burrow or a bank den inside the bank. But lodges are just that extra layer of safety in a wetland habitat. A lot of times we just picture them as a big mound in the middle of a pond or a lake, but this one is right alongside a creek, and it has an entrance chute and an exit that goes right directly into the creek so that the beavers can escape as they need to when they feel threatened. You can see this particular lodge has all manner of sticks pounded on it. And again, that mud is also important. That's one of the best ways to tell whether a beaver lodge is active or not, is whether it has mud plastered on it, especially as we start heading into winter here. That's going to be really important for them to mud up their lodge to seal it with warmth for the winter. Because beavers in this climate, in the Swan Valley, will be under the ice and will not be able to access trees to cut or anything all winter from the time the ice gets too thick for them to break through. And for that reason, they often will have a food cache right in front of their lodge at one of those exit and entrance areas. And at this site, we don't have one built yet because it's been kind of a wet fall here, but they're getting close to the time where they're going to start building a cache of wood that they literally plug and just pickle down there at the bottom of the creek or the waterway where they're living. And they will subsist off of that cache all winter. It's also pretty neat that multiple generations of beavers can live in one lodge. They form monogamous pairs, and they are very social and family-oriented creatures, constantly grooming and protecting each other and interacting in all sorts of ways. One fun fact about beaver lodges is that they can also host other animals in them that live in the lodge with the beavers. Most notably, muskrats will somewhat be like a renter in a beaver lodge at the same time the beavers are living there. In our Swan Valley watershed, beavers are definitely doing some magic. They are both an ecosystem engineer that modifies their habitat to suit their own needs, but they're also a keystone species that does a lot for the benefit of other animals. A lot of our flagship species that we love here in the Swan Valley, like the West Slope cutthroat trout, really benefits from the nursery habitat that a beaver wetland creates. Columbia spotted frogs require beaver-type wetlands for breeding. Even our namesake, the trumpeter swan, is a really great beneficiary of beaver-shaped wetlands. So as our climate gets warmer and our waters are constantly lowering their flow over the summer, as we're more concerned about wildfires becoming extreme, we need these wet, water-stored areas that beavers can help provide. And so I am really thankful we have beavers on our landscape, and that the Swan Valley has about 16% surface water coverage compared to the rest of Montana as a state, which only has about 1% surface water coverage. So we're really lucky here in the Swan Valley, both to have so much water and to have beavers on our landscape. If you ever have questions about how to coexist with beavers, Swan Valley Connections is here to educate and help coordinate resources for you to find solutions that work for beaver coexistence. I hope you get out in the next couple weeks to enjoy some beaver wetlands for yourself as they start to fortify their dams and their lodges and prepare for the winter ahead. Thanks a lot and have a great day. That they will eat their own feces, which is kind of a unique behavior that some animals do, like rabbits as well. But they do that because they're just trying to squeeze that second round of nutrition out of the willow or the wood, that cambium layer beneath the wood.
My name is Maria. I'm the Missoula arm of Big Brothers Big Sisters Northwest Montana. Last July, we stepped in to continue youth mentoring services in the Missoula community after Big Brothers Big Sisters of Missoula shut down. Your support is needed to help us continue matching kids with caring community members and to keep our program thriving. You can support us by donating during Missoula Gives, which takes place on April 30th and May 1st. Please share this message widely, donate what you can, and keep Missoula mentored.
All right. Hi, I'm Katie, and I'm a big sister, and this is my little Brianna.
Hi, I'm Brianna.
What do you like most about being part of Big Brothers Big Sisters?
Well, I like being part of like a big family, and Big Brothers Big Sisters is like a second family to me.
And why is your match relationship important to you?
Because I just like doing things a lot. So like I don't like to be just sitting at home, well, like just doing nothing all the time.
And what do you like about being a little?
I like being little.
It's a good
I
reason.
just like being like my age. It's nice. My hair's not white and I'm kidding.
It's fun being 9.
Yeah, I like being 9.
I like being part of Big Brothers Big Sisters because it's so much fun. But what I like the most about being a part of it is the friendship that Brianna and I have formed. We were matched about 4 months ago, I think, and we've already done so many fun activities together, from making Valentine's Day cards, learning to decorate cupcakes, getting pedicures, going for hikes. And our activity list is always growing, but our activities are always the highlight of my week. And then my match with Brianna is important to me because it's a way for me to give time to my community, but it's not about the volunteer hours. It's so much more than that, and part of my weekly routine that I look so forward to. And the best thing about being a mentor, from my perspective, is the relationship you form with your little. It's rewarding to know that they're looking up to you as a role model, a positive influence, and consistent person in their life, and you're making a difference. And Brianna is such a happy, confident, smart girl. And I learned something from her every time we're together. And I think we've both done new things and have plenty more to do together.
All right. Well, that was wonderful. We had some really great videos. And now we get to hear from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northwest Montana. Really excited to have these guys on board. And we've talked a little bit about Big Brothers Big Sisters over the last couple days. They are back, folks, but I don't want to tell you about it. We're going to have Todd Lungasher, who is the executive director of the Big Brothers Big Sisters Northwest Montana. I've got Todd here with me today. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Nikki.
How we doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're having a giving day and we're doing so good, and the community's just been outpouring with generous gifts all day yesterday and today. This has just been so wonderful.
I want to come live in that little studio you've set up. It's amazing.
Our Between Two Ferns sort of setting here, we're loving it.
And I want to start by saying congratulations. I just was looking at the website and you have surpassed your goal before lunchtime.
Yes, it's so exciting. Like I said,
Really
I'm just touched by all the support from the community and people coming together to support these nonprofits. It's just beautiful and wonderful. I absolutely love it so much.
Absolutely.
But I want to talk to you, Todd. Can you tell me a little bit about your organization and this kind of transition to taking on the Missoula area?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we're very excited to be part of Missoula Gives, and I want to thank you all for your incredible support and for putting this on for the city of Missoula. So we're happy to be here. As people probably know, there has been a long time Big Brothers Big Sisters presence. The Missoula office did need to close about a year ago, and the Flathead County office decided to listen to Missoula, and we talked to quite a few people, and it seemed like there was a need there still. And so we jumped in and have slowly begun to add that to our existing program. So we now like to think of ourselves not as Big Brothers Big Sisters of Missoula and Flathead County, but just as one big organization. And it seems like people have responded well to that, and it certainly works well from just a logistics standpoint of an economy of scale of having some localized, centralized services and then program people in the two different places.
Yeah, so that was actually going to be my next question. Since Missoula Gives has happened, we've even gotten a few phone calls at our office asking about the program and, hey, we saw that it's back and it's posted on your page, and could you tell us more? So could you please take a second to talk to our listeners today about how people can get involved, and from either community, because I'm sure it could differ for the Missoula kids versus other areas of the Northwest Montana. So tell us all about that, Todd.
Yeah, so while the places are different, the cultures in Missoula and Flathead County are slightly different, and I think we have tried to be in tune to that. The service is fairly similar. I would say it's pretty much congruent. So the services that we offer are really, we're just trying to connect adults in the communities who are interested in giving back in this particular way. And this particular way is being a part of a child's life who could benefit from additional adult support. So we like to think of it as having the aunt or the uncle that isn't, for whatever reason, already in place locally there, lives down the street, that you can turn to when you need a little extra support, a confidant, somebody else to go to a movie with or go to the park with or learn how to shoot baskets with.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's been really great to have you guys back in the community. We're lucky to have you, and I hope that through the Missoula Gives, you get a bunch more people calling and say, yay, you're back, what can we do? We want to get involved. So we'll continue to spread the word for sure.
Thank you. That's already happened. We've already had people make donations that, to this point, they haven't been on our radar at all, and they've been sending us kind notes. So fundraising aside, it's already, from my perspective, been successful in that we have connected with many more people in Missoula.
I'm so thrilled to hear that, Todd. And again, we're really excited to have you in the community. So thank you guys for coming back. I was just curious, you guys have been doing a really good social media campaign. And so you've had a couple kids or bigs and littles that have been on there. And I heard through the grapevine that some of those people haven't even been paired together very long. But boy, watching them communicate, even the short video we played right before you came on, is just touching. So to me, it seems like this program is more of just like a friend to go to the store with, or to go to play basketball with. These could be lifelong relationships. Am I right?
You are right. It is not uncommon to be out at an event, or just for me to be out somewhere and run into somebody. The number of people that have a connection to Big Brothers Big Sisters is stunning. Everybody is either knows somebody, or was involved, or was a little when they were little, or was a big. So we have a lot of opportunity to talk to people who have been impacted by the program in some way for a long period. So a really common story is that we run into people who are now in their 40s or even 50s that were a little many years ago, decades ago, and are still in contact with their big. So now their relationship has changed because they're both adults. So they might go hunting together, or they might just go out to dinner together. But the power of these relationships is striking.
And clearly for both. It's not just for the littles. The bigs clearly benefit from this, not only by giving back, but having a special person in their life that, they get to go do fun stuff with. So it's really just a great program.
Right.
Todd,
So
is there
if you
anything
listen
else that you want to touch on that we haven't spoke about yet?
Well, I'll just follow up on the comment you made. If you watch those videos or you listen to any of our bigs, they do talk about all of the aspects that we would expect them to talk about watching their little grow and flourish and become more self-confident, and all of those things that we see so often. And then they always turn to ultimately to talking about how important it is in their life, and end up talking about how much they learn and how much they look forward to it. So I think we often think about this as a one-way relationship. Mm-hmm. Every big will talk about it as a two-way relationship, that they feel like they're getting at least as much, if not more, out of the relationship than the little.
Yes, I absolutely agree to that. And for our viewers out there, go and follow these guys on Facebook or Instagram. They have been doing a really great job in sharing these wonderful stories, and it might just inspire you to sign up to be a big, or get your little one signed up to be a little. So I highly encourage you guys to do that. All right, Todd, I do have one other question for you. What exactly are you guys fundraising for? As kind of a newly transitioned group, can you tell me kind of more about your goal for this campaign and what exactly you guys are fundraising for?
Yeah, we are still building our program in Missoula. So right now we have one full-time employee. We have lots of ideas about growing and expanding. Of course, we want to do that carefully and well, and we want to make sure that we're prioritizing our existing matches. But we have really a whole world of possibilities and a whole program to build in Missoula. So the money we raise here will do everything from, the not very glamorous stuff of continuing to be able to make copies and buy postage and all of those mundane things. But also, right now, we're retooling our program, given that our bigs and littles are not meeting face-to-face. So we're doing lots of additional layers of work. We are right now in the process of delivering to every one of our littles what we're calling learning packages. So we have put together packages of paper and pencils and crayons and games and learning activities, and we're delivering those door to door, since still a lot of people are not going out, and as we all know, kids are not going to school. We've started things like random acts of kindness. So every Friday, one family of one little is getting a pizza dinner in Missoula. So just all of the things that we normally do, and now we're also doing extra things because of the social isolation piece. And we hear really clearly from our parents that, like every parent, not just BBBS parents, that everybody is getting a little bit of cabin fever, and the kids are ready to break out of their home and be doing something else. So we're trying to do anything we can to help the family and the kids continue learning and being active and engaged.
I love that. I absolutely love it. Well, we've only got another minute here, so Todd, can you go ahead and tell our viewers one more time how that they can get involved with Big Brothers Big Sisters, being a resident here in Missoula or Valley counties, and any last closing minutes? And I really thank you for coming on today. Take it away, Todd.
Well, thank you again. Like everyone else, we have a website, and that's probably the easiest way to find us. So you can simply Google Big Brothers Big Sisters, BBBS. We've now renamed ourselves Northwest Montana to better describe the area that we're serving. But you can, if you just go on and look for Big Brothers Big Sisters, Flathead County, Missoula, Northwest Montana, you'll find us. All of the information about how to be of service in your community in this particular way to work with us is on there, whether it's being a family member who might want to talk to us about having their little have a big, being an organization that's interested in partnering in a different way. We're always looking for new ideas and for individuals who are ready to help.
Fantastic. Well, I really appreciate hearing from you. Thank you so much for joining us. If you were a big or you are a little and you want to show your support for Big Brothers Big Sisters, print one of these signs off the Facebook page. These are really fun here. And show your support for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northwest Montana today. Thank you, Todd. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Nikki.
What comes to mind when you think of zero waste? What would it look like in your home, your neighborhood, Missoula, or anywhere else in the world? Maybe you hear words, see images, or think of a letter. That's a question we ask 5th graders when they come to Home Resource as part of the Zero Waste Ambassadors program. With the visioning activity, they can draw or write about whatever they think zero waste is. So what do you think of when you think of zero waste? Home Resource is so much more than just a retail store. There are work programs, volunteer opportunities, and educational programs available as well. The Zero Waste Ambassadors program is just one of those. ZWAP is designed to motivate young Missoulians to think more critically about materials, where they come from, and where they go. Our objective is to empower youth with the knowledge that the choices they make and the actions they take can help create a more sustainable future. ZWAP the Game is just one part of this experience. ZWAP the Game is a review of the materials economy that we discuss in the classroom portion of the Zero Waste Ambassadors program. The materials economy, very simply, is the system of stuff. It's a system made by humans to make and transport the things that we buy and use. A system is a set of connected things, parts, or processes that form a complex whole. The materials economy has multiple parts, and this game reviews all of those. The first step in the materials economy is the earth. This is where we extract all of the raw materials needed to make and transport things throughout the rest of the materials economy. We use trucks, boats, planes, and trains to move these materials from the earth to a factory. The factories are where things are produced. Once they're ready, they move on with similar vehicles, and they end up in stores and warehouses, depending on if you shop in person or online. After these items are in stores and warehouses, then we either go and pick them up or we have them delivered to us. So we drive, take a bus, or a delivery truck comes to our house. These first 4 steps in the classroom presentation are covered pretty quickly, and then we talk about a few other things. But we do have another step to end the materials economy, and we can't go on without talking about this one. What happens to things when we're done with them? Typically, we throw them away and someone drives them to the landfill. By the time materials are extracted, they're produced in a factory, they're distributed to stores and warehouses, and we bring them to our homes here in Missoula, materials have traveled on average 5,000 miles. This current system, the materials economy, it isn't sustainable, but we do have options. We can close the loops. So we can make this system, the materials economy, more like the ones found in nature, which are cyclical, or like a circle. Alright, so now the board looks a little bit better, but what does having these loops actually do? What do they mean? On their own, the loops really don't mean a lot, but when we start pairing them with our R words, they start to make a lot more sense. The first R is reduce, and it means to use less stuff. This one comes first because it's where we can make the biggest difference. If we reduce what we do need and refuse what we don't need, then we don't have to make things in the first place. They don't have to be extracted, produced, or distributed. The second R is reuse, and it means to use it again. Now this loop is the smallest of our 3 loops, so it uses the least amount of energy. Sometimes when we reuse things at home, it doesn't take any energy. We reuse things like furniture, clothing, glasses, dishes, and other things that we don't necessarily think about, but we reuse them every day. Outside of home and school, we have other opportunities for reuse, and this involves stores and other businesses. We can donate or sell things that we no longer need and use. And there are businesses that specialize in reuse, like Free Cycles and Home Resource. Thrift stores do this too. We also have libraries, which are all about reuse. This loop is a little bit bigger, so it does use a little bit more energy, but not much. We might drive or take the bus to a store or the library, or we have to wash something before we use it, but there's still very little energy required in this step. Our third R is recycle, and it means to make it again. In Missoula, we can recycle different types of metal, plastic number 1 and number 2, paper and cardboard if they aren't dirty or greasy, glass, and we can compost food. Now, recycling does use more energy than when we reuse something, but it's still significantly less than when we have to make something new. When we recycle 1 aluminum can instead of making one new, it can save enough energy to power a laptop for up to 300 minutes. For those things that we can't reduce and they don't fit into the loops with our other R words, well, they have to end up in the landfill because they're what we call designed for the dump. In the final round of Zwap the Game, the pieces look a little bit different. In the true spirit of reuse, our final round pieces are printed on the back side of cereal boxes. Also going along with reuse, our envelopes for our game pieces are made from materials that are designed for the dump. This one was a Cheeto bag. With all of the pieces in the final round, groups will work together to decide where they want things to go. This round is different because there's no one exact right answer for everything. There are a lot of opportunities for us to make better choices, but ultimately, our pieces have options. Before we look at the pieces, let's look at all of the options of where they can go. We can reduce things if we think it's something that we can avoid using. This is the best option, and whenever we can reduce something, that's what we want to try to do. We can also use both of the reuse loops, the recycle loop, or things can end up in the landfill if it's something that is designed for the dump. Let's take a look at an empty glue bottle. Now, our first thought might be to recycle it, but very likely it isn't number 1 or number 2. So this is something that's designed for the dump. We can, however, buy larger containers of glue and then use these smaller empty bottles to refill. I think this is a good option for reuse at school or home. What do you think about a cardboard pizza box? We can recycle that, right? Well, maybe. If the box isn't greasy, then yeah, we can absolutely recycle it. But this might be something that's better for composting or if we have a creative reuse for it. In Swap the Game, we include things that are going to be composted in with things that are going to be recycled. What about a styrofoam takeout container? What do we do with that? This item is a really good example to think about whether we actually need to use this item or not. Do we use it and then put it in the landfill? Or do we decide not to use it in the first place? For me personally, I would try not to use it in the first place. A broken bicycle. Now, depending on how broken it is, that determines what our options will be. If it's broken beyond repair, then we can donate the usable parts to Free Cycles and they can use it to fix other bikes. If it's not that bad, then we can bring it into a repair shop and they can fix it and it'll be like having a new bike all over again. Now, what do we do with newspaper? We could recycle it, assuming it's clean, and we could also reuse it a few different ways. We can find some kind of creative reuse like arts and crafts, paper mache. We can use it to line a small trash can. Or we can read all of these things online. We wouldn't even get the newspaper in the first place. The newspaper is a great example of an item that has no one right answer. Not only will groups decide to do different things with the same item, but each group has slightly different pieces than the next. So no one's game board is going to look the same. They get to decide if they want to reduce, what items they aren't going to use in the first place, how are they going to reuse things, and can they recycle things before things might end up in the landfill. Are you ready to test your zero waste knowledge? This quiz is one of the first and last things that students do before they sign the wall and become zero waste ambassadors. Let's see what you know. How much stuff does a Montanan throw away in one day? Is it 1 pound, 4 pounds, 7 pounds, or 10 pounds? Correct answer, 7 pounds. So how does that compare to average Americans? Do Montanans throw away more, the same, or less when compared to others? Correct answer, more. Montanans throw away almost double the national average. A system is a supportive or main section of something, a set of connected things, parts, or processes that form a complex whole, a machine designed to convert one form of energy into mechanical energy, or a set of disconnected things or parts that don't relate in any way. Correct answer, a set of connected things, parts, or processes that form a complex whole. What is the name of the system that people created to make and transport the stuff that we buy and use? Is it an ecosystem, materials economy, operating system, grocery stores, or railroads? Correct answer, materials economy. On average, how far do most of the things we buy and use have to travel to get to Missoula? 100 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles, 5,000 miles, or 238,000 miles? Correct answer, 5,000 miles. What is the first R in the 3 R's of waste reduction? Is it reduce, reuse, or recycle? Correct answer, reduce. So what does it mean to reduce? Does it mean to use less stuff? To make it again? To put it in the garbage? Or to use it again? Correct answer, use less stuff. Recycling 1 aluminum can saves enough energy to power a laptop for up to 20 minutes, 120 minutes, 150 minutes, or 300 minutes? Correct answer, 300 minutes. Which of these words describes an action we can take to try to persuade companies to change how they make or package their products to reduce waste? Is it repurpose, request, rethink, or respect? Correct answer, request. Final question, true or false? Reducing waste is a choice. Is that true or is that false? Correct answer, true. We have a choice. We're the ones who decide if something is going to be reduced, reused, recycled, or landfilled. How did you do? Are you ready to become a zero waste ambassador? We have a lot of options for practicing zero waste, and making even just one change can help make a difference. Zero waste ambassadors can choose to do one or more of our 4 ambassador actions. These actions include drinking from a reusable water bottle every day, practicing zero waste at meal times, shopping secondhand first, and helping one person understand. With ongoing support of community members of all ages, we can work together to get Missoula to zero waste. It all starts with us.
Some of you are broken, and some of you are in need. Others have it together, grab a shovel and plant a seed. Vibrant and resilient, we are here to celebrate. Make it all a little better, volunteer and donate. 'Cause Missoula gives a damn, and Missoula lends a hand. And when Missoula takes a hit, we rebuild it bit by bit. Yeah, Missoula gives a damn, and Missoula lends a hand. And Missoula has the grit, 'cause Missoula gives a shit.
All right, that was great. We had to play the Missoula Gives song from Travis Yost. Thanks so much for that, Travis. Well, we've had some really fun stuff going on today. Again, my name is Nikki Robb. I am the program manager at the Missoula Community Foundation, and I am here with Kendall Baldwin-Anderson. We are live for the Kids Hour right now, and I'm really excited. If you got your kiddos here watching, bring them on. We're about to do some fun stuff with our friends at Families First. So I have Abby Edwards and Katie. I'm really sorry I don't know your last name, but Abby and Katie from Families First are here to join us. Hey guys.
Hi. Hey, how's it going?
Well, Kendall and I both have little ones at home, and so we're really excited to hear from you guys about what's going on with Family First, what your plans are, what the future holds for you, and then I think you guys might have some fun activities in store for us, right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We are so grateful to be participating today in Missoula Gives, and it is a really cool time, an exciting time for Families First. This summer, we will be moving into the new Missoula Public Library facility that's under construction right now, and I think it will just take learning and play to a whole new level for the Missoula community. So we'll be a part of the second floor that will be the children and families floor. We'll have our partner organizations with Spectrum Discovery Center and then obviously the Missoula Public Library. And we'll have all kinds of fun things for children and families to do. An awesome water room where kids will get to splash and play and learn and appreciate our river ecosystem that makes Missoula so special. We'll have an awesome dramatic and imaginative play exhibit with rotating themes each month, and kids will get to explore outer space, use their imagination to experience a Montana wilderness camp out, just all kinds of cool stuff like that. And then we are really excited because this will kind of be the first time in our organizational history that we'll have space large enough and dedicated to family education as well as learning through play activities. So we'll have an awesome classroom and private consultation rooms where families can connect with other families, parents can learn and share information, and then have the opportunity to kind of go out into the play area and model the skills that they're learning. So it's a cool time, and we can't wait.
I'm so excited to hear that. You guys are going to have a beautiful new space, and I can't wait to bring my little there. I know that Kendall and I will probably both be bringing our littles there, so really exciting stuff. And you guys have been doing some kind of fun stuff while you've been pivoting during these crazy times we're living in. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, go for it, Katie.
Yeah. So I was a stay-at-home mom for quite a while, and when the museum closed originally, it was really hard. And I came on board, and I just, it was such a great organization, and I was able to dream up some really fun things for us to do. We, as of right now, are kind of on a hold, but we have had mobile exhibits all over the community. We go to schools, classrooms, preschools, and it's been just amazing getting to bring all of our really special things that we have and ideas, and just get to share them with the kiddos and families in the community. But right now, because we're not able to be out in the public as much, we've been able to do things at home. And to be honest, I've been using my kids as my own little testers, and it's been so cool. And it's neat to share activities that you can do, and also just to bring parents together to connect on, like, okay, what are you guys doing? How are you doing this? And so we've been able to dream up some fun things at home that you can do with your kiddos, that aren't too complex, that maybe they're supplies that you guys have at home. And I feel like it's made my life a little easier having things for my kiddos to do. But yeah, it's been really exciting.
I love it. Well, we do have a few of those videos that we're going to show, but I just wanted to ask one more question of you lovely ladies. Can you tell us specifically what you're fundraising for and how your Missoula Gives campaign is going and how people can find you?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So we are fundraising for a few of our remaining needs for capital within that new facility. So to furnish our classroom, our consultation rooms, and some help with the final build out of our dramatic and imaginative play exhibit. So Missoula Gives is going so well. You guys, the numbers this year, holy moly, like I know, it's super cool.
Right? Let's take a moment to talk about that. We are at $556,000, you guys. Woo!
That's amazing.
Yes.
It's so exciting.
It's incredible.
And we're at 2,471 donors, which means we have almost reached our donor goal. So friends, let's get out there and share those information. Tell people to get on MissoulaGives.org and share and support our nonprofit community today. All right, so I think, ladies, what we'd like to do is check out some videos. Katie, do you want to give us a little introduction on a couple of these videos that we're about to get ready to do?
Absolutely. So being that most families right now are practicing schooling from home, whether it's elementary school kids, older, or even your little preschoolers, we've been doing some stuff that I think one creates like a great bond between the parents and kids because it's something fun and special to do. But they're also, like I said earlier, just these easy, cool activities that you can do at home and then implement some deeper meaning to them. So we have a couple videos to share with you, and I hope you enjoy them.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. We're going to go ahead and share these videos. Good luck with the rest of your campaign, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's Katie from Families First Learning Lab, and we're at home doing our own special science/art experiment as part of our homeschooling. Ari, can you tell us what colors you made today?
So I made orange, purple, and green.
And why did you make those colors? What colors did you use to make them?
The primary colors, which is red, yellow, and blue.
Eden, can you tell us
Black
how
and white too.
Eden, can you tell us how you made this? What did you do to make these?
I took shaving cream and I put it at the top, and then I took red and blue, and I put blue sparkles in it, and then red sparkles, and then I mushed it up like this.
Excellent. And yours really looks so cool. Eden did the technique of winding her bag up. And Ari, show us how you mixed yours up. How did you mix yours up?
Oh, so for the purple, I used like this design with my fingers.
Yeah.
So it was super shiny.
Excellent. You guys, these turned out great. Thank you so much for sharing your art project with us. Hey, and have a great day.
Hi guys, it's Katie from Families First Learning Lab. I have a fun activity that you guys can try at home. We're going to try this in just a minute after we get done with our recess time for homeschooling. So what I did is I took sticky notes and I wrote letters from the alphabet, A, B, C, D, and so on these sticky notes. And one color is blue and one color is red. What we're going to do in a second is we are going to have my kiddos go ahead on some sort of a house scavenger hunt, and they're going to get to put the letter on each item in the house that it starts with. So A could be maybe a piece of art, B could be a book, C could be the couch. It's up to you what you can find. If you have littler kids, you can do this without the alphabet. Instead, you can just use the sticky notes and have them go on their own little hunt around the house. One tip is don't hide these sticky notes inside of anything if you're doing the younger kid hunt, because it'll be so hard to find. I hope you guys are having a great day, and we look forward to playing with you more in the future. Take care and be safe.
I'll just go across the top, and I'm just going to give a little introduction, and then we're just going to get started. So we're going to have a reading, the first ever Zoom reading from the Missoula Writing and the Missoula Writing Collaborative is 26 years old this year. We are in 34 schools in Western Montana. Our writers teach poetry to students, you guys, and we are supported by grants and donations and so on. And what we're going to do is have you students read, and we're all going to clap like this. Every student's going to say their name, their school, and their grade, and the title of their poem. So we're going to get started with Lauren. And Lauren, why don't you just take it away?
Okay.
Go ahead, Lauren.
My name is Lauren Hutchins. I'm from Rattlesnake Elementary School, and I'm in the 4th grade. And the title of my poem is Running. You have a place inside of you that no one else has. Sometimes you forget that. Running. My place is running with my Australian Labradoodle by my side. My dog mocks me, running and trying to beat me, yet always looking back to make sure her girl is with her. This is my place, where I feel free, where my memories take place.
Thank you, Lauren. Ella.
I go to Jeanette Rankin Elementary. I'm in 4th grade, and my name is Ella. And I don't have a poem. They're at school.
You have a poem to read?
No.
Do you want me to send you a poem that we have of yours, Ella?
I don't know.
That's okay.
We'll send it, and then if you decide to read it, you can make up your mind, okay?
Yeah. I'm gonna send it to you in the chat, Ella. Okay.
Thank you, hon. Cedar. Cedar.
I think Cedar's feeling a little hard for him to read right now. Thank you.
That's okay. Kong? Kong, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kong Yang. I'm from Chief Charlotte Elementary, and I'm in 4th grade. Here's my poem. A stick's nature. Grab a stick. Look at it. After that, grab 100 more. Lay them in a circle. Climb a tree, then look in the center. Grab a fishing pole and fish 1 stick. Once you do that, you see Abraham Lincoln's fingerprint. You see all of nature's things. Then, hold up a stick. You see a bluebird sitting on the stick. You think about how the sky is blue. Then you think that this stick will become a tree. Once I get older, I'll get smaller and smaller. Then there will be a museum filled with Abraham Lincoln's fingerprints. A scratch that the bluebird made. Once I get smaller, I will see the stick talk to me as I eat a leaf. Then I wake up and I see it was just a dream. Thank you.
Wow. Cooper?
Hi, my name is Cooper, and I'm from Lewis and Clark Elementary School, and I'm in 5th grade. My poem is called The House. Every time I walk from school and back, I see the house. The old broken and worn down house that's been there since 1966 and has been rotting and molding there for over a century. Its barbaric statues stand there and watch you as you walk by, with pieces of bone and dead grass scattered across the front lawn. It gives me a vibe that there's something in there, something that's been in there for a long time. I try to regain my focus and not look at the structure behind me. As I get on the dirt road to my house, I really regret looking at the house for that long. If there was really something in there, it's probably gonna haunt me my whole life. As I approach the front door to my house, I try to empty my mind and wash out the thoughts I had about the house. I open the front door and shut it quickly, locking it behind me. I went upstairs into my room. As I opened the door, I carelessly throw my backpack on the floor like it's a trash bag. I sat down on my bed thinking about the house. I sat there for another 20 minutes, then I grabbed my pocket knife. I walked all the way back to the house. I walked all the way up the gravel path that cut through the lawn. I grabbed my knife and carved my name on the front door. I looked at the house and felt a weird connection with me and the unique structure. I walked back down the trail. I gazed at the house one last time and said, "There's nothing to regret." That's it. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Cooper.
You're welcome.
Rasa, what do you have for us?
My poem is called I Love You. I love you so much that neon yellow tigers roar, and it turns into moonlight glistening in the dark night sky. I love you so much that everybody eats ketchup and stands on their hands in a green, grassy football field. I love you so much that people pour glossy rainbow slime into their mouth and it gives them magnificent superpowers. I love you so much that people worship nose slugs and give them hot pink plastic dinosaurs. I love you so much that belly dancers take up accounting. I love you so much that I can find my hairbrush.
And I think Ella has her poem now. Just wanted to let you know.
Ella, are you ready to go?
Yeah. I am the kid who.
All right, here in the Kids Hour, we have such a jam-packed hour. I'm really sorry we didn't get to watch the entire Writing Collaborative video, but those kids are amazing, and the Writing Collaborative does some wonderful stuff, so go check out their page. But pretty soon, we are going to have the Brenna the Bug Wrangler from the Butterfly House and Insectarium join us for something special. But wait a minute, guess who's here, you guys? It's Polly the Pollinator. Come on in, Polly. Hey, Polly. Polly has been around the Missoula Gives scene here for at least 3 years. She's our mascot, and she knew that we were going to have our friends from the Butterfly House and Insectarium joining us for a bug feeding. So, Polly, you made it just in time. I appreciate you out there pollinating philanthropy around our community, but you should sit down and enjoy yourself for a minute while we hear from Brenna. Brenna, can you come on and tell us what you're up to today?
Hi, everybody. Coming to you live from our offices at the Montana Natural History Center with all of our bugs. We're really excited to feed a couple of our arachnids for you today. I've got a couple spiders and a scorpion that I'm going to feed. Now these are all arachnids. And if you are familiar with spiders at all, and arachnids in general, you might know that they have a couple of really similar characteristics that they share. So spiders, as you may know, have 8 legs, and scorpions do as well because they are also arachnids. So let me introduce you to some of the animals that I have with me today. Let me just flip around here.
Ooh.
It's gonna work. There we go. So we've got Harry, the desert hairy scorpion. And we've got Coho, our Brazilian salmon pink bird-eating tarantula. She is still a young one. And we've also got Sarah, our Mexican red-rumped tarantula. So all of these guys eat in kind of really special. I want to talk to you face to face again. All right. So these guys all eat in a way that's sort of similar, sort of different, but really different from the way that we eat. So when we eat our food, we have to chew it up to get it into our stomachs, right? In order to digest it and use it as energy. And these guys don't have mouths in the way that we think of mouths. They don't have teeth that they can use to chew. So spiders, like these tarantulas, have fangs that they use to catch their prey with. And then when they catch their prey, they will inject them with venom, and that venom immobilizes their prey. And once the prey is immobilized, they will bring up these digestive juices in their stomach and kind of bathe their prey item in those digestive juices. And that basically digests the animal, their prey item, on the outside of their body so that they can kind of slurp it up through their mouth. Because remember, I said they don't have teeth. So it has to be kind of like a mushy cricket milkshake in order for them to eat it. And scorpions do kind of a similar thing, except for they don't have fangs like spiders do. Scorpions have that stinging tail. So that bulb on the end of their tail is where they keep their venom. And so when they catch their prey, they grab it with those big pinchers that you see. Let me kind of switch it over to Harry here. You can kind of see what I'm talking about. There we go. So Harry's got this stinging bulb at the end of his tail. And then he's got these really large kind of pinchers. And those pinchers are actually part of his mouth. Those aren't legs. So he's going to use those pinchers to grab his prey, and then he will sting his prey with that stinging bulb at the end of his tail. And then when he has immobilized his prey, he will take these very small pinchers, they're called chelicera, and he will kind of break the prey up. They're really hard to see, but they basically look like tiny little claws. And he'll use those chelicera to break up his prey into small chunks, and then he kind of does the same thing. He puts the prey into a special pocket. It's not his mouth, but it's a special pocket near his mouth, and then he brings up his digestive juices just like those tarantulas. He bathes his prey item in those digestive juices. He's able to slurp it up through his mouth. So we are going to be feeding each one of these, hopefully. You know, the caveat of working with live animals is that sometimes they don't necessarily want to eat on camera. So we do
Can you blame them?
Yeah, right. It can be a little intimidating. So we do have some other options in case they don't want to eat for us, but these are some of the best eaters that I've gotten out today. So hopefully they will be ready to put on a show for you guys. So I'm going to just get their prey ready here. We've got some juicy, juicy live crickets for our prey to catch today. Let me just, got to try to get the prey out with one hand while I have my
Brenna, can you tell me the
camera on
name of your friends there one more time?
Yeah, absolutely. So this one is Coho. This is our Brazilian salmon pink bird-eating tarantula. I know it's quite a mouthful. So she is still a juvenile. And for those of you that are familiar with the Missoula Butterfly House and Insectarium, you probably know who our Polly is. We have our own Polly. In fact, I can show her to you.
Yeah, we'd love to see Polly. Polly has met Polly before. They're friends.
Yeah.
So Polly, there's your buddy Polly.
So Polly is in her, wow, you really can't see her at all.
Wow,
So Polly
she's
is
really
in her-
cozy in there.
Yeah. So Polly is what we call pre-molt right now. So when the animals are getting ready to molt, that basically means they're going to shed their old exoskeleton because they are invertebrates. So their skeleton is on the outside of their body. So in order to grow, they have to shed that exoskeleton. And when they are getting ready, they'll kind of burrow themselves. They won't eat. So Polly hasn't eaten in months, but she is going to be molting any day now. So she will be even bigger than the last time you all saw her by the time we see her again. So that's why Polly is kind of sheltered away right now. So this species of spider, Coho here, is she's not the same species, but very closely related. By the time she is fully grown, she will be about the same size as Polly, a little bit smaller, but she'll get pretty big as well.
Cool.
So let's get our prey out here. We will feed Coho first. One second, I'm gonna set you down here while there we go. Okay. So we've got the camera back on Coho here. I'm gonna drop this prey item in. Oh wow.
Ooh, Polly, did you see that?
She was hungry. Like I said, she's a very confident eater, so she was a good one to have out today.
She's been patiently waiting for that cricket, hasn't she?
Yes, she has. So now she's got it in. She's grabbed it with her fangs. She's going to immobilize it with her venom, and then she'll slowly start digesting it and eating it up. So let's see if Sarah's hungry. So Sarah is our Mexican red-rumped tarantula. You can kind of see how she gets that name. Her abdomen is a little red there. So let's see. Sarah is a bit of a feisty one.
How big is Sarah? It's hard to tell on the live stream. Is she like the size of a hand or?
Oh, I've got my hand pretty close to her. She's a little bit smaller than some of our larger tarantulas. I don't think she went after that cricket. She's a fast one though. She can be oh dear. That cricket just ran into her hide. So I don't think he's gonna come out. He probably knows it's safe in there.
Yeah.
So let's give Sarah a minute and we will feed our scorpion here, Harry. I took his little hide out, so he looks a little upset, but he might be feeling a little better once we give him some food. Our scorpions are a little spoiled. Sometimes they won't chase down their prey. They wait for you to just kind of hand it to you. So, yeah. We'll see. Get him to grab onto this cricket here. Oh, yeah.
Oh, look
there he goes. He was hungry. Got a hold of my forceps, too.
Wow. Well, Henry and
so he's got
Coho hungry.
Yeah, so he's got his tail raised. He's ready to sting his prey and immobilize it with that venom in his tail. And he will start chewing on his prey. He might wait until I put his hide back in. Sometimes they're very sensitive to light. Their eyes are really poor, so they really can only see light and dark. So when it gets light, they're not really used to it. So they like to hang out in the dark and eat their food. So he might wait, he might just hang on to it.
Well, we don't want to bother Harry. If Harry needs to eat in private, I can completely understand that. You don't see me eating on air right now. So if he needs his space, we'll let him have it. I did want to quickly talk about your guys' campaign. I heard kind of a fun thing. Glenn Mariangelo, who's your development director, I heard put out some kind of funny challenges. I think he said, if you guys reach your goal, Glenn is going to shave his beard. Is that what I understand?
Yep. So the deal was, if we met our first $10,000 matching challenge, he would attempt to cut his own hair live on our Facebook Live page. We have met that. So if you would like to see Glenn attempt to cut his own hair, tune into our Facebook live stream on Sunday. I'm not sure what time he's doing that, but I'm sure we'll post details about it on our Facebook page and our website. The last time I checked, we were maybe about $6,000 away from our second $10,000 matching challenge.
I think you're even closer now. I heard it you're closer to about 4,500, roughly.
Yeah, that's great news.
And what happens if you meet that one?
He shaves his beard.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever seen Glenn without a beard. Has he? Does he ever?
I have either.
Well, I hope we get to see that, everybody. Go out and support the Missoula Butterfly House and Insectarium. These guys are amazing, and they're doing some really cool stuff in the community right now. I can't wait till they get their new facility. It's just going to be amazing. If you haven't gone there and you don't know about these guys, get involved. It's just entertaining, and they do great stuff for young kids. They do great stuff for teens. They do great stuff for us adults. Bugs and Brews, amazing. You guys do some really cool stuff. Brenna, did you have any last minute thoughts you wanted to share with us today?
I don't. Thanks again for having us. We are always so thrilled to be a part of Missoula Gives. So we're really excited that we could do this.
Well, thanks for coming on. Tell Glenn good luck. I'll be tuning in for that hair trimming session. Maybe he wants to check out the bang trimming video we had earlier. Good luck to you guys. You're always doing a really good job. Go ahead and support your friends at the Missoula Butterfly House and Insectarium. Thanks, Brenna. Have a good day. Bye,
Thank
Sarah.
you so much.
Bye, Coho. Bye, Henry. All right, so we do have a couple other fun things for you to close out our kids hour. We have a little exercise. Let's see. Polly, are you feeling like doing some exercises? I know you need to get back out there and pollinate some philanthropy. We still have, what time is it? 2:46? We still have almost 5 hours, 4.5. Math is not my strong suit. We have about 4 hours left of the giving day. So I think you better do some exercises, Polly, before you get back out there and spread the good word. So let's cue up Emily Linton and kids. Let's see some fun exercises here. Go.
Hi, I'm Ada. And I'm Coach M with Coach M Conditioning. And we're here today to say thank you for checking out Missoula Gives through the Community Foundation. We feel so lucky to have an amazing amount of nonprofits here in Missoula. And so we wanted to do what we can to help support. We also want to inspire you kiddos at home homeschooling to take a 10-minute break and do some fun outdoor exercise, which you don't need much for. So Ada and Elsie are going to show you a little competitive relay we like to do. So we'll start with warm-ups. Here we go. Windmills for 20 seconds. Touching opposite toes. We're just warming up. Getting the blood flowing. It always helps our brain. Feet nice and wide. Come up in between. All right, switching to airplanes. Pick one leg, hover forward, come back up. Try and keep that straight leg. Good, it's a good core balance exercise. 10 seconds on one side, good. Switch to the other side. Okay, good job. Last one, whack jacks. Fingers behind the ears, touch knee to elbow. Wacky doodle. Here we are. Awesome. 5 more seconds. 3, 2,
1. Awesome. So that's our 1 minute of warm-up. So now we're going to start our relay. Here's how it works. Elsie runs over to the jump rope. If you don't have a jump rope, just jump in place. We're going to check the time. We're going to start a timer. See how quickly Elsie can get through the circuit. All right, Elsie, ready, go. 10 reps. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Awesome. Jump, ditch the jump rope, run over. If you have a basketball, soccer ball, whatever it is, pass back and forth.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good. Set the ball down for toe taps. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Excellent. Find a crack in the sidewalk, driveway, deck, whatever you need. We're doing jump overs. Here we go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Excellent. Head over to a towel to protect your arms, and we're going to take a forearm plank position, getting nice and low. And now you're going to wave to either side.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Keeping your hips low.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Awesome. Last one. 10 burpees.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah, Elsie.
6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Awesome. Stop the clock there. Ada, you need to perform the circuit in under a minute and 40 seconds. Here she goes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Awesome. Basketball dribble.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Toe tap.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ski jump.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Over to the towel. Forearm plank salute.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Wait, slow down.
6,
There you go.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Awesome. 10 burpees.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yay, that was a minute and 15. Elsie, you're back up. After a nice break, Elsie heads over, and we're gonna just pause the video here, but to remind you, you jump rope 10 times, dribble the basketball back and forth 10 times, toe tap on the ball 10 times, ski jumps over a crack 10 times, forearm plank with salute 10 times, and burpee 10 times. See how quickly you can do it. Go through for 3 rounds. Thanks for watching, and thanks for giving.
Wow, that was so fun. Thank you guys so much for the little exercise. You know, being home at quarantine and being stuck on these computers, it's important that we get up and remember to move. And head over to MissoulaGives.org and make a donation. We've only got about 4 hours left, folks. Let's get those donations in. And we've had a wonderful kids hour here. As you can see, poor Polly is tuckered out. I'm not sure if it was the exercise or the bug feeding, or maybe it's all the philanthropy that she's been pollinating around community that's really worn her out. But Polly looks like she's gonna take a little nap, but I'm gonna introduce our next act to close out our kids hour. This is another local musician. This is Chris Sands, the Rappin' Cowboy. He did our Missoula Gives song for us some years ago, and we are so happy to have him back. Chris, thanks for coming.
Hey, great to be here. Good to see you, Nikki.
You too, Chris. I'm gonna let you take it away, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you know, just at the last moment, I decided maybe I'd play a song about the virus. So here's one I just wrote. I called it Victor the virus, but I think I want to change it to Vimbo the virus, so hopefully I'll get the words right. Vimbo the virus is my name, and I like playing the virus game. I go downtown and I spread myself around. I wear my little crown and I make the people frown. For I am a tyrant, a pirate king. I want to put my hands on everything. I want to pass germs to the people on the street. I want to join the party with the people at the beach. Victor the virus, say my name. Don't you like playing my virus game? And don't you want to join me? We'll have such fun. A roll of the dice never hurt anyone. You can be a gambler like Kenny Rogers. He was the catcher for the Brooklyn Dodgers. He knew when to hold a man, when to fold a man. He did what I told him, so I had him by the... Hold on! Kenny Rogers was not a professional baseball player. He was a country music singer. One of the greatest, in fact. And he wrote a very good song about baseball called The Greatest. Anyhow, I just wanted to clear that misinformation up. There's a lot of viruses going around. Now quit lying, Victor. Vimbo. That's who I'm talking about. I'm tired of your dumb virus game. Okay. Vimbo the virus, yes that's me. I want to go down in history as the ugliest bug and the squirmiest worm, the goofiest flu and the germiest germ. Vimbo the virus, that's my name. Don't you like playing my virus game? And don't you want to join me? We'll have such fun. A roll of the dice never hurt anyone. That's a song about gambling. Gambling with germs. Don't want to do that. Well, yes, my name is Chris Sand, also known as Sandman the Rapping Cowboy sometimes. I didn't bring my cowboy hat. I found my dad's old cowboy hat. Maybe I'll do one song with this old dusty hat of his. This one's called Cow Cow. Cow, mama had a calf. Calf loved mama, she made her mama laugh. Yeah, cow, mama cow, 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 mama cow, mama cow. Sheep, papa is a ram. Ram loved mama sheep, had a little lamb. Yeah, sheep, papa sheep, sheep, papa sheep. Ram-a-lamma ding dong, cluck, brother duck, goose, quail, hen, skunk, fox, chicken, ox in the chicken pen. Piggy goes oink, horsey goes neigh, yay, doggy goes bow wow, woof, let's play. Hey, cow, mama cow, mama cow, mama cow. Llama, buttermilk, bats and some barn owls. Silly little Billy goat snacking in the farmhouse. 10 cute kitty cats drinking sweet cream. 20 funny bunny rabbits dreaming sweet dreams. Hey, cow, mama cow, mama cow, mama cow. Sitting in the kitchen, listen up, baby cows. Put on your pajamas and go to bed now. Oh yeah, you go to sleep now. I got an 8-year-old daughter, so I got to figure out songs to try to get her to sleep. But that just one makes her more excited, I think. Well, maybe I'll round it off with one more. Here's one called Missoula, USA. Maybe a lot of you young ones out there were born in Missoula. I wasn't born here, but my parents said I was conceived here. Missoula, Missoula. It's a weird little town, weirdest town around. It's Missoula, USA. Well, Austin, Texas, used to be cool and respected. Oh, Missoula, so much cooler. It's true, it's rangy, it's gangly, grungy, and it's hungry. It's a weird little town, weirdest town around. It's Missoula, USA. used to seem enormously important, but now the kids there are all suffering from boredom. They all want to fly away to Missoula, USA, 'cause it's a weird little town, the weirdest town around. It's Missoula, 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 USA. Boulder and Burlington and Madison and Asheville, Santa Cruz and Lawrence, Kansas, even East Nashville, they all try and keep it funky with their dreamers and their junkies, but nobody holds a candle to the beauty nor the scandals of our weird little town. It's the queerest one I've found. It's Missoula, 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 USA. We got Hellgate High School, the Roxy Zombie Tours, Brain and Eggs, he needs them at the Ox throughout the season. David Lynch was born here, I rest my stinking case. Missoula, 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 USA. I'm proud to be a Missoulian and a Montana, and a world citizen for that matter. Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Max Kamungai.
And I'm Michael Lowney.
And we are coming to you from New York City. We are hunkered down here in Harlem. We are both Broadway actors. And we're coming to you to ask for your donations to MCT.
For Missoula Gives.
Yes.
And we are also alumni of MCT's Performing Arts Camp, which is where our love and passion for musical theater began.
Mm-hmm.
Also our love for each other.
Yes, yes.
And so whatever you can give to help MCT survive during these times would be so helpful. We could not have made it to where we are today without everything that we learned from our time at MCT.
Yeah.
So please give.
Please, please, please. No
Thank you.
donation is too small, and no donation is too big.
My name is Becky Elizabeth Stout, and I'm supporting Missoula Children's Theater for Missoula Gives. I started out as a young performer in the touring shows with the Little Red Truck, then went on to be a camper at the Performing Arts Camp. Later was a counselor, choreographer, and became a tour actor director with MCT's first Spanish production in Missoula and then Mexico. From there I went to New York City and had an amazing career as a dancer, performer in a Broadway musical, feature films, TV, and as a Radio City Rockette. I can truly say that my experience at MCT set me up with foundational training that I needed for the rest of my career. It shaped who I am as a person and a performer. So I hope that you'll join me in supporting Missoula Children's Theater for Missoula Gives.
Hello, my name is Andy Myers. I am a Missoula native and currently the artistic director of Fort Peck Summer Theater. I started my theatrical career in 1984 as a Poppy in the Missoula Children's Theater production of The Wizard of Oz. And needless to say, I was hooked. As part of Missoula Gives, I'm choosing to support MCT because they have inspired and influenced literally every part of my life. And not just me, but thousands and thousands of kids throughout the world, teaching life skills, self-esteem, teamwork, and hopefully inspiring many of us to have the courage to pursue careers in the arts. So please join me in supporting MCT. You can search Missoula Gives and search for MCT to make a donation. And thank you so much for your support.
Hi, I'm Bayla Friedman, and I'm playing Matilda on the upcoming production. My castmates and I are super excited to share our show with you. Here's a little sneak preview.
Never again will she get the best of me. Never again will she take away my freedom. the day we fought for
the right to be a little bit naughty. Never again.
With a trumpet or slap.
Never again.
Will they be bullied and
Never again.
will they voted when
I know he says I'm a miracle. Never again will we live behind bars. Never again will we know that we are revolting children living in revolting times. We sing revolting songs, using revolting rhymes. We'll be revolting children till our revolting's done, and we'll have the chance for revolting. We're revolting. We are revolting children living in revolting times. We sing revolting songs, using revolting rhymes. We'll be revolting children till our revolting's done, and we'll have the chance for revolting. We're revolting.
we'll become a screaming horde.
Take out your hockey stick and use it as a sword.
Never again will we be ignored.
We'll find out where the trunk is stored. Draw your pictures on the board. It's not insulting. We're revolting. We can SPL how we like. If nothing is wrong, wrong is right. Everyone NORTY. Because we're a little bit naughty. So we gotta stay inside the line. If we disobey at the same time, there's nothing the church will can do.
Her hammer and
You
SHUV.
think you can push us too far, but there's no going back now. We are revolting.
Voting time.
USING.
Song.
USING.
Rhyme.
REVOLTING. It is too late for you. We are revolting. We are revolting children living in revolting times. We sing revolting songs, using revolting rhymes. We'll be revolting children till our revolting's done. It is too late for you. We are revolting children living in revolting times. We sing revolting songs, using revolting rhymes. We'll be revolting children till our revolting's done. It is too late for you. We are revolting.
Hi there, my name's Tim Schonkweiler.
My name's John Bell.
Hi, I'm Scott.
Hi, my name is Miles Barnum.
MCT has been a part of my life ever since the second grade. From the moment they pulled into town with the little red truck, to performing arts camp up on Flathead Lake, to even now being able to perform here in Missoula at a community level is pretty amazing. We are so lucky to have them in Missoula.
And MCT means a lot to me because it's a community of people donating their talents and their time to create beautiful art.
And MCT means a lot to me because when I was 5 years old, a little red truck pulled into my hometown, Cannon Beach, Oregon, and gave me my first theatrical experience ever. I have since gone on to work at MCT for the last 15 years. MCT is my family. We will see you soon.
And MCT is important to me because as a new person to Missoula, it provided an instant family and made me feel welcome to the community. And I'm very thankful for all the artists here and all the amazing people that I've got a chance to meet.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. From now on, your troubles will be out of sight. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide. From now on, your troubles will be miles away. Here we are as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who are dear to us, gather near to us once more. Through the years we all will be together, if the fates allow. together if the fates allow. Hang a shining star upon the highest bough, and have yourself a merry little Christmas now. Have yourself a merry little Christmas
Please join us this holiday season for Plaid Tidings, a holiday edition of Forever Plaid.
December 3rd through 20th, 2020.
Hello, Missoula. This is Ariel Noctigal coming to you from her own living room. I just wanted to take a moment and tell you what MCT has meant to me. Throughout my years of growing up, I participated in the children's theater, the community theater, the performing arts camp, and everything in between. And one role that has always stuck out to me within MCT is the role of being a mentor. Whenever I was growing up, I always looked up to the people in my cast that were older than me, more experienced than me, throughout the community that I otherwise would not have met. And then now that I'm older, I get to share that experience with younger generations so that we can all provide an amazing production together. And that's what MCT has meant to me. Monty? Monty? Don't you just love me in pink, would you please? Maybe a flower for my hair, no, no, yes, no, violet, no, a tar of roses, I think. Look, you bought me chocolates, oh no, I don't dare. Do you hate these earrings? In truth, don't be kind, I don't mind, because I hate them too. No, 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 don't squeeze, Monty, you're a tease. Oh, Monty, look, my shoe. I don't know what I'd do without you. I have never met another man that's half as dear as you. You're so clever too, and you make me laugh more than anybody. Why are other men so dreary, Monty, and so deadly dull? No one holds a conversation half as beautifully as you. You haven't said a word about my dress. You brute! See how it moves when I twirl 2, 3, 1, 2. It's a bit much for Clevum, but nevertheless, maybe just a bite, just to be polite. Monty, that's too tight. Monty, that's just right. Oh, what I put you through. I don't know. Oh, I know that it's true. I don't know what I'd do without you. Don't you just love me in pink? That song was from A Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder, which will be presented at the MCT Center for the Performing Arts on January 21st to 31st in 2021.
Hello everybody, my name is Diego Chelland. You might have seen me in the Newsies this last spring. I played Jack Kelly. As a kid growing up in Missoula, Montana, I've always been interested in MCT productions, but have never had the chance to audition. As of last year, I am happy to say I am part of the MCT family. Breaker number 9, big buddy, put your ears on for me now. Big truck, I gotta have a big line. So come on, brother trucker, you gotta get back, mother. Oh. I keep seeing double, Lest I close one eye, I've got to roll, 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 brother trucker. Sure enough ashamed about the shape I'm in. Roll, 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 brother trucker. I'm back on my wheels again. Roll, 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 brother trucker. Outward bound from South Bend. Roll, 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 brother trucker. I'm back on my wheels again. I'm running out of whites. Ooh, goddamn and dim those headlights. 4 hours of sleep in the last 2 nights. But I'm gonna be alright. About halfway home, I can't get to the telephone. I'm hot as a pistol, dry as a bone. I'm wondering if my baby's alone, 'cause I've got to roll, 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 brother trucker. You say where and I'll say when. Roll, 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 brother trucker. I'm back on my wheels again. Roll, 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 brother trucker. Turn it around and you do it again. Roll, 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 brother trucker. I'm back on my wheels again. Moon over New Jersey, big state police. I'm in a hurry. Won't you let me go in peace? I'm independent. I ain't got no Teamster dough. 'Cause the AFOI and the CIO, they still don't own the road. And the only man telling me where to go is the man that owns the road. I've got to roll, 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 brother trucker. I say where and you say when. Roll, 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 brother trucker. I'm back on my wheels again. Roll, 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 brother trucker. Back it on up and you do it again. Roll, 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 brother trucker. I'm back on my wheels again. I'm back on my wheels again. Drum roll. MCT will be putting on the musical Working March 4th through the 14th, 2021.
Hi, I'm Colleen Rosebarsky, and MCT is a place where I can sing, dance, act, choreograph, and share my love of musical theater with my hometown. Little girls, everywhere I look, I can see them. Little girls, night and day I eat, sleep, and breathe them. I'm an ordinary woman with feelings. I'd like a man to nibble on my ear, but I'll admit, no man has bit. So how come I'm the mother of the year? Little cheeks, little teeth, everything around me is little. If I wring little necks, surely I would get an acquittal. Some women are dripping with diamonds. Some women are dripping with pearls. Lucky me, lucky me. Look at what I'm dripping with. Little girls. Get out of here. Get back to work. I said get out of here or I'm gonna knock you into next week. I need a drink. How I hate little shoes, little socks, and each little bloomer. I'd have cracked years ago if it weren't for my sense of humor.
make it a double. That was Little Girls from Annie, which will be performed at MCT April 29th through May 16th, 2021.
I love MCT. They're so good. That last Annie, she was amazing.
She was amazing.
She was really amazing.
Yeah, I really liked her.
Speaking of amazing, can you believe we are at $588,000, you guys? Woo!
It is amazing. Where's my stick?
Yeah. Yes. Missoula, USA. You guys are so great. We're also almost at 2,600 donors. Help us reach that $3,000 donor goal, guys. We still have a few more hours, so make sure to get those donations in. I made a donation. Here's my signs. Everybody can see I made a donation to the stretch pool. And the stretch pool is a really great option, you guys. There's so many good nonprofits participating. Sometimes it can be really hard to choose who to make that donation to. So I chose to give a donation to the stretch pool, and I decided to make it in honor of our 2020 Peacemaker from JRPC. So that's really exciting. And we're gonna hear all about that shortly. But Marcy, have you made some donations?
I made some donations, and actually Nikki asked me to write my thing out, and I didn't get done because I just didn't finish. And so I really love to spread the love around with my money. And so I just tried to give a lot to, I shouldn't say a lot.
You gave a little to a lot of organizations.
Yes. And I'm just so grateful for all the work, and I wish I could give to every single one of you.
Boy, we all do. We all do.
Yeah.
But again, for those of you that don't know who to give to, check out that stretch pool. We will be splitting that amongst our participants, so definitely that's a great option. But I'm sure that you can find a nonprofit that touched your life at some time or another. But I want to say we got a few more hours. Keep up the giving.
Yes.
Any last minutes? Shall we take it away to JRPC?
I think we should take it away to JRPC. And I think, these guys have been such an integral part of our community for so long. And, it's a big year for them. And I'm excited to hear from Betsy and learn a little bit more about, we already announced it earlier, but we won't announce it again in case you're just joining us.
Yes.
But Betsy from the JRPC is here to tell us about their Peacemaker 2020.
Absolutely. Take it away, Betsy.
My name is Betsy Mulligan-Daig, and I'm the director of the Jeanette Rankin Peace Center. And we're all gathered here today to make a very special announcement. As you know, for the past 34 years, we have honored a local peacemaker in our community, someone who's walked the walk and showed us inspiration and leadership in making peace visible in our community. And so today we have a very special announcement that our 34th peacemaker is Katie Dickinson, who's with us now. So thank you, Katie. This is not our usual way of honoring our peacemakers. So it's a little out of the box and unordinary, but Katie is no ordinary person. So this is okay. This is the way that we can begin our honoring of her. She's the founder of Portico Real Estate, and I really love the mission statement. Katie, can you maybe tell us what that is?
Portico was begun in 2004, and it was very important to me to be able to be a realtor in this community with a mission that was close to my heart. So the mission at Portico is to honor diversity, build community, and create a lifestyle that promotes the health and well-being of our planet. We bring integrity and trust into the real estate profession while creating tremendously satisfying and fulfilling relationships with the people in our community. So it's about relationship, not just about sales. It's about honoring diversity and building community.
Right. And I have to say that sense of people over profit makes you the perfect peacemaker for these times that we're in right now, because that is the thing that we most need to focus on to find our humanity and our connection to each other. And you have led the way in that very nicely.
I can testify to that too. Katie had a client come to her who had inherited some property in Missoula, and Katie was able to convince the pair of brothers to donate this really valuable lot to the North Missoula Community Development Corporation. It's downtown, across the street from the new library, and it's where Lee Gordon Place is right now. And in doing that, Katie gave up a really good commission, but brought 7 homes that everyday Missoula families now own. You know, these are people who otherwise would have been priced out of ownership anywhere in Missoula, but now they're centrally located downtown. It's pretty cool.
Like to say that I've known Katie a long time and even bought a house from her, but I had never read her mission statement until I was involved in this process. And it brought tears to my eyes. It's so beautiful, so unusual, so KD, and it just really touched my heart.
Thanks all. So, people over profits, but you're also a woman of great courage. The story I know is the first out gay firefighter in Missoula, female firefighter, in, was that the 70s?
Yes.
That's pretty courageous, I'd say.
Katie, you got, from around that time, I think you got a wonderful story, or maybe you don't think it's wonderful, I don't know. You got a story about being thrown out of Sleeping Child Hot Springs. Could you share that with us?
Oh, yeah, there's been a few places I've been thrown out of, just for being who I am, just for being a lesbian. And a couple friends of mine and myself were at Sleeping Child Hot Springs, and just minding our own business and soaking in the hot springs. And the people who owned it didn't like us and asked us to leave simply because we're lesbians. We weren't doing anything, not even holding hands, and just got asked to leave. So yeah, I've had a few experiences like that. And being a firefighter around Missoula, I was in the Bitterroot Valley for, I was on the hotshot crew and also the hell attack crew. And it was 1976 when affirmative action came in, and they had to hire 10% women. And I was one of the first women firefighters in Montana. And it was an 8-year career, and I loved it, really. I mean, it was difficult to be one of many, all the firefighters were men, except for myself and one other woman, because the crew was normally 20 people, so 10% is 2 women. And so that, those were challenging times. And, a lot of times, as women, especially in traditionally male trades, we have to work twice as hard to prove ourselves. That's kind of just happened. And besides being a firefighter, I've been a carpenter also. And so being in the trades, and I've been a welder, being in the trades has just been part of my working life all my life.
That is courage. And you've gone on to also courageously stand up for the things you believe in. I think you were the only realtor to stand in favor of an open space bond for, was it Mount Jumbo?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The battle.
And all kinds of other issues around the environment and housing for low-income folks and open space and land for agricultural purposes. So thank you for making all those stands for the things that you believe in and the courage that that took sometimes.
Katie also joined those of us in the community and across the state when when there was the state initiative to ban real estate transfer taxes in Montana, which ultimately, unfortunately, passed. But Katie was a rare realtor who understood where that state housing trust funds come largely from real estate transfer taxes. So she was opposing that legislation, and it's much to her credit.
So people over profits, courage, but I also know that service is a big part of who you are, serving your community and the people in your community. I know you've served on several boards, you give of your time and talent and money to so many organizations, the Peace Center and so many others, and anytime to individual people that you see that have a need. And I know you didn't have much growing up. I know you talked earlier about your parents not even owning a home. And I think that some people might come from that background and want to just accumulate to make up for the void. And yet you have chosen to help other people rise up and get more rather than yourself. And I just find that so humbling and inspiring, and so much of why you're a peacemaker. So I know there's a lot of folks on this call besides me, and I would invite them to also give some reflections, because some of them know you so much better than I do.
Sure. I first met Katie. She's my longest, the North Missoula Community Development Corporation's longest serving board member, and I first met her in the early 2000s when we were starting our community land trust, and we didn't have any properties then, and I went out with Katie to look at a house on the west side near the Scott Street Bridge that we were wondering if we could buy. It was priced very cheaply, and one of the reasons it had been priced so cheaply is that the sewer line was broken in the dirt-floored basement crawl space and had been flooding for we don't know how long. I was like mortified. I said, "Oh my God, no!" And Katie, who was still a carpenter, I think at that point, and no, this can happen. We can do this. This is possible. And I think it would have been possible because somebody else did it. But I was chicken, and I was a carpenter, remodeler, recently. Before that, myself. So that's kind of example of the gumption that I see in Katie all the time. We started the community land trust together, and when she was starting her realty firm as well, able to introduce us to bankers and other professionals who really made the land trust happen. And over the last 15, 20 years, we've created 54 homes and have served more than 100 households into first-time home ownership. And Katie contributes not only to that effort, but every other major endeavor that the NMCDC has ever been involved in. And she does it with grace, and she does it with generosity, including we're hoping, we got our fingers crossed, outdoor cinema. We're hoping we'll be able to do it again this year and gather the community together in the evenings on Saturday and have some fun. Katie's just absolutely genuine, and what she does is just a part of her nature, and it's not a part of a promotional thing for her business, and it's just who she is, and it's much appreciated.
That's the one thing missing, is we usually have a lot of applause when people are talking about. Yeah. So Leslie or Nancy, you want to jump in? Either one of you?
Can speak.
Yeah.
First of all, KD, I am delighted and so grateful to call you family. I've known you for so many years, and I've seen you grow and change, and I've been inspired by how you participate with your friends, your family, with your community. I've been the incredibly lucky recipient of your generosity of spirit with your with all of who you are, really. And Bob, I'm going to take your words that you shared earlier, that KD is the real deal. And all of your courage and all of your service really comes from the essence of who you are. And I'm inspired and touched by that. I've seen you grow and change over the years, as we all do, into becoming more and more and more of who you are, an incredibly generous and caring individual, and caring about all of the things that are important to me, really. The environment, social justice, sustainability. And I've seen you support those things in Missoula, the community that you've chosen as your home for decades now. So thank you. Thank you for all your work for Missoula. Thank you for all of the work that you do for the communities that you care about and love. And I'm grateful to be a part of your community. And so delighted in applauding you for Peacemaker of the Year Award.
So I would say, Katie, that you embody peace. You are warm and joyful and full of love, and your interactions with others come from that heartfelt place. And one of the qualities that maybe isn't always associated with peacemaking to me is your playfulness. So, because that is a peaceful place, to engage with others from a place of play and joy and heart is incredibly peaceful and peace building in my experience. And I'm really happy to have you as my buddy. And I would say too that you're really grounded in your beliefs. It's not like you go around talking about it all the time. I mean, we can have those conversations for sure, and you can express yourself well about what you believe in, but more it's that you live it. So you don't have to talk about it. You just are. You are yourself. You are a person of peace and love and joy. And that comes through to me in everything we do. And music, yeah. I mean, really making music is about peace. It's about connection. It's about love. And you are, the whole time I've known you, like that is a big part of your heart is music and engaging with others in a playful, fun, sweet way. I also want to just add that there's a lot of ways that you have, that you give in the community. When I go to different events or concerts or programs, oftentimes your name or your business name is on the program as a donor or a supporter. But I also know that there's a lot of ways that you give and support other people and individuals and organizations in unspoken ways and in ways that others might not even know about. You kind of secretly give sometimes. And that shows a real generosity of spirit as well. And I love you.
I love you. Thank you so much.
I also want to add in there, we talked about love and service, and I just remember the love and patience that you had taking care of your brother, Carter, who had a disability. And That was a beautiful way that you shared yourself, and I know it probably wasn't always easy. So we are all about honoring you here today. I don't know if you want to say anything about how that feels, or you want to react, or yeah, talk to us.
Well, I want to thank everybody truly from my heart. It's a little hard for me to be center of attention. And also, I want to thank everybody. I sort of prepared a little bit of a thank you talk, but just interacting this way, I seem to be throwing in other things like the mission statement that I did want to talk about, and just sort of my practice and how much I appreciate this community, everybody here today, and Betsy for all that you do at the JRPC and everybody that works there, staff, community members, volunteers, and so I just want to thank everybody for all the work you do locally that also stretches out globally. I think the work that a lot of us do here sort of trickles out to the community, to the world. Like the personal is the political, the local becomes global. And so I want to thank everybody that has done all of the hard work that you're all doing in this community. It's why I love living here. And I want to thank Beth, my partner, who is a very strong supporter of the community, of me, that is also a very giving person in this community. A lot around her music and the chorus and singing and doing what she does. And all of you. And I just would like to say about this award that when I first got the letter and I opened it, I was by myself at home and I read it, and then I read it again, and then I had to sit down and read it again. And it was like, I just had a really huge surprise and a huge reaction to it. I couldn't wait for Beth to get home so I could tell her. She walked in the door. I met her with the letter in my hand. And so at the same time as being shocked and surprised, I was also completely delighted, and kind of almost at first it was like, but I'm not worthy of this. I'm not going around the world doing a lot of peacemaking activities like the people who own the Imagination Brewery, who, so anyway, it took a while to sink in and be able to accept it and feel then not just surprised and delighted, but humbled and honored. And to be in the company of the other peacemakers in this community is an enormous honor. And, to be within that company, it's like, wow. So thank you, everybody. I simply love living here. I love doing what I do. And I don't do it for just promotion for my business. Never have. I sort of, it's kind of, I didn't really mean to get so involved in everything. It's just I follow my heart and it happens. And I go to events. I've become the auctioneer. I'm not an auctioneer, but I've become the auctioneer for the Peace Party. I, sing in the chorus and with Beth, and I go to the ZAC fundraiser and the Humane Society fundraiser, and the Peas Farm every year for Garden City Harvest. And, it's just who I am and what I do and what I love to do. And so it is just, so easy for me to be able to give what I give, and I get so much back of just being a part of this community. So I am so, and we're not being able to have a party because of where we're at with the virus, but we will, I think, in the fall or sometime when we can. And also, I get to be part of hopefully bringing more money to these organizations during Missoula Gives, which will get talked about more today. And so, for potentially people to be giving in honor of me, it's like,
Watching, you can make a donation in her honor. You can give to any of the participating organizations, and as you walk through that checkout thing, it'll ask you if you would like to make this donation in honor. And I highly encourage you to do that for Katie as our 2020 JRPC Peacemaker of the Year. So go ahead and do that. We love Katie. She's great.
Yeah. She really embodies everything that we are here for today. So thank you, JRPC, for honoring her, and thank you, Katie, for everything that you do in our community. Up next.
Ooh, let's hear from the Working Dogs of Conservation.
Yes.
We've talked about this a little bit. This is just a short video about who these guys are and what they do. For all you dog lovers, get ready. This is a good one.
It is.
This sandy-nosed dog isn't just a cute face. He's working hard to save the world. This handsome guy is my working partner and best friend, Barley. He's a border collie I adopted when he was 3, and he's now a conservation detection dog. My name is Kayla, and I'm the Communications and Outreach Coordinator for Working Dogs for Conservation. We're a Missoula-based organization that trains conservation detection dogs. Since 2000, our organization has adopted ball-crazy rescue dogs and taught them to sniff out endangered species, invasive species, and wildlife contraband to protect wildlife and wild places. Our rescue dogs are selected for their crazy toy drive, which makes them poor pets but great working dogs. Many of our dogs are Montana natives who just need a job. They work all around the world on projects ranging from monitoring grizzly and black bears around Missoula, to keeping zebra mussels out of our Flathead Basin, to eliminating invasive weeds on Mount Sentinel, to searching vehicles for illegally traded ivory and pangolin scales. These are truly special dogs. We look for confident, friendly dogs that will do anything for a ball. We then teach them that using their nose to sniff out a target earns them that ball. Our dogs are trained here in Missoula at our training center and deployed across Montana, the US, and the world. Many of our dogs deploy in multiple scents per year, proving their versatility as well as accuracy. The dogs and handlers work around the world, partnering with governments, nonprofits, and research organizations. We're donor supported, and donations help us rescue more shelter dogs and put them to work. When you support Working Dogs for Conservation, you're not just helping us rescue a dog in need, you're helping us put that dog's unique skills to use. Let's take Tobias as an example. Tobias was found as a stray wandering the streets of Helena. He was taken into the Carroll College Anthrozoology training program and eventually placed with us because of his insatiable toy drive. Now, Tobias spends his time protecting our waterways and rivers from zebra mussels. From Glacier to Yellowstone, he sniffs out bear scat near Missoula, and he also travels far and wide for other projects. His housemates Lily and Wicket have also helped protect Montana's wild places and wildlife by working on projects to study wolves, wolverines, bats, lynx, moose, and mountain lions, to name a few. Wicket, who passed away at age 15, was also a Montana native. We don't just train these dogs and put them out into the world. They're part of our families, many living on our couches between deployments, being treated like royalty for their entire lives. Our dogs do work that humans and our technology simply can't replace. With their ability to detect odors in parts per trillion, dogs help scientists sniff out scat, plants, diseases, and live animals. They're weatherproof, all-terrain, and cute to boot. Technology simply cannot match dogs for accuracy, efficiency, and toughness in a field environment. So once the dogs have located a sample, we collect it and then send it in for assessment for individual identification hormones, diet, relatedness, and other things. Or they can flag an invasive plant for removal or track down a poacher in the Serengeti. As part of this year's Missoula Gives, we can't be there with you in person, and none of us are traveling much either, so I wanted to highlight some of our amazing international work. This short film showcases the work that several of our dogs do in the Grumeti Reserve in Tanzania. These dogs work with former poachers to make up the Grumeti Fund's Special Operations Unit. I want to give a huge thank you to the Grumeti Fund, Bo Bridges, Richie Graham, and 1% for the Planet for helping us put together this film. And if you'd like to consider supporting our work in Missoula and abroad, consider donating today.
In the Great Plains of the Serengeti, where majestic animals roam freely, there's a battle raging. For some, it's a means of survival. For others, it's a billion-dollar black market industry. But today, these working dogs have become the saviors of the Serengeti.
The Serengeti is regarded as one of the last bastions of conservation. The animals still roam freely. That's coming under threat because of poaching, and that is where the dogs come in.
At Working Dogs for Conservation, we've been training detection dogs to do conservation work for over 20 years now. We rescue dogs from all over the country, bring them here to Montana and train them, and then we deploy them on conservation projects all over the world. We've gotten heavily into wildlife crime because of the needs. These are highly organized commercial entities. They're truly cartels. So we partner with the Grumeti Fund, who's been working in the Western Serengeti for 13 years now.
Let's say we are looking in a vehicle for some stolen ivory or bushmeat. It will take 3 to 5 hours to get that car properly searched for contraband. You take a dog there, and that dog will alert as to whether there's something in that car or not within seconds. They are getting the job done quickly, and then we're able to go somewhere else and focus those limited resources on other aspects.
On the job, they're hard-working agents of change, but off the clock, they're just like any other dog, playful, loving, and loyal, and their impact is undeniable. Since the time enforcement began, the buffalo population has increased tenfold, and elephants and other large game have increased more than fourfold. Today, over 20% of the Serengeti's elephants live in the safest 5% of the ecosystem, protected by the Grumeti Fund. Partnered with these highly skilled dogs are one-time poachers who have been given the chance at a new livelihood, combating wildlife crime as an elite team.
I think it's very important to understand to the people in this area and these communities, there is no alternative. So what we've done is give them an alternative.
Hii timu ya K9 wote tunapendana, na kazi inapotokea tunafurahi kwenda kazini, na tunapoenda kazi, mfano kama traki jangili amekimbia kwa haraka, mimi mbwa nawapenda wote, wanafanya kazi vizuri, yani kwa kazi zote ambazo tunafanya nao wanafanya kazi vizuri sana, isipokuwa pale kwenye track, kama labda nimepata kazi ya live, naweza nikamtumia mbwa kama popo.
You're converting a person who was a poacher into someone who's a wildlife protector, taking a dog that's not wanted, you're training that dog up, and together those two entities are now creating this very safe, protected environment in a critical area of the world.
The negative effects of this illegal trade will be felt for generations to come. That's why we must continue the fight.
These former poachers now have a new opportunity at a sustainable livelihood that not only benefits them, but also this iconic ecosystem.
Having dogs here is really keeping us at the same pace as the poaching problem. Remedy Fund is ably assisted by technology, and the Canine Unit is an example of that technology.
This dedicated, resilient team needs our help now more than ever.
It costs a lot of money to fund conservation. It's like a frontline area for world survival.
We're on the right track and we're having enormous impacts, but there is just so much more work left to do. So even though it's costly, we can't give up.
Please visit wd4c.org.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We are here with you, Missoula, and we hope to see more of you again soon. In the meantime, we're helping support the community by putting together care packages for the pets of healthcare workers, and we could really use your help with a donation. Be sure to keep an eye on our Facebook and Instagram for updates on fieldwork, newly adopted dogs, and eventually local outreach events and volunteer opportunities. You might even get lucky enough to see some of our dogs sniffing out Dyer's Wood on Mount Sentinel this spring and summer. If you have any questions about the work that we do, feel free to reach out to me at kayla@wd4c.org. Stay strong, Missoula. We'll see you again soon.
Hello, Mark.
Hello,
Guess what?
Mercy.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Nikki.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
We're good.
I'm fantastic. Have you seen how great Missoula Gives is doing? Do you see those
Are you
numbers?
kidding? Are you kidding me? This is incredible. We have
600.
Yeah, 137 organizations, $600,732.
Yeah.
2,675 donors. I mean, that is incredible. Oh, and the numbers just keep scrolling higher and higher. So beautiful.
It's been amazing. I mean, I know I've always had a lot of faith in our community, but this is just amazing. You know, everybody is really coming together in these times and doing what they can to support our nonprofits and this community and celebrate this wonderful place we live in. And it's amazing. Thank you, Missoulians. Thank you, Ravalli County folks. We love you. We love all of you. You're great.
Yeah. Well, we especially love Mark. Mark
thank
has
you.
been one of our fiscally sponsored entities. Oh, I can't hear him. This is too bad. And we, we have just been such big fans of Tell Us Something, and we are so privileged here today because Mark is going to share with us for free. His shows usually sell out. How many storytellers do we have, Mark?
We have 3 kiddos and 3 adults.
Nice.
Yes.
Good mix.
Yeah.
Good mix.
And so if you have ever been to a Tell Us Something, they are so wonderful. And I love your podcast. My kids and I listen to stories, even though they're not always kid appropriate. So
Today
we're
they
really
will be.
excited to have you here today. And I just think the work that you're doing is amazing. And it's such an important part of our community. So thanks for what you do.
Well, thank you for all the help and encouragement you've given me over the years. And Marcy and I are actually neighbors. She lives right around the corner from me. So
yes,
occasionally we'll have socially distant, appropriate cocktail hour where I can hang out in the front yard with her and we're 6 feet apart and just talk shop. And I'm so grateful for those sorts of opportunities and all the work that you and Nikki and the Missoula Community Foundation board have done to really make Missoula Gives a success this year.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I mean,
It's been
amplifying
amazing.
other people's greatness is a fun job. So
Well, I mean, that's the biggest part of my job. That is my biggest part of my job, is to amplify other people's stories.
Yeah.
And today you'll see what that looks like. I tend to, when I'm on the stage, I tend to read, and I do that on purpose. One of the reasons is to really separate myself from the storytellers and have the focus be on them. So I'll be doing a little bit of reading today, and a lot of the things that I'll say today, generally I try to get out of the way. And just let the storyteller shine. This is a fundraiser, and so I'm going to share testimonials with you and share with you some really cool things that people have said about Tell Us Something and how it's touched their lives specifically. I'm really excited to share with you the stories we have today. One of them was scheduled to be shared at the March event here in Missoula at the Wilma, which we had to postpone, essentially cancel, but the tickets, if you bought one, will be honored the next time we have a live in-person event. So I did give the opportunity to all of the storytellers from March to chime in, and if they wanted to share their story. We had our very first live streaming storytelling event on this past Tuesday, and it was a free event. Over 800 people came to stream from around the country. We had people streaming from Florida and New Jersey and California and Ohio and Montana and Wyoming and Idaho. And I mean, the ability for technology to reach people is really incredible. I'm so grateful for that opportunity. None of those people donated. So if everybody donated $10 who was at that stream, that would be incredible. So if you're watching and you were at that stream, please consider donating to Tell Us Something during Missoula Gives today. But,
And show your support for Tell Us Something. We love these
yeah,
guys.
I mean, what I was trying to say was I gave all those storytellers who had been lined up for the March show the opportunity to say if they wanted to share their story at the live stream on Tuesday, and all of them said no, except for one, and she's actually going to share her story today. Some of those stories were big stories, and we weren't sure that they would translate in this medium. And so I wanted to respect all the work that they put into them, because the storytellers for a live storytelling Tell Us Something event, they put in a lot of work. And Tell Us Something pays them. All the storytellers get paid. Some people didn't know that. All of the artists who design all of the posters for Tell Us Something have always been paid. And I think that the poster art has been incredible over the past 10 years. I always try to hire local artists to design those posters. And actually, so this is Tell Us Something's 10-year anniversary. And
that's exciting.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Missoula community. Thank you, Missoula Community Foundation, for all of your support. But to celebrate, we were going to have the Art of Tell Us Something art show, and I had all of the posters from the past 10 years. All of them have been professionally framed by Art House Framing here in Missoula, and they look fantastic. I can't wait to hang them on a wall somewhere in a gallery. But that costs money too, and I wanted to make sure I was supporting the local economy, not buying frames at one of those big box craft stores and doing it myself. And so Tell Us Something is not just about storytelling, but it is about supporting the local economy too. And I really believe in the power of storytelling to do that.
Yeah.
So,
well, thank you. And I would say, a lot of people have been paid for all of their work, but you haven't always been paid. You've done this out of the love of your, this is your sort of thing that this was your dream.
This was my dream for the first several years. Tell Us Something was a free event, and we were blowing the doors off the Top Hat where we used to do it there, and it became unsustainable. And Nick Chakota, thank you, Nick, so much for all of your mentorship and encouragement. Nick said, "Mark, you got to start charging." And I said, I always want this to be, affordable. I always want this to be no barrier to entry. And he said, "People are going to pay for this, and you are worth it. The work that you're doing." And so we started charging $5 at the door, and it wasn't enough, right? That the work that we're doing costs money. It's not sustainable to just charge that amount. And eventually, when we moved to the Wilma, $5 for a pre-sale ticket isn't worth all the effort it requires to sell a ticket, so we had to raise the price a little bit. But I've always wanted Tell Us Something to be affordable. I've always wanted to have it be open to as many people as possible. And that's why I give away 80 tickets at each event. Some people don't know that I do that, but I give away not just tickets to the storytellers and the sponsors, but also people in the community who might not be able to afford a $10 ticket. And remember, the tickets are $10, and that's a couple beers. If you're a craft beer connoisseur, that's 3 cups of coffee if you like to drink coffee. It's really affordable. Some of the bigger storytelling organizations that tour the country are charging $30 for their tickets. And they aren't using local storytellers all of the time. They're bringing people from other cities who are professional storytellers to share stories. Tell Us Something believes that storytellers in the local community deserve to be highlighted, and they're just regular everyday people. We don't announce who the storytellers are ahead of time, and I'm so grateful that the community continues to come to support each other in the sharing of stories, and that is what we do. I mean, we have generally we have 8 storytellers, and they have 10 minutes to share their true personal story from memory on whatever the theme is, because a regular Tell Us Something event has a theme, and then they call a pitch line. Usually in Missoula, we get 20 people pitching for 8 slots. Wow. And yeah, and so I have an advisory board, and we all sit down in front of our Google spreadsheet and listen to the MP3 file that has been left at the pitch line, and we vote on which storyteller should be selected. And once the storytellers are selected, then I have a little one-on-one phone call workshop with them, which is free for them. And then we have a group workshop, which up until recently has been a potluck dinner at my house. Now it's been a Zoom meeting. But that's where we're at right now, and we are adapting and growing, and really excited to have been able to reach a huge audience across the country with our first live streamed event, which is really interesting to me that we announced that event only 10 days before it went live, and we had that many people come. It was awesome, and it was free.
Yeah. Should we get to the stories here?
I think we should. I mean, I've got a little bit more things to say. Again, I want to say thank you to everybody who has donated so far. I really appreciate your support. It's easy to donate to Tell Us Something during Missoula Gives. You can search us right on the MissoulaGives.org website, which is the website you're watching this stream on, and click donate. If you have the means to do so. We've been providing this platform for 10 years, as I said, and we are so excited about the opportunities to expand as a result of the technology that we have available to us. I feel like I've been talking too fast. Yeah, Michael Marcellak over at Montana Public Radio said, "Mark, slow down when you talk." So I appreciate that advice.
I get that a lot too, Mark.
Yeah, I'm going to try to slow down. And reading stuff helps me to slow down. So I'm going to start reading a little bit to introduce our first storyteller.
Okay, we're gonna leave you. We're gonna let you take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll see you in 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Great. Now more than ever, it is important to actively listen to one another, to join together, and to support each other and share stories. This is your community, and these are your stories. Thank you for your support of each other and of each other's stories. Tell Us Something believes that everyone has a story, and everyone's story matters. This afternoon, we're featuring 6 storytellers sharing shorter stories, 5 minutes or less, except for one, which is a little longer. We call this Story Jam. As I said, generally, Tell Us Something events feature a theme and 10-minute stories. In a Story Jam, different than a Story Slam, the stories are shorter, and the storytellers didn't get nearly as much preparation as they usually get, and there isn't a theme. In a Story Slam, there's judging, and there are winners, and there are losers. In a Story Slam, everyone is a winner. And, I was talking about technology earlier and the opportunity that it gives us to expand. And technology is only as good as the service that provides it. A friend of ours who is sharing a story today is having real internet issues, but he was able to pre-record his story and send it to us. So we're going to feature his story. It's pre-recorded. It's the only one in this little block that is pre-recorded. Everything else will be live. But let's get to it. Our first storyteller's name is Brad Lane. He is a Missoula transplant, originally hailing from the state of Iowa. Brad initially shared a story at the Tell Us Something main stage back in 2017. Before joining our community, he has had residency at Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia and the Cascade Mountains in Washington. His desire to be in the Rockies brought him to Montana. His career in freelance writing made Missoula seem like the right place to land. Please welcome Brad Lane.
This year, my girlfriend Margaret and I took a trip to Yellowstone National Park. It was within the first couple of weeks of January, and at the time we were like, let's start this new year off right. New decade. New possibilities. And so without any knowledge of what was going to be happening, and just a couple months later, we drove the 4 hours to the north entrance of Yellowstone near the Gardner River, driving through the aptly named Paradise Valley. And I think we left early on a Friday morning. And that afternoon, we explored the winter wonderland that is Mammoth Hot Springs. And I'm sure a lot of you have been there, but it's this beautiful area with these like milky white travertine terraces that have been created by this gurgling hot water coming from the ground and leaving sediments on its way. And that's why the National Park Service describes it as a cave turned inside out. And so when you add some snow to this scene, it's just really a postcard to explore. It's really beautiful, and we spent our time hiking on the plowed boardwalks and cross-country skiing throughout the area, and just had a really great time. And that night, we stayed at an Airbnb in Gardner, and we had brought all this food to cook that night, enjoy that kind of vacation. And when we got there, we realized there was no kitchen in the Airbnb. It was just a sink, a microwave, and like 600 paper plates. But we still made do. We had a good time. And that night even we went to Yellowstone Hot Springs, which is a new commercial hot springs in the Paradise Valley. And once hot springs become a normal part of life again, I totally recommend you check it out. Excuse me. Our next day in Yellowstone was kind of our big day in Yellowstone, and we woke up early and we drove to the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel, where we hopped on a snowcat, or a snowcat was waiting there for us. And a snowcat, of course, is this big off-road vehicle with fitted tires that can drive on the snow with ease. And we weren't the only ones, taking the snowcat. There was about 10 other people, and we were the last ones to show up for some reason. But there was 10 other people on the snowcat, and it drove us into the park, past where cars can access in the winter, and took us to the Indian Creek Loop within Yellowstone. And when we got there, we realized that the majority of people, their plan was to ski around the Indian Creek Loop and catch the same snowcat ride back to the hotel later that afternoon. And our plan from the beginning was to just ski back to the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel. And there was 3 other women that were also doing that day. And as the snowcat operator drove off, he kind of like rolled down his window, and I think he just mentioned, but he said, don't forget to check in with the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel when you're finished. And we were like, okay, sounds good, see ya. And we were off. And the plan was to ski on the ski track trail a little bit and then take the Sheep Eater Trail and eventually connect to the Bunsen Peak Loop to take us back to the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel area. And once we got to the Sheep Eater Trail, we just realized how lucky we were that these 3 women were ahead of us, and they turned out to be these 3 badass ladies from Bozeman, but they were breaking track for us. And so without those 3 women doing that, on that sheep eater trail particularly, where you're kind of just weaving in and out of the woods and you're following these different markers on the tree, without those ladies, I don't want to say that we would have been over our heads, but maybe up to our chins. It would have been a challenging day to kind of navigate through the Yellowstone winter wilderness area there. And but with those 3 ladies essentially like paving the track for us, paving the way, we just enjoyed the absolute bluebird day, beautiful conditions, great scenery. We saw some bison off in the distance. Just had a really great national park experience. And the trail is still challenging. It was 7 to 10 miles long to get back to the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel. And by the time we did finish, we were just kind of in that post-exercise, post-adventure days where we were feeling good, muscles are tired, and maybe like a little delirious from dehydration, but doing good. And maybe we were thinking about our next destination too much as well, because after just milling around the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel, we just left and we didn't say anything to anybody. We left and drove to Chico. For those that haven't been to Chico Hot Springs in the Paradise Valley, it is just this incredibly cool hot springs resort. It was my first time being there, and it's just got this really historic charm and Western motif, and it's got the hot springs, and it's got the hotel, which we stayed a night in, and it's got this really nice dining room. And I didn't realize until we got there how fancy this dining room is. And to attest to that, one of the rules of the dining room is that there's no cell phones allowed, which is like, great, who needs them? But Margaret and I, we made our reservations and we had a very nice meal in the Chico Hot Springs dining room. I think there was chicken or steak or fish involved, and there was this orange dessert, where they lit an orange on fire, and it was just like a really fun experience. And I also know for sure that we had a couple of bottles of wine to go with dinner, like any fine meal should have. And we sat in that dining room for like 2 to 3 hours and had a really slow meal, and like a meal to appreciate, and had a good time. And by the time we had paid the bill, we were, making our way back into the lobby, feeling pretty good. We had this big adventure behind us, and a couple of bottles of wine even closer behind us. And so, yeah, just like sitting next to a billowing fireplace and, feeling like life is good. Life is good. And I turned back on my cell phone, and it looks like I've gotten 2 voicemails during the time that we were at dinner, which I thought was strange because, not many people honestly call me, and fewer people leave voicemails too. So I just, in my state at the moment, I was like, whoa. And I dial my voicemail, and I listen to the second message, the most recent one I had received. And right away, a woman gets on the line and says, Brad, this is so-and-so from Yellowstone National Park, and we have received a report that you and Margaret haven't returned from your cross-country ski trip. We are about to send somebody out. Could you please call? And then it's like, hang up the phone. All the wine just flushes out of my face, and I call him right back, and I go, hello, this is Brad. Margaret and I are okay. We're at Chico Hot Springs, and we're a little bit drunk. And I don't think the lady on the other line laughed. I don't think she thought it was very funny, but she didn't scold us too much, and she was just definitely happy that we were safe. We were somewhere safe, even if we were a little inebriated. But I apologized. Obviously a little bit of irresponsible behavior on my part, and also sent out a lot of gratitude, because if we had gotten over our heads that day, it was reassuring to know that Yellowstone was going to look for us. So just a weird icing on the cake of a really fun weekend in Montana, and I can't wait for, the next misadventures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brad. I used to be a park ranger in Yellowstone National Park. Some of you know this, and that story certainly strikes home for me. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Some of you know my friend Ed Stalling. He's a drummer in lots of different bands here in Missoula. He's not sharing a story today. I'm going to read for you some of his thoughts, though, about having shared a story at Tell Us Something. Ed writes, "Telling a story at Missoula's Tell Us Something was an extraordinary experience. I've watched this organization grow and been to many of the events, impressed with their unique way it's brought the community together. I've learned so much watching others tell their stories. Sharing in the human experience together as a community somehow makes the community tighter as a whole. Recently, I took the plunge to tell my own story. I loved the creative process of continually honing the story down to 10 minutes. The experience gave me the opportunity to share something personal about myself with the community, to surprise them, and to share something, sorry, I lost it. To surprise them with something they didn't know about me. At the same time, it gave me the opportunity to share an important part of the human experience with them. The importance of knowing where you come from, who your ancestors were, and the journey of discovering who they were is actually in itself a real adventure." I think the theme that night was adventure. "This experience transformed me as it gave me a totally new way to express my creativity, while at the same time, I heard from audience members that it transformed their perception of understanding where we come from, and that genealogy can indeed be an adventure. A great experience that challenged me in new ways, got me out of my box in a scary and rewarding way, and one I would recommend to everyone. Thanks to Tell Us Something for helping make Missoula, Montana, an incredibly special community." Thank you, Ed Stalling, for sharing your kind and heartfelt words. Everyone watching, your donation to Tell Us Something today during Missoula Gives helps storytellers continue sharing their stories. We provide workshops for them, as I said, and yes, we pay them when they share their stories at Tell Us Something. Please, if you can, please donate today. Our next storyteller comes to us from Sussex School here in Missoula, and I'm getting texts, and so it might be from one of them, so I'm going to check really quick. It doesn't appear to be, so that's good. I'm going to ignore that. Last week, I worked with 9 individuals and a free storytelling workshop, intensive workshop. It was every day for a couple hours in the morning, and then I worked with the second group every day in the afternoon for a couple of hours. So I was on Zoom for, including the rest of the stuff that I was doing beyond that free workshop. I was on Zoom for 42 hours last week. It was insane. But one of the teachers one of the participants in the workshop is a teacher at Sussex School, and she invited me to her classroom virtually via Zoom this week to chat with her students. They're all 6th graders, to chat with her students about storytelling and story structure, and to get them to share some stories. And I was so blown away by the stories that these kiddos shared. I invited them to share some stories here with us today, and 3 of them said, "Yeah, I want to do that." And so we've got 3 6th graders from Sussex School with us today who are going to share stories. Kids sometimes they feel ignored and their stories don't get heard. Well, their stories are just as important as ours. And I work with kids, not just at Sussex, but also in the Missoula County Public Schools through the Spark program, and at Zootown Arts Community Center, another worthwhile organization to donate to during Missoula Gives. Zootown Arts Community Center provides summer camps for kids, and I provide a storytelling summer camp for kiddos ages, I think 11 to 18 every summer at the ZAC. And we're still trying to figure out what that looks like this year, but children's stories matter just as much as ours. And we're gonna have 3 of them share their stories today. We've had kiddos at live Tell Us Something events, young as 13, share their stories from the stage. And let's hear from 3 sixth graders right now. Our first storyteller, and I'm going to double check here. Our first storyteller is Alexander Luberoff. He is a sixth grader at Sussex School, as I said, who loves practically all outdoor sports. From skiing to basketball to football, there's always something to do in the fresh air. Alexander's favorite part about being a Sussex student is how close he has gotten with all of his classmates. Please welcome Alexandra Luberoff.
So, me and my family were in Chicago. We're at the Chicago Bulls home opener. The game is pretty much over, and we think we're gonna get out of there quickly because we already know who's gonna win. So, apparently we're not the only ones who have that idea. There's plenty others. So, when we get outside, it's dark, it's late, and it's storming. We're trying to find taxis. There's none. So we follow a big herd of other guests from the game, and they're all going to the nearest taxi destination. When we get there, there's none left. Our entire family is yelling. Nothing good is coming out of this. We're all unhappy, tired, wet, trying to figure out how we're going to get back to our hotel. And we're kind of close to an Uber destination. It's like 3 blocks away, but it's in a very rough neighborhood, and it's Chicago. So we're considering that, and we decide that that might not be the best idea. It's not the best for our health. So we see a bunch of other taxis over on the other side of the block. So we're walking, and the game has just finished. All the people are pouring out of the stadium, and we're trying to get close and actually get a taxi. One of my parents picks my brother up, and we're just running. We're trying to find taxis that don't have people in them. We keep asking, and finally we find a car that does not have people in them. They're not a taxi, but we think they might be an Uber who pulled up at the wrong destination. We ask, "Hey, are you an Uber?" And he says, "No, but I can still take you." Yeah, we eliminated that person pretty quickly. And we're still searching for a couple more minutes. Finally, we find someone, and we hustle in the car before anyone else gets in. Me, my brother, and my mom were all squished in the back seat, and my dad is up in the front seat. It's a very quiet ride home, because we're all tired, wet, and just thinking of what we could have done better, or what could have gone wrong. It's about a 15 to 20 minute car ride to the hotel, and when we finally get there, we pay for our taxi, and we're staying on the 20th floor, so it's still a little bit before we get back to the hotel. When we finally do get back, we still have to get all ready in bed, and we're all apologizing for yelling. We're all discarding our wet clothes and getting ready. And when we finally lie down, I'm pretty sure as all of us, our heads hit the pillow, we're asleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you so much. Next up is Lucille Quackenbush. Lucille is in 6th grade, and she is 11 years old. She loves storytelling and music, and she is super excited to be here. Please welcome Lucille Quackenbush.
So, about 2 years ago, me and my mom went to a Taylor Swift concert in Seattle. So it was in the Seattle Hawks Stadium, and then we had these outfits. I'm actually wearing the jacket that I had on. It's super sparkly, and I was wearing this like super sparkly tutu that was huge, and so we walked in and we got some food, and we sat down in our chairs and we were like, okay. And it was like a few hours before the show was supposed to start, so we walked around. We got our picture taken with this with a Polaroid camera because Taylor Swift was promoting Polaroid cameras. And so finally, it showed to start. So we got our seats, we had our food, and Charlie is opening. She's like a pop star. But I just want to see Taylor Swift. So I just kind of sat down and ate and kind of skeptically.
All right, we've got some internet issues. So sorry about that, Lucille. I appreciate you wanting to share your story. To let you know, she goes to a Taylor Swift concert and has a blast and is exhausted at the end, wakes up with glitter all over her face and all over the other things. Maybe she'll get a chance to share that story in person the next time it's safe to gather. Thank you so much for trying to do that, Lucille. I appreciate that. Our next storyteller is Alette Whitcomb. Alette Whitcomb lives in Montana and loves to read, sing, and dance. Please welcome Alette Whitcomb. Standing by. Oh, I guess we have too many people in the waiting room, so that's no problem. We're getting it worked out. This is your opportunity to disappear from this part of the stream and zip over to the donation button and donate to tell us something right now during Missoula Gives. Thank you so much for all of your, oh, that's a good question, for all of your support. Gotcha. All right. We're learning about this new streaming platform and the way to leave. There's no like leave button. You just close the window apparently. So that's good to know. I appreciate knowing that. And we're waiting on our next storyteller. Thank you so much, Lucille. Thank you, Alexander. We can watch on the MissoulaGives.org webpage. And those of you who are streaming on YouTube, thanks for joining us there as well. All right. Next up, as I said, is Alette Whitcomb. She lives in Montana, loves to read, sing, and dance. Are we ready, Director, for Alette? Okay, let's go to Alette. Thank you so much.
So I used to live in Portland, Oregon, and was part of the Dance Vision mini team. And our first competition was at the Oregon Convention Center, and it was the Spotlight Dance Competition. So we go in, and it's really crowded. It's full of people from Washington, Oregon, and California. And we're walking around trying to find my team, and then finally we find them in this big changing room. And we do final touches on hair because we want to make sure our hair clips all look the same. And we do a final run through of our dance until it's time for us to go behind the stage and to get ready to go on. We go to behind this back door that goes from the changing room to the stage, and we line up behind this black curtain on stage left. Our dance teacher gives us this awesome pep talk that makes us super confident, but it's still really like nerve-wracking seeing all of the other kids dancing on stage that are super good. And then we're called out. We're Pink Panther number 91 or 92. And we line up with our heads down. And the song starts playing. And it's a remix of two different songs. And the first song is sort of just kind of beats. And then as that one is finishing, I mess up. I step forward when I wasn't supposed to and start doing the wrong part of the dance. And I just like freaked out inside, but I knew that I had to pretend like nothing had happened. And I just came back in line with all the other girls that I was dancing with and just kept right on dancing with them. And we finished the dance and we walked off, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I screwed up bad. That I took off points for my team, and I went off just feeling so bad, and that it was just that I'd completely messed up. And so I asked everyone how bad my mess up had been. And my teacher was the choreographer of this dance, so she knew this dance by heart, and all of the dancers that I danced with knew this dance by heart, but they hadn't really noticed the mess up. One of the dancers was kind of confused because she just thought I had accidentally stepped in front of her, and she thought that she had messed up. And I was amazed that nobody had actually noticed that I had messed up, and I felt so much better. And when we went on to get our points and what we won, we didn't get that high of a score, but I still felt a lot better knowing that the judges probably didn't even know that I'd messed up. Thank you.
All right, I just got word that Lucille was able to reset her Wi-Fi, and she is going to be back on. I'm not sure if she's on next. Let's see. Okay, but hopefully we're going to hear from her. Next up, a storyteller who, well, actually, I want to just really quick say thanks for watching. Thanks for being here, and thank you so much for your donations to Tell Us Something during Missoula Gives. It helps us continue providing opportunities for the youth of Missoula to practice the craft of storytelling, explore story structure, gain more confidence, and have fun. Storytelling is fun. Friend of Tell Us Something, Jamie Stathis, wrote her thoughts about Tell Us Something a number of years ago, and it's fun to remember that now. I'll reflect on it here in a minute after you hear what she said. She writes, Tell Us Something sends a clear message that our stories are important. Storytelling is an effective vehicle to bridge the gap between past and present and future. For many decades, we were so focused on new technology, but it's become apparent that a return to our American storytelling roots is exactly the direction we need to be going, and the message is clear. Sometimes returning back is a deliberate move forward. Well, isn't that an amazing twist of irony that we're returning to the technology that we were initially abandoning? And I'm so grateful that technology exists. As Tell Us Something continues embracing technology to help people get their stories heard, we need you to keep it up. Hard drives get full. Software is expensive. The software that we use to produce the podcasts and the YouTube videos, and staff time to produce these things, maintain the website, keep the social media sites going. Please donate during Missoula Gives if you can. Donate to Tell Us Something right now. Next up is a story about how technology, a different type of technology, almost cost our storyteller something that her father had made for her. She was planning to tell this story during the March Lost and Found event at the Wilma, and she's got the opportunity to share it right now. Joyce Gibbs is a native Missoulian and is the mastermind behind the great locally made products you'll find on her Etsy page, Fildy Design. She is an avid gardener and loves to drive her motorcycle really fast around the curves on Highway 12. She's been my rock for the past 11 years and is the most important behind-the-scenes reason that Tell Us Something is possible. Please welcome Joyce Gibbs.
Thank you, Mark. Is this your bag? I looked up at the TSA officer and I looked at what bag he had in his hands. And it being Christmas and me being in a good mood, I said, "Why, yes, it is. Did you find something fun?" He didn't like my joke. And he looked at me, looked at my bag, and said, "You've got bullets in this bag." Yes, I had bullets in that bag. It was my hunting backpack. This bag goes everywhere with me. And I had gone through TSA. I had emptied out every single pocket except for that one right there, just so I could reload my amazing gun that my dad had given me. My dad actually made this gun for me. It is a 338-06 Ackley improved. That being said, you can't just go to Bob Ward's and buy 338-06 Ackley improved cartridges for this gun. These cartridges that the TSA officer was taking away from me, totally his right to do, but they had all been handmade by my father. Like I said, it was Christmas. It was about 4 months ago. We were going to Ohio to visit Mark's family, but thankfully my sister had just flown in from Portland and we were going upstairs to meet her, have a little Christmas in the airport. We went upstairs, we exchanged stocking stuffers, chatted a little while, had a nice time, and then an idea appears to me. Oh yes, I can go through TSA again. There wasn't a line before. Maybe there won't be a line this time. This is why you go to the airport 2 hours early. So we go downstairs and there's 3 people in line at TSA, so I'm sweating a little bit, but we have plenty of time. We go to the clerk at the head of the line and I tell her, "So those bullets that I had in my backpack, they're handmade by my father. It's for a special gun that he made me, and I would like to have my bullets back." And she looks at me and she says, "I'm going to have to ask my manager." And she calls over the manager, who happens to be the same guy, "Mr. Is this your bag?" And so I tell him the story. And he tells me, "Those are already in the public safety room. I can't help you with that." And I say, "Oh, shucks. Okay. Well, I thought I might try. It's Christmas after all." And he says, "Well, you walk down the hall, you go to baggage claim, you go to the mirrored door and knock on the door." And I said, "Oh, so, okay." I walk down to baggage claim, I knock on the mirrored door that says public safety on it. The door swings open and this woman in brown, sheriff, guns on her hips, looks at me, looks at my sister, says, "Can I help you?" And so I tell her the story. My bullets were in my hunting backpack. I got taken from TSA. They're handmade bullets. And this is my sister. She happens to be traveling to go visit my parents right now. She's leaving the airport. "Please, may I have my bullets back?" And she looks at us, and I would only do this at the Missoula airport. She looks at us and she pulls out the number 10 tin coffee can and fishes around and says, "Are these your bullets?" And I look at them and I think, yeah, they're probably mine. And I step back. I don't want anything to do with those bullets. My sister steps forward, takes the bullets. I give her a hug. She goes off to my parents' house. I go back through TSA with no problems and get on the plane. Thank you.
Nice work, Joyce. Thank you, Joyce. Oh, man. Storytelling goes beyond entertainment. It enriches our lives. And our next storyteller, I always say when I'm in the classroom teaching storytelling to kids, farts are always funny. And our next storyteller really embodies that. She's like loud and proud farter. And she's going to just share an awesome story about that. Britt Buchanan is a University of Montana acting graduate and former Brewery Follies actor. We met in the dust at Burning Man and spent hours picking broken glass off the ground when someone locked their keys in their vehicle and broke the window. Britt is a devoted dog mom and adventurer. She joins us today from Great Falls, Montana. Please welcome Britt Buchanan.
So this story could provide a valid tool during quarantine if you have some issues with being too close to people. We're all in close quarters right now, and my ex, Jack, had some intestinal issues that were medical. The weird thing about Jack, though, was he had issues with flatulence. He didn't like it coming out of him. He didn't like hearing it come out of other people. It was a little bit of a bizarre situation for me to be in, since I don't have a problem letting it rip. So anyway, one night we're over at his place, and this place is a complete bachelor pad. Nothing on the walls, no furniture. I mean, everything echoed in this place. So naturally, I make enchiladas, which are my favorite, and I start to feel like I might have some spicy fumes to let loose. So I go into the bathroom and don't even think about it, and I sit down. I'm ready to just let it all out, and I like eased one out a little bit just to make sure, like a trial run. Wasn't going to happen. This thing echoed like all over the place. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? Like, am I going to drive across home just to go fart, or like just go fart in my car? I can't go outside and fart because there's kids playing out there. It just was very uncomfortable. So I'm sitting on this porcelain throne, and this brilliant idea comes to me, right? I look right across from me, and lo and behold is the towel rack. Okay. So normal people probably don't do this. I'm not a normal person. So I went over to the towel rack and I took the towels off, and these were just like okay towels. Like, they weren't anything fancy, I folded them neatly. I put them on the ground, and then I perched my little butt on there, and I just let her rip. And you know what? It was magic. Absolutely brilliant. No sound, no smell, nothing. He had no idea. This went on for a long time. I was farting in my ex-boyfriend's towels for like almost a year. Okay. So one day I'm in there and I'm like, you know what? No big deal. Got my routine down. I'm going to just fart on a towel. Everything's going to be fine. Once again, normal people probably don't think like this, but you got to do what you got to do. Love makes you do weird things. I believe. So I sit down or I walked in and I looked at the towel rack, and there's no towels. There's nothing anywhere in that bathroom. Not even a rug that I could like bunch up. So I'm thinking, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? Well, then I look in the corner and there's a pile of clothes that were on the floor. So I'm thinking, okay, these are dirty, obviously. He took a shower, It's his work pants, nice slacks, button up. He had very good fashion sense for as much as the towels were not great. And I go over and I'm like, this is going to have to do. So I bunched up his work clothes and I perched and farted and everything was fine, right? I'm getting away with this. So, I get done with that. We go to bed that night. And the next morning I get up and we're getting ready for work. And I'm in the bedroom and I turn around just in time to see him putting on his work pants that were on the bathroom floor that I had previously farted on to go to work that day. Well, I, of course, could not stop laughing. He had no clue what was going on. I obviously was not going to explain to him that I'd been farting in his towels for a really long time. So then I farted on his pants. Needless to say, our relationship didn't last very long after that. Maybe it was because I now believe a couple that farts together stays together. I've never told him about my farting shenanigans with his towels, unless he's listening right now. And in that case, sorry, buddy. I did what I could. I learned that it's more important to be comfortable in your body than hide it. So the moral of the story here is be loud and proud. Own your farts. And if you have to muffle the sound, put some towels down.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Britt. Hey, I just got word that Lucille is back. We're almost out of time, but we're going to bring her back on. So, Lucille, when you're ready, let's hear that story.
Hi, so I'm back. So my story is, it happened about 2 years ago, and me and my mom were in Seattle because we were going to see a Taylor Swift concert. And we got there, and I was wearing this jacket, super sparkly, and I was also wearing this huge sparkly tutu. And so we went in it was at the Seattle Seahawks Stadium. So it seats about 50,000 to 80,000 people. So many people were there. And we got in, and it was a few hours before the show, so we got some food, we got our picture taken with Polaroids that Taylor Swift was promoting, and the show was about to start, or the opening act was about to start. So we sat down, and the opening act was Charli XCX. She's like a female pop star, but I didn't really, I didn't like get up and dance because I was saving my energy for Taylor Swift, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to dance to Charli XCX. I'm waiting for Taylor. So I was eating my garlic fries, and I was like, wait, she's done. Oh my gosh, Taylor's coming on. So Taylor Swift came on the stage, and I was just so shocked, and she came on and she sang Delicate in this what looked to be like a white floating basket, and there's these 30-foot tall snakes and blow up snakes, and it was very amazing. And after the show, it was about 11:30. I was super tired because at a concert you don't just sit down, and you are getting up and dancing and rocking out and singing along, and so I was super tired. I was like, okay, well, basically we're just gonna get an Uber and go home. That's it, no problems. Apparently, everybody else had the exact same idea. So we went to 3 Uber destinations, and all of them were full. They were just, every car was getting taken like that. And so I ended up going to sleep on a hotel lobby couch. And my mom had called an Uber, and this time we were determined to get this Uber. We were like, yeah, we are not waiting around anymore. It took us 30 minutes, but we were walking around and on the phone with this guy this whole time. And we were getting mad because we were like, oh my God, where is he? And then he was he was we found him eventually. And then we found him eventually, and I'm pretty sure I fell asleep in the back of the car, and he drove us to the place that we were staying, and I went upstairs and I got into bed. I didn't take off anything. I slept in this super uncomfortable jacket, and there was my tutu, which was super glittery. So I woke up in the morning, and I was just covered in glitter. Everything around me was covered in glitter. But I didn't really care, and I was still tired that morning. So thank you for listening.
Great work. Thank you so much, Lucille. Thank you so much to all of our storytellers today. Brad Lane, Alexander Luberoff, Lucille Quackenbush, Alette Whitcomb, Joyce Gibbs, and Britt Buchanan. Thank you all so much for listening and watching and donating to Tell Us Something during Missoula Gives. I hope you have a fantastic afternoon. And if you haven't donated yet, please donate to Tell Us Something while Missoula Gives is still going on. Thank you all so much.
Hello, my name is Don Matlock, and we are here representing the Bitterroot Celtic Society. And we want to thank all of our friends and supporters who encouraged us and participated in voting for us in the Bitterroot Gives campaign that just completed. The mission of the Bitterroot Celtic Society is education on all things Celtic, and today we thought we would talk about the bagpipes. Now, and I know what you're thinking, I've never met anyone who was neutral on bagpipes. You mention bagpipes, they either love them or hate them, but they never go, they just don't. So we're going to talk about bagpipes. So the first question is, where did bagpipes come from? How did they end up in Scotland? Apparently bagpipes first came into being in the first couple of centuries before the Christian era. And they were picked up by the Roman legionnaires who used them for their marching, and they brought them into what is now the British Isles, where they were introduced to Scotland. They were very important to the Scots, not only for assembly, but also they used pipes instead of trumpets when going into war. In 1749, at the Battle of Culloden, which defeated the Scottish King Stuart, the British Parliament passed a law trying to totally destroy the Scottish clan system. Part of the law was the banning of weapons of war, which included bagpipes, and also banned the wearing of kilts. The ban was removed, was overturned in 1785. So there was a 35-year period there where playing of the bagpipes was illegal. Apparently they kept playing. Now how they did that quietly and in secret, I'm not sure, but they did. After 1785, they started incorporating Scottish regiments into the British Army, and of course they brought their pipes with them, and there were references to the devils wearing skirts that were now part of the British Army. So I'd like to now introduce you to Rob Lynn, the pipe major for the Celtic Dragon Pipe Band. Real quickly, Rob, what are the four major parts of the bagpipes?
Sure, Don. This is the Great Highland Bagpipe, which is the standard pipe that most people know of. It incorporates four parts. The first part is the blowpipe. That's the part that I blow into and fill up the bag with air. The second part is the bag itself, and that still has some air in it. And then the next part are the three drones, which create that sort of background hum that you hear behind the pipes. The final part, and probably the most important part, is the chanter. That's where we play our music. That's where we play the actual melodies.
Cool. So why don't you play a melody for us?
Sure, play a couple. I'm going to play a slow air, and then a hornpipe, and then a jig.
Hello.
Hello, we're back.
We're still here.
We're still here, and we have 2 more hours, you guys, 2 more hours, and I have a challenge for you. We have been trying to reach 3,000 donors for the last couple of years. Help us get there. We only need about 200 more donors, so please, please, please go to MissoulaGives.org, $5 minimum donation. If you can't find someone you really want to give to the Stretch Fund, and we're going to split all of that money amongst our participants. So please get out there and make a donation. You have 2 hours left. But in the meantime, we have kind of a fun special thing coming up. This is a first, really. This is normally a very popular event in town, but now we're transitioning to a virtual First Friday event, which is super exciting.
Yeah, we all sort of miss our First Fridays. It's springtime. This is like the busiest First Fridays. We're all like finally out of the house and able to walk around downtown without being freezing cold, and the birds are chirping, and because of the situation we're in right now, that's not possible. And so Arts Missoula and a bunch of the downtown community has gotten together and are bringing us this amazing virtual tour.
Yes, we want to go ahead and thank Tom Benson and Arts Missoula for helping to coordinate all of this. And I think we're going to get this started. I'd like to turn it over to Lisa Simon at Radius Gallery, and she's going to give us a little tour of what's going over at the new Radius. Take it away, Lisa.
Hi, come on in. It's the same old First Friday you know and love, only in a virtual way. I've got candy here for you and a gallery full of art. So let's have a little look-see. What we're featuring this month is the 5th Annual Ceramics Invitational. This is a show that we do every year. This is the 5th time we've done it. And the goal of it is to give people a snapshot of what's going on in the world of ceramics. We have lots of Montana artists in here, and Montana is such a hub for high quality ceramics, and really we get world-class ceramicists in our state. So once a year we celebrate them. So I am going to take you on a quick tour of what we have. So in this show, we tried to get a mix of a lot of things. Functional pottery, sculptures, emerging artists, established artists, men, women, and lots of techniques. Some of these techniques look back to the traditions of ceramics. Some of them are pushing forward on ceramics into new areas. So the first work here is by Adam Field. Look at these beautifully incised porcelain pieces. Adam is a Montana artist. He's over in Helena, near the Archie Bray, where he was once a long-term resident. Our next artist is Andrea Moon, known as Andy Moon, and she does these gorgeous ceramic pieces, sculpture pieces, where she takes little pieces of porcelain and treats it like rope and can create these very complex sculpture using rope. I'm excited to show you this new one by Kelsey Bowen here. I thought it was so appropriate that this one should come to Missoula because it's a wolf, and we've been howling here in Missoula every night since the COVID crisis started. So the fact that we got a big wolf, a life-size wolf, is pretty appropriate. And it's adorable. It has a sort of a mythical little bunny girl playing with this wolf. If you could see it in person, which you should come see it in person, you can see that the wolf has a very playful look on it. It's probably more of a dog, but it's a wolfish dog. The next artist is Sunshine Cobb, functional pottery, but with a real sculptural feel to it, and her colors are reminiscent of pickup trucks in the 1950s. She always picks these, her palette has this nostalgia to it. From there, if we continue our spin around, we have Carla Potter, who works in both functional and sculptural ceramics. We've carried these sweet barnacle cups. Each barnacle is hand carved. There's no mold, so she's hand carving each one out of this yummy porcelain. And we've been carrying those for many years, but this is the first time we've been able to celebrate her sculptural pieces. And for instance, let's take a look at this sweet little teacup that pays homage to Beth Lowe, a Missoula ceramicist. And this is a teacup, and it's on the little tea bag, which is also clay. It says low tea, which is also a pun on high tea. Okay, let's keep it moving around. So this is the work of an emerging artist, Austin Taylor, and her pieces are really fun and whimsical. You might have seen this one in the newspaper today, this little pair of bunnies. They have a funny name. One is called the cute one, and the other one's called his brother. So they look like they're drawings that she's actually using pencil graphite in there, but they're actually 3D sculptures. Pretty amazing, aren't they? You can make an appointment to come in to see our shows. We're allowing one person at a time in to see the show. But call ahead so we can give you a time slot, and then we'll have gloves and masks for you. So we're going to quickly pan through these three functional ceramicists, Michelle Summers, Mary Briggs, and Eric Rempe, all doing different things to pay homage to the traditions of ceramics and to push it forward a little bit. Next, we have Leslie Fry, who's doing these architectural pillars and hearts to press on the correlations between the architecture of the human body and building houses. Our 10th artist, you get a real variety here, is Kelly Stevenson, and she's also a Montana artist. Went to school here at the UM School of Art, which is a fantastic place to go for ceramics. And her pieces are just amazing. I bought a piece of hers when she was a BFA there about 5 years ago, and I'm so thrilled to bring her into our gallery now. So she made these sculptural pieces and also these really sweet, she calls them tumblers, but we've been thinking of them as vases. That's a pretty big gin and tonic for a tumbler. But they're exquisitely made. And then look at this elk that she's carved and sculpted. I mean, it's just amazing. We're going to be putting in that in the window so you can see it on the walk by. And then lastly, we have Kensuke Yamada and his Venus piece, which is based on an early Renaissance Venus by Sandro Botticelli. And Kensuke also went to school here, and so lots of Montanans and lots of Missoulians have his early work. So that's a little spin through the ceramic show. I hope you can come in and visit. Just give me a call. I'll set up an appointment. We have masks, gloves, hand sanitizer galore. You can have the whole space to yourself. And now I hope you help other Montana artists by doing the Missoula Gives to your favorite art organizations. And stay tuned, hit that emoji button for all the artists that you love, and we'll see you when the doors open. Bye-bye.
I'm Shalene Valenzuela, Executive Director of the Clay Studio in Missoula, welcoming you to our virtual First Friday event. So we are featuring Pot Sketch 2020. So you might ask, what is a pot sketch? In 2004, then Executive Director Jason Locker invited a handful of artists to create a sketch by sending them a 5x5 piece of paper and a pencil and asking them to create a sketch of a pot. And the various sketches he got back were pretty amazing, and this ended up becoming an annual event. We feature artists from near and far, many local favorites, to take part in this, and they create all these lovely pieces of work. Pot Sketch is currently going to be an online auction and virtual event. And you can preview everything online starting today, May 1st. And all the works will be for auction starting May 14th and ending May 23rd. So some of our staff today will take you on a tour through some of their favorite works. And thank you for attending.
Hi, Donna here, and I'm at the Clay Studio of Missoula today, and I just wanted to show you a couple of my favorite pot sketches from this year. This is Patty Warshina, and she is just incredible with a brush, and I love how this little drawing is so active, the movement and the wonderful expressions on the faces and the limited color palette. Just love it so much. I wonder what's going on there. And then another favorite is by local artist hero Theo Ellsworth. And I just love how the bird forms are nestled into each other. He calls it 3 bird walkers. Maybe they're on their way to your house. Well, those are just a couple of the many awesome works that will be for sale and up for bid at the Clay Studio Pot Sketch this year. Hope to see you there. Bye.
Hi, I'm Christina. I'm the new administrative assistant at the Clay Studio of Missoula, and I'm here to show you a few of my favorite pot sketches. So 2 of my favorites are these 2 textile pieces, one by Maggie Hiltner and Monica Thompson. I think these are great. They've got little hand stitching and just great texture. This one has some gold on it with some wire. This is actually see-through back here. Very cool. I think these would look great together or separate. This is my other favorite. It's a piece by Adrian Arleo, and it's this beautiful little drawing with India ink on Yupo paper with embroidery thread details. I just think it's really beautiful and calm. I feel like I could just look at this all day. Here is probably my favorite piece. It's by our very own Jasmine Penelope, and it's a charcoal drawing of her cat Tina, like crouching beneath a plant. And I just love this. It's so beautiful, and I feel like it really shows the personality of her cat. Very cute. I love it.
Here's some great ceramic works. This is by a former executive director, Jason Loffer, former artist in residence, Perry Haas, current studio manager, Donna Flannery, head vase by local artist, Adrian Arleo, a gold head sculpture by Kensuke Yamada, who went to graduate school at University of Montana, this lovely plate by Beth Lowe, this wood-fired vase from Ben Blackwood, who is a current artist in residence, and another local artist, former artist in residence, Courtney Murphy, current resident artist, Andrew Rivera, and in the foreground, this lovely tall jar by Phil Mon.
When I was a curly-headed baby, my daddy sat me down upon his knee, saying, son, you go to school and learn your letters. Don't you be no dusty miner boy like me. I used to think my daddy was a black man with script enough to buy the company store. But now he goes to town with empty pockets, and his face is as white as a February snow. I was born and raised in the mouth of a Hazard Hollow, where the coal cars roll and rumble past my door. Now they stand in a rusty roll all empty, 'cause the yelling men don't stop here anymore. Never thought I'd learn to live, to love the coal dust. Never thought I'd pray to hear them temples roar. But God, I wish the grass would turn to money, and the greenbacks would fill my pockets once more. Raised in the mouth of Hazard Hollow, where the coal cars roll and rumble past my door. Now they stand in a rusty roll all empty, 'cause the yellow
Hi, I'm Jeremy Canwell, Senior Curator. We here at the Montana Museum of Art and Culture hope everyone is staying healthy and safe. Our galleries are currently closed because of the pandemic, but we have extended the Monty Dolak exhibition until August 29th, and hopefully you can visit it after restrictions are lifted. But in the meantime, you can watch a brief introductory video posted on our Facebook page or take a virtual tour posted on MCAT's webpage. And remember to wash your hands. Or take a virtual tour posted on MCAT's.
Oh, I'm live already? What? It's intermission, you guys! Go get a drink. Donate to Missoula Gives. We're here from the Zach. Or, I don't know who this guy is. Hope you're enjoying Virtual First Friday. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, support the Zach, support all of your local arts orgs, and enjoy Virtual First Friday while donating to Missoula Gives. Now on to part 2.
Last best, print best, best featured artists, bingo, demos, artist portfolios, all must from the Zach, your website to keep track. Online, you'll see Print Fest 2020.
I love printmaking.
Last best, print best, it's a community event. Learn more online. So many artists gave their time. Bingo, demos, artist portfolios. Last best, print best. Members are featured artists. Everybody print, everybody print. 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 Everybody print, print fest. Everybody print.
Everybody print.
Everybody, print.
Everybody print.
Everybody, print.
Everybody print, print fest.
Legacy. Hey everyone, thanks for joining us tonight. My name is Joe Kellogg and I'm the Program and Events Coordinator at the Missoula Art Museum. We're going to take you on a quick little tour, show you what we've been doing here in the museum while we've been closed, and talk about some of our virtual offerings that you can get to online for free. Come along with me and we'll take a quick look. Here in the lobby you can see a piece in our collection from Stephen Brown called Montana Legacy. And John Cowsbeek, our assistant curator, is getting ready to give our front desk a new stain. It's going to look pretty nice. That's why it is covered in stuff. Let's move on upstairs.
Here in the Carnegie Gallery, we've got more of Stephen Braun's work. Hindsight and Foresight are 2020. This work all went up right before the museum closed, unfortunately. But we are going to have a talk with him and Scott McMillian on May 15th. So tune in for that. You can check that out at our website. Let's take a quick walk around and look at some of these pieces. You can see heading up the stairs that they are getting ready to give things a fresh coat of paint. Everything is covered up and protected. It's gonna look nice in here when we reopen. In the Aresti Gallery, we have Linda Alterwitz and Elizabeth Stone's work. This is called Earthborn, 30 Seconds to 40 Moons. You can see a virtual talk that they did on our Facebook page or track it down on YouTube. In here we have Gordon McConnell's work, When the West Was Won. And we'll actually have a live talk with him and curator Dr. Leanne Gilbertson just after this presentation on Friday on Facebook Live. You can always catch it on YouTube after that. That's it for me here at the Missoula Art Museum. Thanks for joining us. Be sure to check out our website at www.missoulaartmuseum.org for information on our weekly virtual teen artist workshop. We also have lots of teacher resources available with Ma'am in the Making and Teachables, and plenty of virtual artist talks coming up as well, including one right after this on Facebook Live. Thanks again. Remember, stay healthy, stay well, and art is everything.
Hello, I'm Ron Murphy.
And I'm Kendall Jan Jeb.
Welcome to Murphy Jeb Fine Art, 210 North Higgins in beautiful downtown Missoula. Let's step into the gallery. One of our featured artists, M. Scott Miller.
Is this Redbird? We sure miss the Redbird.
Here's Up on the End. It's acrylic on canvas. Here's Richard Smith.
Wood-fired ceramics.
Standing Man with Wing.
And Standing Woman with Wing.
Fabulous. Tremendous patina he gets from wood fire. This is Arthur Herring, On a Secret Bend.
Acrylic on canvas.
Here's Lit from the Western Sun, an oil painting from Arthur Herring. Second Snow in November, pastel. Maybe you've seen this Tree of Life mural on Higgins and Brooks, thank you. It's on the wall of the art hang-up. Arthur did that several years ago. Here's an acrylic on canvas from M. Scott Miller. Bright Lights, Small City. Garden City, M. Scott Miller.
Up on Waterworks, acrylic on canvas.
Here's a watercolor from Kendall Jan Judd, High Noon Horses. Nine Dragons, watercolor, Kendall Jan Judd.
Arthur Herring,
Torosol, pastel.
An Ascent of the Heights, original pastel. Crusting Sun, pastel by Arthur Herring, and Early on the Clark Fork. Love the Blues in This Moonlight Night Wandering by Arthur Herring, pastel.
Missoula Noir by M. Scott Miller.
Another Richard Smith.
Tall Teapot.
More wood-fired ceramics by Richard Smith.
This is Moon Jar. Here's watercolor on canvas by Kendall Jan Judd.
Park Ravens, Outward Owl, Blue Falcon. One of my old acrylic paintings, Lilies and Dragon Jar.
It's from our private collection, but we love this painting.
The exhibition that you see surrounding me is the work of Monty Dolak, who is Montana's probably best known and most beloved artist today. He has defined this great state and this wonderful place that we call home.
Something that I got very interested in was the mythologies that cultures all over the world tell about themselves through talking about and telling stories through animals. The woodpecker steals fire from the trees because fire lives in the trees. He takes pity on people. There actually was a $10 bill in 1910 called the Buffalo Bill. We've got a Buffalo Bill here and an Indian chief here, kind of looking at each other across that space.
They'll also see an artist who takes you from sketches and photographs and his own musings and his own writings to a finished painting, to a finished poster, a work of graphic art.
I would learn so much from making a poster. When I sat down to work, it's like, okay, I have 2 weeks to work on a couple of my own pictures. It's like, I want to add something to that. I moved that to my personal work because all along making the posters, I've always been a painter too. So I've kind of been in the middle of both those worlds. Well, when I was making posters, I looked at the great posters historically, the movement that really came out of Paris and also Prague. And in America, during both wars, a lot of artists were able to receive compensation for making posters to win the war. Here's an example. Here's a painting, Big Blackfoot River. And this is the Child Unlimited group who really worked again on this river, which is a wonderful river. This is earlier, so my style probably there is a little more simple and bold. But this fish is also on a license plate for Trout Unlimited. Come on over, I'll show you my T-Rex. This is me just being me. But I learned a lot about dinosaurs doing that piece. So when it came time to make something, I had some understanding, of the armature that needed to be created to hang all of those cars on.
So students coming to this exhibition are likely to know Monty Dolek, mostly through his commercial work and his posters. But in this exhibition, they'll have a chance to experience Monty Dolek as a reflective landscape artist, an artist who's deeply invested in landscape, nature, things wild, and those things that really make Montana a unique and wonderful place.
Hi, this is the Missoula Writing Collaborative, and we are doing some readings from our amazing young poets for First Fridays. So first up, I'm going to have Kong.
Hi, my name is Kong Yang, and I'm from Chief Charlotte Elementary, and I'm in 4th grade. Here's my poem. A stick's nature. Grab a stick, look at it. After that, grab 100 more. Lay them in a circle. Climb a tree, then look in the center. Grab a fishing pole and fish. 1 stick. Once you do that, you see Abraham Lincoln's fingerprint. You see all of nature's things. Then, hold up a stick. You see a bluebird sitting on the stick. You think about how the sky is blue. Then you think that this stick will become a tree. Once I get older, I'll get smaller and smaller. Then there will be a museum filled with Abraham Lincoln's fingerprints and a scratch that the bluebird made. Once I get smaller, I will see the stick talk to me as I eat a leaf. Then I wake up and I see it was just a dream.
That was awesome. Thank you. I love that line about the scratch that the bluebird made. That's really awesome. All right, next up is Astrid.
My name is Astrid Moore, and my poem is called Ode to Nature. Oh, nature, your blossoms grow bright, but they close in a long winter's night. Oh, the rough brown bark stretches tall, but drowns again in a heavy rainfall. Oh, the soft petals you bring to me in the spring right under a tree. Your colors blossom like the stars in the night, but wither away with a glimpse of white.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Astrid. I love that poem. Okay, last but not least, Lauren.
My name is Lauren Hutchins. I'm from Rattlesnake Elementary School, and I'm in the 4th grade. My poem's name is Running. You have a place inside of you that no one else has. Sometimes you forget that. Running. My place is running. With my Australian Labradoodle by my side, my dog Moxie, running and trying to beat me, yet always looking back to make sure her girl is with her. This is my place where I feel free, where my memories take place.
Awesome. That was wonderful, Lauren. Yay! And we met Moxie earlier too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. That was so great. I'm going to stop recording now.
Welcome. The title of our show today is Now and Then. The then part is back in the 80s I did a series of paintings called The Wild Nails. And I still have some of those left that I have on display, which you can see not very well in this picture. Let's move out into the gallery. Over the years, that's an early 1980 landscape. Over the years I did many kinds of paintings, and that's an airbrush of some cats and some other watercolor landscapes. I have some small paintings.
Hi, I'm Jessie Smith. I'm a local artist here in Missoula, and I actually draw a lot of my inspiration from nature and just the human condition in general, so I'm actually really excited about this opportunity with the Natural History Center.
That's part of the old fort, and then just some lighting. Of course, the teepee burner was part of our history in Missoula. So that's why I guess I'm here, is just trying to record some of these scenes before they disappear, like the hospitals for sale. And so we're just trying to see if we can capture a moment and record it. So thank you.
I'm a local, Missoula local, and when I heard about the AIR program, the Artists in Residence applications, I filled one out, and Stoney contacted me and told me that there was the Rattlesnake Dam opportunity that they hadn't actually announced yet, and that it was a summer opportunity, and that I could stay at home, local, and being that I have 2 kiddos and everything, that seemed attractive, and so here I am. Doing the Rattlesnake Dam residency. And it's just based on deep listening, based on just sort of trying to free channels of movement, whether it's through art or, like the dam, they're going to be free in the water, so I thought it seemed appropriate.
Oh, wow.
My time here was pretty short. It was about a week. And so I did a lot of just walking in the hills and a lot of listening, a lot of experimental composition, trying to come up with exactly how I wanted to respond to this space. I was grateful for the opportunity to be able to come to Moon and Randolph Homestead and have a way to reflect on what is my hometown now, Missoula.
So I feel like with something like dead industry, like the dam being this piece of unused material now that's sitting there, and the environment has worked its way around, and we're finally reckoning with that of how do we take this apart. I feel like there's a lot of themes in that for me personally that I think can be very affecting and interesting to explore. And what I'm finding really fascinating about it is taking it away from this kind of cerebral space and just really bringing it down to be like, what are some really provincial things that we can start with in terms of exploring these questions?
Here we are. So, we are at the Dana Gallery, and we have some paintings here by a new artist, Scott Switzer, Fran's father. But we have made a big decision here. We have decided that possibly, since we haven't sold painting in quite a while, quite a few months, probably, I don't know. We've decided to diversify. And I think you all can probably understand why. We have discovered this commodity here, which serves 2 purposes. It's modern art, and it's toilet paper. I gotta get a drink of this because this is keeping me alive. Whoa! Now, there's been some rumors going around town all the time that we have sold this art gallery. And those rumors may or may not be true. However, they are not true. It is true that we still own this gallery and we're going to hang on to it and all these great people we got here as long as I live, which could be, you know, a week or it could be more than that. Let's see.
This is artist Kevin Redstar out of Roberts, Montana, our very own. He is one of the leading 5 Native American painters in the country right now, internationally recognized for his crow portraiture and his Native American teepees. He also won the Governor's Choice Award for Montana back in 2018, which is really amazing. He also is nationally known, and Sotheby's, based out of New York, had him come into a flat a couple years ago and actually paint the New York City skyline for them.
Well, hello, Missoula.
Hi there.
Well, hi. You're awfully dressed up for a radiothon.
Oh, I thought we were supposed to dress fancy.
Oh, I don't see why it matters. You're just going to hear us, Colin.
Oh,
you should probably introduce yourself. Oh no, he's frozen. Well, it's just me now. Yes. Hello. You are you are a yellow square, and it's delightful. Hi, I'm Shane Hickey. This is my brother Colin, who is a yellow. There, he's just appeared. It's my brother Colin Hickey. We're here to just talk to you about Missoula Gives.
It looks like we just hit $650,000.
How do you know that?
It's on the website, Shane.
Oh, okay. Again, I thought this was a radio show.
Well, I like that we are part of Virtual First Friday, being that neither of us are artists.
I like to think of myself as artistic.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, I create content and music.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah. No, you're right. We don't deserve to be here. I'm not sure how we got this gig either. I feel entirely unqualified and overwhelmed, honestly, by all the giving and all the amazing organizations that I hope to not belittle in any way, because it is definitely not my intention.
I agree. Should we talk about ourselves, Shane? Tell me a little bit about you. How long have you been in Missoula?
Let's see. I moved to Missoula in 1996 or 97, and I was effectively a bum who played punk rock music and pretended to work at a place that sold the internet. Fast forward to now, how long this has been, 24 years. I'm a network engineer, almost respectable, and I live right outside of Missoula in a little charming burb called East Missoula. But we still like to think of ourselves as part of the town. What about you, Colin? What's your deal?
Well, Shane, I'm your brother, so you should know.
Tell me more.
Weird. I just remember that my 20-year Missoula anniversary will be this September. 20 years. It's pretty crazy.
Now, is that 20 years since you came to Missoula the first time, or 20 years since you came to Missoula and stayed in Missoula? Are we not counting the time that you left after that game of Monopoly that went really sideways?
We are not counting the original move in '98 when I moved here, lived in your garage, worked at the dollar store, and then moved home after a heated game of Monopoly in your house.
Okay. But if we were counting that, then you've been here at least 22 years?
22 years, yeah.
Wow.
But we're not.
And just for the record, I'm not counting that. So yeah.
No, nor am I. I try to forget about that horrible part of my life, but you bring it up a lot, so that's
Yeah,
good.
I really relish in other people's misfortune sometimes.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really
Yeah.
good. This
is a good time to talk about this. Oh,
whoa!
Well, look who we've got.
Oh.
Missoula's own Travis Yost.
Oh,
I was just watching this live stream with these two dudes. I didn't know that I was going to be part of this live stream.
You're doing my bit.
This is ridiculous.
Listen,
well,
you know what would have made more sense is if our other brother Brian were here, but instead of Brian, we get. I guess you're the new Hickey brother, Travis. Travis Hickey.
I've always been a Hickey brother. I've always been a Hickey brother, and to tell you the truth, to replace a Hickey brother, that's the one to replace.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad that we were able to replace Brian today permanently for all time. I can't wait till you meet your 4 kids. You're gonna love them.
Oh no! I can't understand you. Oh no! It's all frozen. Oh, hey. So anyway, what are you guys doing? Are you guys doing a little promotion for Missoula Gives?
We are.
I think that's the intention. Yeah.
Nice.
I was looking through the list. Oh, go ahead.
No. What were you looking through?
Well, the whole list of organizations, that people could donate to, and I'm like, well, maybe I'll just call out a few that I have experience with or that have affected my life. And I think it might be easier to talk about ones that didn't. So we're really fortunate here. I don't know. I don't want to tear up, but if I talk about this at length, I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think those pandemic emotions really. I start crying for literally no reason these days.
Yeah, it's like when you're hungover and then an AT&T long distance commercial would come on and make you cry. Every day of pandemic is like that. I feel like.
Yes, it is all like that.
Travis, do you always take a bath? Candlelight?
What's that?
Do you always take a bath via candlelight?
I have a lot of free time right now because of the pandemic. I got a lot of free time to really set up and treat myself really well currently. So this is the way it goes now. No, I can't watch. I can't watch TV shows that might feel good because I will instantly start sobbing about nothing right now.
Right before we came on this live stream, there was that sweet woman who was, I think she was talking about one of the buildings and she was painting a barn. Just that, I'm like, I'm gonna lose it during this live stream. I'm already starting to cry. So thankfully you came on looking like just a complete buffoon. I don't feel like there's any chance now that I'm gonna get too emotional.
Are you saying that people that take baths are buffoons?
No, you're right. It's important to focus on your spirituality right now.
Are you calling it? This is just hygiene. This is purely hygiene. You're supposed to wash your hands 20 times a day. I take a bath 20 times a day.
Okay, maybe I'm in the wrong
ridiculous. Here. Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. I mean, look. Are you as comfortable? Well, actually, you are as comfortable as I am right now.
I feel pretty good. Although, on the bath subject, I don't know when the last time was that I washed this bunny suit, and the inside of it could probably use a bath or some kind of a treatment. So there's that
visual. You need to get into the bath in the bunny suit.
I'll be right over.
Nope, that's a bad idea.
You and I spend the live stream. I'll be right over. Colin, we're going to make a lot of money. No, go ahead. Let's get back on track. Let's talk about Missoula Gives and how amazing it is and what a good time it is to donate to all these amazing organizations who really, really need it right now.
Also, we are looking at questions on YouTube. If you have any for us?
Oh,
Shane, Nathan Stevens wants to know, does the Pink Bunny do birthday parties?
I can. Let's talk about it. Yeah, my agent will be talking to you.
$20, everybody. $20.
Colin's my agent.
And if you go up to 40, Travis will play it too.
Just like this.
Yep, I sure
will. Should we call out some of our favorites? Is it bad form to talk about our favorite organizations?
No, I think that's what everybody else is doing.
Okay, I don't want to like influence people too much, but obviously there's some biggies in there. I love the Zach, of course. MCT, Missoula Art Museum, the Food Bank. I'll tell you a tiny bit of story. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, let's tell some stories about these.
Well, I will, but first I want to say that I mentioned my,
I'm sorry. Someone is at my door. 1 second.
Okay, my ascension from, bum to sort of a corporate. Did Colin not have pants on? The corporate gig. Anyway, I got a real job now, and they match your donations, and so I feel like it's been amazing. I can donate to these things like the food coming in hot. Coming in hot. I like that we all basically did the same bit about.
Yes.
Just in very different form.
I was literally going to fake the bit to go to do the underwear thing, and then my neighbor actually showed up, so that wasn't faked at all.
Does your neighbor not know about this quarantine situation?
I'm like, come on, man.
I'm helping raise money.
Back to your story.
I've already forgotten what I was talking about. It's fine. You should talk.
Well, I had made a list, but so the Zach was on my list, of course, because I love the Zach. And I was thinking of Zach memories, and I remember going to the Oblio Joe's reunion at the old Zach basement. Remember that show?
Yes. Was that part of Total Fest, I think? Maybe?
Was it?
I think so. Keep going.
It was. Oh, I just remembered like seeing fun concerts down there, and that was a really cool space. And then now being able to see what they were able to do in that new building is amazing.
Yeah, they all grew up. It's incredible in there.
And our niece had an art show there. Crazy enough. Look at that.
Yeah, and I paid her $50 for a zombie Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
So, that's the world we live in now.
What else?
What about, I called out Animal Wonders because that's a thing that I can't get enough of whenever I watch them do one of their things, I'm fascinated by those tiny critters.
And they actually did something. You had a birthday party at your house with them, right?
Oh, yeah, there were like porcupines, and there was all sorts of wacky stuff here. Snakes and whatnot. Yeah. Great folks.
So Jesse is the host of SciShow Kids, which is filmed in the same building that we're in. And they also do some other stuff there. They do some Animal Wonder stuff there. So there's times where I'll be in the office and I'll go downstairs to the kitchen and there'll be a skunk or a large lizard.
That's amazing.
It's pretty cool.
Aw.
Yeah.
What else is good? Big Brothers, Big Sisters. My wife used to be a big sister for a long time, so that's one I wanted to call out. Obviously, the Big Sky Documentary Film Fest, which is a huge thing every year that brings so much culture here. I watched a bunch of them last year. I missed this year, but I watched a bunch last year. And documentaries, man, I tell you what, that gets the waterworks really going. It doesn't matter what kind of a documentary it is.
Yeah, I would say pandemic's probably the wrong time to be watching documentaries.
I would probably just die from sorrows, or straight up, weep myself to death.
I had to tell us something on here because I did a tell us something once.
Yeah.
It was really fun, and I got in front of a packed house at the Wilma and told a story about how I pooped my pants.
Yeah, that was so brave of you to come forward and share that with us.
Yeah, Travis, tell us a story about when you pooped your pants.
Yeah, for a charity, Travis, for a charity, not just a regular weeknight.
I mean, I hate to be the outlier in this three people that has probably not, in a very bad way, pooped my pants. So I have no story to tell about that. And you've already mentioned all the ones that. Oh, are you skeptical? Skeptical? Oh,
No.
I'm going to go out there and say I never have. I'm perfect.
Oh, now we just know you're lying.
Perfect.
No adult person's never pooped their pants. Hey, but maybe we should segue to
let's change subject.
My wife reminded me. Hang on, I want to tell you. So, youth homes, Missoula youth homes. I wanted to bring up because I know you can tell I'm obviously a fit person, and I shamble my way through a half marathon every year for the last 5 or 6 years to raise money for youth homes, and they're just a super organization. And this year I think might be the first time in 5 or 6 years that I can't do it. I don't even know if they're going to cancel the marathon, but I've had my own thing going on, and I don't think I should run it. But that doesn't mean I can't donate or you can't donate to youth homes. So that would be a good one, because I pay a lot of folks. They probably raise a bunch of money through the Missoula Marathon. Hopefully this won't affect them too much, but that's a good place to throw some bread.
I agree. I did the half marathon with you 2 years ago.
Yeah, to be honest, I was just trying to get away from you, but.
But I raised a bunch of money because I told people to spend $20 to put a song on my playlist while I ran, and all my friends are horrible people, and they spend a bunch of money to put horrible music on my marathon list. So yeah, I listened to Cher, Do You Believe in Life After Love? There was Barbie Girl was on there. Someone put a 12-minute...
Sandstorm was on there, right?
Yeah, there was a 12-minute Grateful Dead song that my boss put on there.
Oh, that's
not
mean.
Cool. Yeah.
That's mean.
So yeah, I agree. Love youth homes. We are up to $662,000, people.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Woo! You still have time. You got an hour left. Donate the monies. Do the things.
Yeah.
Go back to my list here. I put the Roxy Theater on here because
well, duh.
It's
yeah.
a staple. But
yes.
I have an admission here. I have never been to a movie at the Roxy before.
Get out of Dodge.
Is that crazy?
It's
what is
crazy.
wrong with you?
I know. Something's wrong with me.
Well, let's fix it.
Yeah.
Let's go right now.
A post-pandemic checklist, bucket list, would be to go to a show at the Roxy.
You can get beer and ciders there, and they got delicious popcorn. You got to go.
I will. 2020.
I started looking for ones on this list that maybe I didn't know anything about, and then I was reminded that I did. So, for example, Bitterroot School of Music. I'm like, well, what could I possibly? I can't know everything, but I went to a harpsichord concert that they sponsored, and the harpsichord is like an instrument that is somehow from medieval times, but also from the year 3000. It makes laser sounds. So anyway, they do cool stuff with like old instruments and people who are like artisans of these weird archaic instruments, and it was super neat.
I put down the carousel from Missoula because it's amazing. We all know it.
Yep.
It's really fast, by the way.
Yeah, it's disturbingly fast.
It's our kids. My kids love it. And Dragon's Hollow, connected to it, is super, super cool. So what a wonderful institution there.
Have you ever gotten the brass ring or the gold ring?
Dude, have I ever got the gold ring? Get out of here.
Yes. Oh.
Tons.
I always reach for it when I see it. I'm like, oh, I'm going to leave this for a child to grab it instead.
Yeah, I got it for my child. But yeah, I grab it, and then the kid behind me is like, oh, and I'm like, yeah, I'm 40.
You should be taller.
I put Make-A-Wish Montana on here. I haven't worked with Make-A-Wish Montana before, but at VidCon we've worked with Make-A-Wish a lot to do wishes at VidCon, and holy cow, talk about crying your eyes out and just such a good organization. So
sweet stuff.
That's a good
one.
I
actually put also on here Missoula City Band because I saw them perform at the Bonner Park or whatever that park is called, and just that concept that like these, older folks who got jobs, they're maybe not pros, maybe some of them are pros, but they still want to play trombone and clarinet and play all these pieces and get together. My Grinchy heart swelled up 6 or 7 times that day. So that was really neat that exists.
I see a future where you and Travis are in the Missoula City Band.
I'm going to have to work on my trumpet.
I've already done it.
You've already done it?
Well, of course he has.
I've already done that. Hey, man, it's a
anyway,
gig.
I'm sorry you can't stay any longer.
Hey, Hey, I'm just here. I was just watching the show, and now I'm here.
No, I love it. The Missoula Downtown Foundation was on there, which is close to my heart. Worked at the Downtown Association for 2 years. Good stuff. I think I might have designed quotes their logo.
Oh.
Which was I picked the font and I stole a logo from somewhere else. But but great organization. Everything the MDA does. Love them, and anxious to see what happens with a lot of those events this year. So fingers crossed that.
Oh yeah.
We could do any of that, you know.
That's probably a big fundraiser for them this season. So yeah, they might need some love.
Definitely need some love. Also had Artini on. Or I had Missoula. I had the Missoula Art Museum on here because a long time ago, like 15 years ago, I was on the Artini committee, which was they would do like one Thursday out of the month, and I actually DJ'd at the art museum, which
they made you DJ, huh?
Yeah, they made me DJ. How about that? Al Pills, you watching? Al Pills?
Keeping a bit alive for 10 years.
If anyone could do it, Al Pills can do it.
I just need Travis to laugh so he stays warm in that tepid bath that he's been in for God knows how long.
Well, as much as this was a joke, I made sure it was a really hot bath. When I got in, it was scalding.
Okay.
Now it's actually kind of perfect.
Anything for the bit. I love the dedication there, Travis.
That is dedication. Oh, I want to call out Missoula Community Radio, KFGM, as another one. I watched Protest Kids play. Andy Smetanka and myself got to interview Protest Kids, and then they played. It was part of a KFGM ballroom session upstairs at the Union Hall, and it was super pro. And I don't know. I just like having community radio and whatever we can do to keep that afloat. I think that's amazing.
I agree. That is good stuff. What else? Travis, what about you? What's some of your favorites? You don't have the list in front of you.
I don't have a list, but you've mentioned many things that I've participated in and donated to now this year. Every one of those, the Big Sky Dock Fest is a big one for me. And definitely, you mentioned the city band. I love that, and I'm so glad that exists. And
yes.
The NDA, a huge. I've received so much support from the NDA that they deserve everything. Youth homes, yes. Roxy, you've mentioned all of them that I would enjoy.
Then there's like I don't want to say obvious like it's negative, but obvious like we all know, like Pavarello, obviously, the food bank, of course. Those are things that you always think about donating to, and it doesn't mean that you shouldn't now. Like this is still a great time to do that. Planned Parenthood, and these are all things that like we all use services. Like I will say without shame, I've been to Planned Parenthood as a dude, and that's a valuable service for all sorts of people. And I think it's super important to keep those things afloat, whatever we can do.
Yeah, I mean, 138 organizations on this list. That is
gravy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Way to go, Zura. Free Cycles is on here. That's a good one.
Yes.
Love and Free Cycles. Love seeing a concert at Free Cycles.
Oh, yeah. Kind of always off the radar a little bit, but yes.
Garden City Harvest. Solid.
Humane Society.
Home Resources is on here, and it reminded me of the first time I went to Home Resource. I've always just seen the name, and I was like, I didn't really understand what it was. And then I was looking for like a doorknob or a door or something. And someone's like, you should go to Home Resource. And I went there and I was like, this place is magical.
Yeah, it's like a magic place that doorknobs go to die. Like, you're like, oh, this is doorknob heaven. There's literally 700,000 doorknobs in here.
Yeah.
And then Mike Turner appears from nowhere to help you, Like, it's, yeah. Don't get me started. That place is amazing.
I love it. Scrolling through this list. Let's see how we're doing here.
Resource. Oh, yeah. How's the fundraising goal?
We are at $672,938.
Woo!
That's amazing.
2,957 individual donors, folks. That is good stuff, Missoula.
Way to go, Missoula. Super proud of you.
Opportunity Resources. I love
Yes.
that place. Worked with those folks for Out to Lunch Downtown Tonight. Just a wonderful, wonderful organization.
Oh, we just got our minute warning, Colin, so you better do one more. Give us a real
let's
good
wrap it up. Let's wrap it up, folks. I would just like to thank the Missoula Community Foundation for inviting us two idiots to do this, and then a third idiot that we didn't even know about.
Well, yeah, some people show up that weren't even invited, so that's great.
Yeah. I'm invited
And I'd
to
like
everything.
I'd like to take a moment just to say that I hope that this is the most I ever see of Travis's skin in my whole life.
Until tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and then the day after that.
Sugar.
Folks, you still have till 7 o'clock to donate. That means 45 minutes. So get out your checkbook if you still have a checkbook.
Get out your checkbook.
And donate some money. Do a good thing for a good cause or good causes. Super excited. Trying to see if there's any last ones on here. Running out of time. What do you think's after this? There's got to be something better after this, right?
Oh, it can't not be better than us. Yeah. So yeah. Sorry, everybody. Keep doing the good stuff. Take care of each other, you guys. I'm super proud of our town.
Yeah, good job, Missoula, y'all. We're gonna get around the other side of this thing, and next year we could do this in person.
That means I have to see Travis in person, which I don't care for, but I'm willing to do it for you, Missoula. I'm willing to do it for you.
Yeah, I'll bring my own bathtub. Jeez. It's not like you don't have to rent the bathtub or something. No, I'll bring my own.
Perfect. Aww.
Good stuff. Well, they said, you got 30 minutes, and we just cruised right through 30 minutes, folks.
I know. During rehearsals, I was worried.
Oh, it says wave.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Happy First Friday.
Hi everyone, my name is Emily Kern-Swaffer and I am the Community Gardens Manager. Today we are at the Providence Hospital Garden, which is behind me. And I'm going to give you a little tour about this to show you this garden. And we're also going to plant some things and prepare a planting bed today and show you how to do that. This garden is a collaboration with Garden City Harvest and the St. Pat's Providence Hospitals. It's built on Providence Hospital land. So we're over here off of North Orange Street and Ryman Street. And this garden is made to be completely ADA accessible. So as you see when we'll walk in here, we have decomposed granite pathways, which are good for wheelchairs. We have beds that are at sitting height, and we have beds where people can work while standing. And then we also have ground level beds with a bunch of different perennial flowers and herbs as well. So follow me back. We're going to kind of cut in through here. This is like the back gate. We've brought in a bunch of soil and compost that we're using to put in our raised beds, and the compost we're also going to be adding to all of the beds. So right now we just started gardening here. It might look a little bit rough, but it's going to get better and better each day and each week. So you'll have to check back with us or drive by the garden if you're in the neighborhood and check it out. This way. Also, we never have a lock on this garden, so you're always welcome to come in and stroll through the gardens, snack on a cherry tomato or so. Obviously, we don't want you to take all of our harvest because we grow vegetables here for the food bank, but you're welcome to come in and enjoy the space. Alright, so here we are. You can see we have a bunch of starts from our greenhouses that are ready to go into the ground. We have Lauren O'Laughlin over here. She's our community gardens coordinator, and she's going to be demonstrating the bed prep today. And these are those beds that I was talking about that are good for people that need to sit and work in the beds. And then behind us, you can see the taller ones that are good for people standing. All right, I'm going to let Lauren take it away from here.
Right. Hey everyone, like Emily said, I'm the Community Garden Program Coordinator. So we have been cleaning out these beds to prep for planting this season, and I've been using some of my favorite garden tools to do so. So this is a digging fork, which is excellent for popping weeds out. I can demonstrate that here. So this is a dandelion, which notoriously has a really deep taproot, and with the digging fork, step in, pop, and you can get that whole root out with these, which I really like. And then having a bucket next to me to collect my weeds to later go in the weed pile. So to prep a bed, we just do that all the way through. So just popping out some more of these weeds that we have. Like that. There we go. Got a rock in there. And we'll do that all the way to the end of the bed. These we're going to leave. These are daisies from last year, so those are perennial that are going to come up. And then the next step is once we've cleared out all the weeds, we rake the whole thing smooth. So I have a rake over here. And you can see that I've already done that on half this bed. Just going to this one. Try to get it nice and even. Voila! And now we're going to be planting cabbage in this bed. Whoop. I left one dandelion. Pull that out. So we're going to be planting cabbage in this bed. That's one of those great early season crops that are ready to plant right now. Part of the reason we picked this bed to plant cabbage in is that we had peas here last year. So you want to try to alternate your plant families year after year where they're planted, so you're not always having the same family. And cabbage and kale, broccoli, cauliflower are all in the same family. So anywhere that I had one of those crops last year, I want to plant a different family this year. Because this was peas, this will be perfect for our cabbage. So I'm going to grab, first, thank you Emily for the assistance. I've got compost here, so this is the same composted manure that we drop off to all the community gardens. So I'm just going to top dress this plot with this.
I would like to mention this year is different for gardening. As we all know, we're living in a new world with COVID as our reality. So we are all standing 6 feet apart and we all have gloves on, which all gardeners need to have gloves on when gardening and using the shared tools at our community garden sites. So we will be sending out more information to our community gardeners about how to garden safely together. But just wanted to point that out. You can zoom back to
Great. So now I'm raking, top dressing this compost, mixing it in. Got an assistant. Bringing these daisies back up. And then I'm going to grab my very favorite gardening tool, the Hori Hori. That looks like this. So this is a Japanese gardening knife. It has measurements on it, and it's just kind of a dull-ish blade that's great for if you're hand weeding. Same thing with popping out the tap roots of those dandelions. This is great for that too, being able to stab in and pop those out. It's really like very place-specific weeding, which is nice, and it's also great for planting. So I'm gonna grab our cabbages, and here we have, these are both early season cabbages, so they're going to be a little bit smaller than some of the late season cabbages, and they need to be planted 18 inches apart. So if you ever wonder about information like that, or when something's ready to go in the ground, it's either on a seed packet if it's a direct seed.
We have a question.
Oh yeah, what's the question?
We have a question. Do you have any recommendations for delivery, compost, and soil?
Over delivery of compost and soil. So if you're a community gardener, we do deliver compost in the spring, and that's happening starting this week and into next week. Other than that, I think if you can get just composted manure is what we use, and it's aged so it won't burn as hot, which is the problem with some fresh manures. Everything that we put in our gardens is organic. Emily can speak to this perhaps more.
A lot of our local nurseries sell compost in bulk, and you can either pay for them to deliver that to you, or if you have a pickup truck, you could go to the nurseries. And I believe, like Karis, I bought some there for the home garden. We were able to call in, and then they get our car model number, or car model and color, and then dump it right into the back of our truck. But I know that they also do deliveries, and there's a host of other delivery places around town, like little dumps that have little dump trucks, and they'll bring you the material and drop it at your house as well. So, but I would start by calling those nurseries and asking them about their compost and if they deliver.
Great, thank you, Emily. So like I was saying, if you ever have questions about like when something should go in the ground or can be planted, or when you can start seeds, on seed packets that is oftentimes listed depending on the company, and it's by our last frost date. So, speak up, sorry.
Yep.
Too soft here. It's by our last frost date, which in Missoula County is May 9th. So a lot of these are like 4 to 6 weeks before your last frost date, or a week or two after your last frost date. So just having that date in mind. And then always things are worth a Google. So for this we had to refresh that 18 inches apart for these cabbages. And one thing that I like to do when I'm planting starts like this is pull them out and first place them with the roots exposed like this, so I can kind of have an idea and move things around at the last minute if I feel the need to. So say you've done this whole bed, come back, feel good about the spacing, take my gardening knife, and with this you can easily make a hole, but then place the plant in, pull out, give it a nice tap, and it makes the planting really easy. And then just continuing doing that. One common, I think, garden mistake is putting things too close together. Like right now, these plants are pretty small, so it'd be easy to push them, but you have to think of the mature size of the plant. So that's something like a zucchini, or these cabbages are going to get pretty big. So just keep that in mind as you're planting.
It also helps to firmly, like Lauren's doing, firmly push them in there so that when you water or if the wind comes, they don't fall over.
Excellent. Great. Okay, and now when our whole bed is all in, the last step is to water them. So we've got this watering can here. And give each of these plants a good concentrated water for longer than you might think, because you really do want them to be settled in and have a good amount of water in the surrounding soil for hot days like today. That is how you prep a garden bed. Emily, might give any other things to add?
Yeah, I just want to say that's it for today. We're going to try and do this regularly this season as we get things in shape over here at the Providence Garden, so that we're gardening with you all. Garden City Harvest, if you go to our website and click on the Community Garden Program, so that's gardencityharvest.org/ facebook.com/community-gardens. We have a bunch of great resources about planting, some of those planting calendars and dates that Lauren was talking about. We have charts and information on that. We also have information about spacing and growing different crops. So check out our website, and we also have a blog. It's called The Real Dirt, and you can access that from our website at gardencityharvest.org. So check out our blog because there's also more growing tips and cooking tips there.
As well as our upcoming workshop.
Oh, yes! I almost forgot. Next week, we are doing a online virtual workshop all on introduction to gardening. So it's more of a beginner level workshop, but it teaches you the basics from like seed to harvest of what to plant, how to plant it, when to plant it. We'll also cover some topics like succession planting so that you can really maximize your harvest in a relatively small garden plot. And then we'll also give some tips for harvesting, which will come obviously later this year. So that is also on our website. Go to gardencityharvest.org and click on events, and you'll see our garden planning workshop. I believe it's called Planning Your Plot, and it's next Tuesday, starts at 5:30, and I'll be teaching it, so I'll see you virtually again.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, welcome back. I'm
about to start crying. I am so overjoyed with happiness right now. You guys, this is absolutely amazing. Missoula, I love you guys. You have really come out and shown your support for our community. I know these have been tough times for us all the last few months, or last month and a half, almost 2 months. You guys, I'm feeling overclamped here.
I know.
This is amazing. Okay, you guys, we have 6 more donors to get to our 3,000 donor goal. 6 more people. Call your friends. Tell them to get on there and make a donation. We have 30 minutes left. 30 minutes. And Marcy, how close are we to 700,000?
We have $691,000 raised, you guys, which is amazing.
Woo!
Amazing. Amazing. It's really like just the generosity of our community is overwhelming me, and all of this money will ripple back out there and help your neighbors and friends and create opportunities for you and just make our community stronger for tomorrow. So help us get to, we're now at 93,000. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, we have 6 more donors. We need 6 more donors.
6 more donors. Seriously, pick up those phones. Call your friends.
Okay.
It's a minimum $5 donation. You can do it.
Yes, but so the other thing is that we do have some matches still left. So people have donated matches. What?
Here's a bunch of our matches.
Okay, so we have Trout Unlimited has a match for the Watershed Education Network, awesome organization that is teaching people about the ecology in our rivers.
And they only need $100 to unlock $2,500 for their group. So give them that extra $100. Watershed Education Network. You can go to the menu bar and look at all the extra matches. We have one for the Butterfly House and Insectarium. They only need 1,600 more. And if they get that, Glenn is going to shave his beard.
I've never seen Glenn without his beard.
So those of you that know Glenn, get in there and make those donations. Who else do we have that's not quite depleted?
We have a match from Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation for Big Brothers Big Sisters. They have another remaining $1,600 left. Get in there and give to them. They are so important to our community, and we've been so impressed with Todd, who is their executive director, and they've expanded their administrative services to cover all of Western Montana. And so we're just really excited to have them back. And if you haven't watched their videos of their bigs and their littles, you should, and you'll want to give. So,
oh my God, we hit 3,000 donors! Woo! I've been waiting for this for years. Thank you so much, Missoula. I love you. On that note, I think we should go watch a few more videos. We do have a little more time, and I want to highlight our nonprofits a little bit more. So we're going to queue up some more videos for you guys to watch.
We're also going to do some business breaks because we do have a few businesses, and one of the things we know is that we are all connected as a community, and it is our small businesses that we also need to support, and we wanted to hear kind of what they're going through at this time and highlight some of the work that they're doing. So
let's hear from them now.
Yeah.
Hi, Lisa. So why don't you tell us a bit about how you and your business have been adapting during this time and quickly introduce yourself?
Okay, well, I'm having a little cup of our tea, but I'm Lisa Mills with
Elephant Origins, and we're a social enterprise that actually is, our mission is to support Asian elephant conservation in tea lands. And so what we do is we source certified elephant-friendly products, and that certification program is a partnership between the University of Montana and the Wildlife Friendly Enterprise Network. And so I was working on elephants for years, and I thought we've really got to help farmers who are doing the right thing to help elephants sustain long-term. These are globally endangered species. And so here we are based in Missoula, Montana, saving elephants with tea sourcing from these farms that are certified elephant friendly. All right, as far as what we're doing now is I was going to be getting ready to go to India to visit farmers at this time, but with the shutdown and quarantine, staying in place, it's given us some time to reflect on this business. We started in 2018 as a startup at the Blackstone Business Launchpad. We got a lot of help there, and we got started. And we have a new business partner now called Wildlife Works Incorporated, and it's really a big boost. So this was a recent change. This new partner is really going to help us grow because they do a lot globally to help wildlife through using a business model, so business incentives to save wildlife, and that's where we're at with these globally endangered elephants. And so what we're thinking about is, wow, we've worked this business around certification of these farms to become elephant friendly, and now 5 more tea estates recently were certified. And so now we're up to 6 different growers and a lot of new kinds of tea at all economic levels. Like anyone can afford really good tea. It just depends on what you're looking for. And now we have all these samples, so we're spending time indoors tasting this huge variety of teas to decide what to bring in and keep in stock, what should just be offered as special order, what are the projections for long-term with the tea industry. But tea has made it through a lot of economic turmoil since the mid-1800s when tea first began to be grown by the British commercially in India. And here we are faced with yet another challenge to the tea industry. Yet I believe that having a niche market that consumers are looking for, where they support wildlife, I think gives us a good opportunity. But we are looking at health benefits now. People are worried about their health. They're worried about the coronavirus. And really you want to think about how do you optimize your health. So we're looking at even blends that are good for you and keeping it accessible to anyone as well economically.
So, Lisa, is there anything that the Missoula community could do to help support you during this time?
Well, we appreciate that. We're also doing a lot to support these farmers who've been hit hard, and they're in shutdown over in India. So what we're doing is really trying to continue sourcing tea from these farms so that they survive and can keep their tea workers working as soon as things are starting to open up. They're at 25% picking capacity, and they're going to open up again more fully soon, but they've been hit hard. And so when you support us, you support the farmers directly. And we have our products, packaged products. They look like this. They're over in the Good Food Store and Rattlesnake Market in Missoula, also at the University Center in the market, in the University Center. We also sell online at elephantorigins.com, and I can do free delivery in Missoula, so contact free delivery if you'd like. We also are really reaching out. We're doing a national campaign to send samples out and really see who out there wants to support conservation with great teas to their businesses. But I think with Missoula, it's where we got our start. It's where there are places like Missoula Tea Company began sourcing some of their tea from us originally. And we've always had a lot of support here. Restaurants have certified elephant-friendly tea on their menu, and we help bring that to them. So we just want to keep going. We want to support the businesses in Missoula too as much as we can. So thank you. It's a tough time, but it's also Missoula, and we know we can pull through this together.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Peterson. I am co-founder of Montana Functional Health.
And I'm Heather Maddox, also co-founder of Montana Functional Health. And thank you so much for letting us talk with you today. We are a full-service functional medicine practice. We are very excited to bring this service to Missoula. I think there's a lot of things that make functional medicine unique. But probably the biggest is that we are really there to try to help people find out, why they're not feeling well. We are really trying to get to the root cause of symptoms and disease processes rather than just treating symptoms. We have a team approach. We work with a dietitian and health coach, both certified in functional medicine. And we really want to understand you as a person and the whole body as a person to really, again, get people feeling back to normal again using general lifestyle therapies.
And yeah, we're really excited to bring this service to Missoula and really to Montana. And we actually we've been working on the business for about a year, but we launched the website, which was kind of our big push. We launched that about, I think, 4 to 5 days before all the COVID restrictions went into place in Missoula. So it was very interesting timing for us. But it's something that we've looked at in an optimistic way of saying, well, what can we do with the situation? And luckily, the electronic medical record service that we used had launched a telemedicine service for patients right then, which happened, just by chance, but it was super lucky for us because we could jump right into telemedicine visits with anybody who was interested. So we did that, and we just tried to figure out how to navigate a new marketing plan, because we had one going in, to our launch date, but we had to manipulate that and really do something completely different. And it's been good for us because we've had to learn how to be present online, which is such a massive undertaking. But for us, we were able to kind of figure out who to work with, who are the experts out there, people to try to help us through the process and really get our name out there. And I think that that's kind of our biggest struggle right now is during the COVID-19 process, we can't get in front of people as readily just with all the restrictions. And that was a big part of our ongoing marketing plan. And it's just put a halt on that piece of it. So I think for us, if anybody wanted to help, I think the thing that's going to help the most is really telling people about our services. And if you are interested in learning more, because there's a lot to functional medicine, our website is mfhcare.com. And that's Mary Frank Henry Care as in healthcare.com. So yeah, we would love anybody who knows anybody else who might be struggling with a chronic disease or illness that they can't quite figure out what's going on. We'd love to see if we can help that person. We also are offering acute visits, knowing that people are struggling with, if they just have a simple urinary tract infection, but they don't want to go to an urgent care and potentially put themselves at risk of contracting COVID, then we are offering a service online right now that is acute care visits that people can sign up for with us online for same-day appointments if they need to. So we have some of that on our website as well.
For me, it really comes down to two things: teaching empathy and leading by example. At Animal Wonders, we rescue displaced animals like Huckleberry the beaver, who came to us as an orphan in need of shelter, and now he's an ambassador for his species, visiting schools in their classrooms. Missoula Gives is an online event where we raise funds so we can give back to our community. Join us on April 30th and May 1st at MissoulaGives.org to see what we're doing to spread joy, spark curiosity, uplift science education, and share empathy with the next generation.
Welcome to the POV.
At the Poverello Center, we are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to keep our guests and staff healthy during the COVID-19 crisis. Your support will help us greatly through Missoula Gives this year. Please consider a donation. Thank you.
Welcome to the POV.
Welcome to the POV.
Tell Us Something believes that everyone has a story. We believe that all stories matter. We believe that storytelling brings us together as a community. We believe that stories open our hearts, change our minds, change our community, and change the world for the better.
Thanks.
We need you to help us continue doing this important work. If you have the means, please donate during Missoula Gives, April 30th and May 1st. Visit MissoulaGives.org to learn more. Thank you, and keep sharing your stories.
Some of you are broken, and some of you are in need. Others have it together. Grab a shovel and plant a seed. Vibrant and resilient, we are here to celebrate. Make it all a little better.
better. Volunteer and donate, 'cause Missoula gives a damn, and Missoula lends a hand. And when Missoula takes a hit, we rebuild it bit by bit. Yeah, Missoula gives a damn, and Missoula lends a hand. And Missoula has the grit, 'cause Missoula gives a shit.
Travelers Rest State Park is the perfect place to reconnect. Connect to hundreds of species of animals and plants. Connect to the culture of the Bitterroot Salish. Connect to the travels of Lewis and Clark. Listen to stories and learn about history with year-round programs. Find fun family activities on our website while you stay at home. We can't wait to see you back at the park. Until then, keep the connection alive by donating today at MissoulaGives.org.
CASA of Missoula provides advocacy for abused and neglected children. Kids in foster care thrive on consistency, routine, reliability. Unexpected stress and time at home increases the risk of harm. For the kids who have lost their safe havens, who is watching over them now? CASAs give a voice to these children. They protect their best interest. Now more than ever, your Missoula Gives donation will change a child's story. Free cycle. Hey there. Hey. Poof.
Yes.
I built a bike at Free Cycles. Free Cycle.
I'm Jo May Salonen, Executive Director of the Missoula Symphony Association, and as you can see, I'm standing outside the Denison Theater when I'd rather be inside with all of you and our musicians, but I know that we will get there one day again soon. During these challenging times, we ask you to please consider donating to your Missoula Symphony as part of Missoula Gives on April 30th and May 1st. Remember, the music plays on and your Missoula Symphony is a vital part of our community. Thank you for supporting Missoula Gives.
At first, I was like the seed. I was fragile and it was real easy to break me. You just need to add a little love and nurturing and encouragement along the way. I strongly believe that Youth Harvest changed my future.
Hi, welcome back.
Welcome back, you guys. We have 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And I am just so overjoyed, you guys. This is mind-blowing. We have reached the 3,000 donor goal. We're up to 3,061. And we have raised $725,000, you guys.
It's amazing, amazing, amazing. Obviously, Nikki and I are like glued to our computers. We're both like, but we want to just thank everybody.
Yeah, let's start with our sponsors, shall we?
Yeah, let's shout out the sponsors here. I want to thank a few people that are in the background and maybe not on our like immediate sort of like sponsor list on our webpage, but I want to thank Cindy Waltz, who is the Missoula Community Foundation's board chair. She's been running our Facebook all day.
Thanks, Cindy.
I want to thank Blake Nicolazzo. She helped us do a webinar on branding, and she's also been helping run our Instagram, which I took over. So if you guys are disappointed in the last few hours, that's my fault. I also want to give a shout out to Montana Pro Audio. You know, a few weeks ago, we had not even, we hadn't figured out how we were going to do this.
And Marcy and I are maybe not tech experts, so we needed some help. We definitely needed some help.
Yeah.
And we had some great people come to the rescue.
Yeah, these guys have been amazing, and we're in their studios right now, and they've helped us put together all the tech and wing things and put things together, and it's just been incredible. So I want to give a shout out to them. West Side Studios, where we are right now. Super excited to be here. It's been awesome.
Nathan.
I want to shout out to Nathan Stevens and Jason Weiner, who volunteered to help us run some of the audio, and then we told them we didn't need them. But I just appreciate the fact that they offered it up and offered their time to our community.
We gotta thank our production people. We had a great tech team, but we had 2 production people step in and help us greatly. So a big shout out to Mary Ann Fernandez Silva.
Yes.
And Logan Foray.
Yeah.
Huge thanks to you guys. We could not have pulled this off with this whole group of people. I mean, you really helped make this the success it is. So thank you so much for everything you've done. And we look forward to working with you guys again in the future.
Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to Plonk and Dram Shop. You guys are awesome. We look forward to being with you next year. And thanks for prompting and promoting us during this day and being here anyway. So you can get your growlers filled at the Dram Shop. I don't think Plonk's open yet, but you can get growlers filled at the Dram Shop. So go patronize them, please.
We had some other great helpers throughout this Giving Day experience. You know, we really launched this in the community in about February. So talking to businesses and getting support from other business members has been great. I want to shout out to Jim McLean and Shauna Bott of K-Pax. Thank you guys so much. Huge shout out to Heidi Sterrett at Missoula Broadcasting. You're a rock star. We love you. And the whole Missoula Broadcasting team. You guys are so great. We thank you for all your promotion and spreading the good word and checking in on those leaderboards throughout the day. And I want to thank Paige Williams of the Audience Awards, now Odd Pop. She helped us do and accept the submissions and push out our 30-second video challenge. So huge thanks, you guys. It takes a village to put this on, and we had a village on Zoom meetings that made this happen.
Yeah.
So thank you to everyone. We really could not have done this without you. We do still have 10 minutes, you guys. We are at 725,990. Woo!
Yes.
I also noticed this is the first year that we have done this where every single organization has received a donation. So nonprofits, be proud of yourselves. You put the word out there, you put the work in, you did this, and your supporters came out to support you and our community. So way to go, you guys. You really stepped up your game this year. Thank you, donors. This is amazing. You really came forth. And, you know, we didn't really know what to expect. This has been a financial crisis for a lot of us. So I'm just so thrilled with the efforts that people have made. I
think it just really shows that our community sticks together and supports one another in our times of need. And what I hope, some of this work, and we talked about this a little bit today, is really brought into sharp focus the sort of needs in our community and the fragility of some of our population. And I hope that through this collaborative work and through the power of sort of collective response, that we are stronger tomorrow, and that we continue to work to lift up all of our community. And collectively, I think if we do work together, we can do that. And so I'm just really proud of everybody. And it was really an honor to be able to amplify all the work that's being done in our community and get their messages out there and their stories out there. And so I want to also just thank the nonprofit community for telling their stories and allowing us to share them. So thank you.
Let's thank our sponsors really quick. Title sponsor, we have Clearwater Credit Union. Jack Lawson joined us earlier for a great interview. Clearwater, we love you guys. You've been there with us since the beginning. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Northwest Energy, Republic Services, and Missoula Electric Co-op for partnering with us on our utility challenge and supporting the day. We really appreciate all you do for our community and the nonprofits. And then I mentioned Missoula Broadcasting Company. Again, you guys are fantastic. Missoulian, MissoulaEvents.net, and Gatherboard. We love you guys. You've done an amazing job pivoting and supporting your community during these times. Upward PR, Lori, love ya. Great work. Thank you so much helping us get this word out. Good Food Store, also one of our supporters from the very beginning. So thank you guys so much. We love the Good Food Store. Bonfire Branding and Company, and Submittable, another group that's been there with us since the beginning. So, we couldn't do this without you guys. Thank you so much for your continued support. We've got 8 minutes.
Did we thank Polly yet?
We didn't. I wish Polly was here for one more pop-in, but Polly the Pollinator has had a really busy couple days.
Yeah.
She's obviously been busy pollinating philanthropy all over the Missoula Valley and Bitterroot Valley. I can't thank her enough. She's a great asset to the Giving Day.
Yes, she is. So what's our plan? How much time do we have left?
We have 7 minutes.
It feels very like 7:20. Oh, we're at 7:25, 7:26. I don't know. We could read some of the leaderboards.
Yeah, let's check in on our leaderboards, shall we? We have some pretty amazing leaderboards. Missoula Food Bank. Wow. Congratulations. And again, I am so excited to see the community come out in support for this organization who's on the front lines and helping our community. Missoula Food Bank has raised $58,760, and they have $245.
Donors.
Donors. 245 donors. And the fun thing about them too is there's several groups that are actually fundraising for them this year. You know, we have a group called the Lake Missoula Old Time. They've been raising money. They teach old time music and do a spring event, which they ended up canceling, but they decided they were gonna stick it out and do some fundraising for the food bank. So thanks to those guys. Some Independent Living did the same, and I know there's a couple more fundraising for the food bank, so thank you guys so much. Some of our other top leaders here, Poverello, MCT, Missoula Butterfly House, Youth Homes, MTB, Home Resource, Partners Hope Foundation, Boys and Girls Club of Missoula County, and Friends of the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula, all in the top 10. Congratulations, you guys. I do want to go to a couple of these other leaderboards. Let's check out our Ravalli County groups really quick. Oh, wow, it's been a battle for these guys. Bitterroot Water Forum. Wow, you guys snuck on up on the top. You guys always do a great job. 11,630 from 80 donors. Wow, impressive work. By far, these guys had the most donors in the Ravalli County area. Emma's House did fantastic. We got the Daily Mansion Preservation Trust, Bitterroot Land Trust, Daily Hospital Foundation, the Working Dogs for Conservation, and New Group. Way to go, you guys. The Bitterroot Celtic Society, Hamilton Players, Heartism, Bitterroot School of Music, all in the top 10 out there, so way to go. Let's check in on our small groups. These are nonprofits with budgets under $100,000. On the top of that, we have the Partners Hope Foundation with $12,300. We have Climate Smart with $8,000 and 111 donors. Way to go, Climate Smart.
It's amazing.
It's really absolutely amazing. Open Air, Inner Roads, Animal Wonders, Missoula Senior Center. Hey, you guys, get out there and support the Senior Center. They're pushing meals out to the community and to our seniors. They serve a lot of lunches out of there, and they have not been able to do that, but they are trying to still get those meals out. So any support you can give to the Senior Center would be great. Tell Us Something, Fourth D, another new group. Also the Arlee Rehabilitation Center, Wild Skies Raptor Center. This is fantastic. You guys, I'm just so overjoyed right now. How about our Medium Board? These are nonprofits with budgets between $100,000 and $500,000. Missoula Butterfly House on top, MTB close behind, Home Resource, Boys and Girls Club, Friends of the Historical Museum, Soft Landing, Wild Rockies Field Institute, the Ronald McDonald House of Western Montana. We love those guys. They did such a fun campaign last year, the Bulb Wars. I know they'll come back with something really creative next year. They always do. Casa of Missoula, Big Brothers Big Sisters in Northwest Montana. You guys are just doing great. I'm so glad that we were able to get Big Brothers Big Sisters to join us. And then on our large nonprofit, these guys have budgets of over $500,000. We have the Food Bank, the Poverello, MCT, Youth Homes, Mountain Home Montana, the YWCA, Planned Parenthood of Montana, the Missoula Symphony, the Roxy Theater, and Watson Children's Shelter. I am just so glad to see. We definitely have some new groups up on the top of the leaderboards. It's just wonderful. I'm just so happy for everybody. And we are getting so close. We have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Who's gonna get those last donations in? We have 3,075 donors, $728,000. This is just too amazing.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. You know, there are a couple other groups we need to thank. I need to thank our Giving Day partners.
Yes.
You know, this platform, we work with a company called GiveGab who provides this wonderful platform that you guys are all watching this video on. They're out of Ithaca, New York. We love them. We could not do it without our GiveGab partners. It has been an honor working with these guys. They're all out there in Ithaca, New York, offering us tech support and sending their love and shout out. So huge thanks to GiveGab. We love working with you. And the service that you provide to these nonprofits it's invaluable.
Yeah.
I mean, the education and the tools and just this platform where you make it easy for the nonprofits to learn how to do this stuff. Like, well done. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I think we also need to thank some of the people that performed for us and did other entertainment. We had, in the beginning, we had Key Running, Courtney Babcock did a little warm up for us. We had Rosie Ayers and Teresa Waldorf did a comedy last night for us. That was amazing.
We had the West Side Studios performing troupe.
Yes.
They were amazing. They did the fire dancing and the aerial work. It was wonderful. I hope I can see them do that again.
Yeah, we had Coach Emily doing some kids workout during the kids hour. That was really great. Her 2 kids joined us along with Polly. Polly joined the workout. And let's see, we had Chris.
Chris Sands, the rapping cowboy, he
yes,
came and did some music for
did
us.
some songs, and I know he's releasing some more kids songs, so check him out.
Travis Yost.
This
song, the Missoula Gives a Damn, because Missoula lends a hand. I'll be singing that all night long and all weekend. Travis, thank you.
Yes.
Such a great
really,
song.
Really great.
I hope you guys all have that stuck in your head too. I think we are getting really close, you guys. 1 more minute. 1 more minute. What do we got here?
7:34.
Wow, from 3,084 donors, I am just blown away. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for coming out and supporting Missoula Gives. We do this every year, by the way. This is our 7th year doing that. We are the hosts, the Missoula Community Foundation. We put this event on every year. It is always going to be the first Friday in May. Hopefully we get to bring back First Friday next year and give some of our nonprofits an opportunity to be out on the street and educating people about the cool services they do for our community. So yeah, next year, First Friday in May, mark your calendars for Missoula Gives 2021. Boy, we are so close, so close.
Are we still even counting down or are we done?
No, we are at 6:59. 2, 1.
1.
We did it! Woo! Wow. This has been an amazing experience.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. You guys, this has been so cool.
We have 3,084 donors, $734,495 raised in 27 hours. We have 138 organizations that participated.
Were we at 744 or 734?
Oh, it looks like we're at
We're at
744. Somebody must have met Match or something.
Yeah, somebody must have just met the match right before we clicked over. $744,000, $830. I am absolutely shocked. You guys are amazing. We almost doubled what we did last year. Not quite, but we did so good, and we couldn't do this without you, Missoula. You're amazing. You should all hug yourselves and feel connected to your community because you did this. And when we get through this, and everything is back to normal, or the new normal, as we are gonna be looking forward to, we're gonna have some really great nonprofits there to provide their wonderful services to us.
And they provide an essential service in creating resiliency in our community, and they also add to the vibrancy of our community. And so I'm so glad that you have all spoken and supported and given your money and time to these organizations. And I hope that we continue to build a stronger tomorrow and continue to build this amazing place that we get to live in, that is so filled with creative, talented, smart, caring, wonderful people. I mean, it's really like, those numbers are amazing.
They are absolutely amazing. And if you're still watching the website, we do have one more announcement to make.
Yeah.
You know, in these tough times, we want to make sure that our nonprofits have enough time to raise any money. You know, sometimes it's hard to remember, like, oh, today was the 1st, I was supposed to donate. So we ended at 7:44, but we're going to leave the donation portal open. So Missoula Gives ends at 7:44, but that portal is open.
So if you sent out a fundraiser letter to your friends and you still need to make a match for your organization, or your friends said they were going to give and they didn't, you can still send them an email and say, hey, it's still open. You should still give to this organization. So
I definitely have a couple friends I'll be emailing, but big shout out to my friends who did donate. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, any last shout outs we need to give here?
Well, I think in general, like all the prizes that are up there, we will announce winners next week.
Yep.
And
big shout out to everybody who donated prizes.
Yep, we will divvy up and work on the stretch pool next week.
You know, probably we will put out a nice community report so everyone can hear how wonderful this event was for our community and some more of those fun statistics. But we cannot thank you guys enough. This was absolutely amazing. Yeah. Marcy, we did it. Woo! Social distancing high fives.
Yeah.
All right. Any last moments?
I don't know. We love like a local.
Love like a local. All right, let's close it out with one more Travis song. Thank you, Missoula!
Some of you are broken, and some of you are in need. Others have it together. Grab a shovel and plant a seed. Vibrant and resilient, we are here to celebrate. Make it all a little better. Volunteer and donate, 'cause Missoula